Chapter 488, Divine Moon Palace. Chapter 488, Divine Moon Palace. Soon, Li Lingtian and the other two returned to the main hall. Lingtian, you're already a member of the Xianyuan family, so you have to take on the responsibilities of the Xianyuan family. You should go and rest first. Oh right, don't stay outside anymore. Ying, bring Lingtian to the Mystic Moon Palace. That place will be yours in the future. I'll tell you about the Xianyuan family in 2 days. In the hall, the other powerhouses had already left. Xianyuan Tianming looked at Li Lingtian and spoke seriously. The way he looked at Li Lingtian now was very calm. There was not a hint of arrogance in his eyes. Instead, it was as if they were a family. Although he was still somewhat unwilling to believe it, he had nothing to say since the 4 ancestors had already made arrangements. After all, it was for the sake of the Xianyuan family. Ling Tian understands. Li Lingtian nodded. He did not expect things to turn out this way. He had originally planned to use his own strength to erode the Tianhe region, but now that was not the case at all. He did not expect that his accelerated pace would also take another path. Becoming a member of the Xianyuan family meant that he was at the peak of the Tianhe district. He no longer needed to climb up slowly. Seeing the strength of the Xianyuan family, he felt lucky. If he had really fought against the Tianhe zone, the 4 elders would have easily eliminated him. After Xianyuan Tianming finished speaking, he turned around and left. As if he knew what was going to happen next, his figure flashed and disappeared in an instant. Scoundrel, you bullied me and pretended to be wronged. Are you still a man? Let me ask you, are we friends? Xianyuan Tianming asked as soon as he left. He pulled his earring with one hand and the mask disappeared, revealing a stunning face. Her small face was exquisite and smooth. It was definitely a masterpiece of the heavens. It would be strange if Li Lingtian was not tempted, but he was not in the mood to provoke this little girl. We can be considered friends, but as friends you have to act like one. As Li Lingtian spoke, it was naturally impossible for him to run away now. What do you mean by friends? If you are, then you are. If you aren't, then you aren't. You've seen my real appearance and even bullied me. Are you going to let it go just like that? Xianyuan Ying was furious. She clearly knew that the other party was playing dumb, but she had no choice. We are friends, but don't say that I bullied you. I was misunderstood by others. Li Lingtian was speechless as well. He could only nod. Am I not beautiful? Xianyuan Ying smiled inwardly when she saw Li Lingtian nodding his head in acknowledgement. She was suddenly reminded of how he had rejected her in front of a few elders in the secret chamber. Moreover, she was upset when she heard Li Lingtian mention how many wives he had. She did not believe that there was anyone prettier than her. Beautiful. Of course, it's beautiful. Even if I'm pretty, you have to bring me to a place to stay. You won't make me stand here, right? I'm a little tired. Li Lingtian nodded. Xianyuan Ying was definitely one of the most beautiful people he had ever seen. She was on par with Tang Ziming, Tang Qingyue, and Ji Shun Mei Huang Fuyuan, Little White, and Qingling were all peerless beauties. However, they lacked the unique temperament of Ji Yi and Xianyuan Ying. That temperament was mysterious and ethereal. It was inborn, just like the temperament of the divine maidens of the 9 heavens. By the way, I want to see what your wife looks like. A playboy with a few wives, humph. Xianyuan Ying did not pester him. Instead, she led Li Lingtian to the back of the Xianyuan ceremony. After passing through a few passages, they arrived at a rather large mountain peak. The spiritual energy on the mountain peak was dense. It was a completely different small world. A palace that wasn't small stood tall. It wasn't imposing, but it was ancient and otherworldly. This is the Divine Moon Palace. This is the token. Xianyuan Yingying and her companion came to the front of the mystic moon palace and took out a jade pendant. The two halves of the jade pendant were joined together before they handed the other half to Li Lingtian. The remaining half had a thin red line on it. He put it into his neck and dropped it in front of his chest. Li Lingtian was instantly depressed. This was too erotic. This jade pendant was actually the accessory that Xianyuan Yingying wore on her chest. There was still a trace of warmth on it. It was obviously Xianyuan Yingying's body temperature. However, he didn't understand why this token was with Xianyuan Yingying. It seemed that there were only 2 jade pendants, and they were also kept on Xianyuan Yingying. It was definitely not simple to make it look so precious. "What are you looking at?" Xianyuan Yingying blushed when she saw Li Lingtian staring at her. However, she was not angry. She was always wearing a mask because she did not want others to see her true appearance. Now that Li Lingtian had seen her face, he was even staring at her breasts. If it was anyone else, they would have long been filled with killing intent. This was also due to her preconceived notions. When Li Lingtian first met her, he had given her a shock. Following that, Li Lingtian had seen her face and was molested by him. Furthermore, Li Lingtian had even escaped. This was human nature. Even though she kept saying that she wanted to cause trouble for Li Lingtian, it was just a girl's excuse. She did not hate Li Lingtian at all. Otherwise, Li Lingtian would have died 100 times over. Today, in the secret chamber, the Grand Madam wanted to marry her to Li Lingtian. Although she was rejected, she did not resist Li Lingtian at all. What's so good about a little girl? Li Lingtian came to his senses. He was not looking at anything at all. He was just thinking about something and did not notice that he was looking at Xianyuan Yingying's sanctuary. I'm not a little girl. Remember this. When Xianyuan Yingying heard Li Lingtian's words, it was obvious that he was implying that she was young. She was indignant. Li Lingtian was also 21 years old, while she was 19 years old. She was not young at all. Furthermore, she could sense the meaning behind Li Lingtian's words. She was not convinced and puffed out her chest as if to prove herself to Li Lingtian. It's not small. You have the capital. Li Lingtian did not mind looking at it again. He was surprised to see that this little girl was not any weaker than Huang Fuyuyan and the others. With that said, he reached out for the jade pendant in his hand, and a ray of light appeared. The light then resonated with the restriction in front of the Divine Moon Palace. The restriction was activated and Li Lingtian hurried in. Damn it, pervert! Xianyuan Yingying was taken aback by Li Lingtian's actions and words. Her face immediately turned red. Seeing that Li Lingtian had gone in, he quickly went in as well. He wanted to cause Li Lingtian trouble, but he did not know how to start. Besides, he had been asking for it all along. After entering the Mystic Moon Palace, Li Lingtian began to take a look around. The place was quiet and secluded, making it a paradise. Moreover, the place was exquisitely decorated. Being able to cultivate in such a place was a complete pleasure. He didn't expect that other than a small world, there was such a perfect place to live. Oh right, why is this token on you? Li Lingtian turned around and looked at Xianyuan Yingying as he asked in confusion. He would not ask in front of others, but he had no qualms in front of the little girl Xianyuan Yingying. After he finished asking, he also felt puzzled. He actually acted so casually in front of this girl. It was really a little inexplicable. The Divine Moon Palace and the Immortal Moon Palace are together. I live on the other side. Moreover, the Divine Moon Palace and the Immortal Moon Palace were originally mine, so the token is with me. After Xianyuan Yingying finished speaking, she subconsciously looked at herself. She could not help but blush when she recalled the way Li Lingtian looked at her. Fortunately, Li Lingtian was not looking at her. Instead, he was looking at the surrounding scenery. This Divine Moon Palace was very spacious. It was like a palace with a dozen or so pavilions inside. The entire area was 10 miles in circumference, and even if there were more than 100 people living inside, it would still seem deserted. However, they were all experts. Naturally, they did not care if it was lively or not. On the contrary, they preferred peace and quiet. This was suitable for cultivation. After sizing up the mystic moon palace, Li Lingtian was satisfied with the place. However, it was a little awkward. Since this place belonged to Xianyuan Yingying, it was obvious that Xianyuan Tianming had arranged for Li Lingtian to stay here on purpose. "All right, I'm going to rest. Can you leave now?" Li Lingtian looked at Xianyuan Yingying. Since he was living in this place, he did not want to be disturbed by outsiders. Although Xianyuan Yingying was no longer an outsider, she felt unfamiliar. It would be inconvenient for him to stay here. "Are you chasing me away? I want to see how your wives are doing. As a friend, I have to keep an eye on them." When Xianyuan Yingying spoke, she spoke in a righteous manner, as if she was very familiar with Li Lingtian and was even helping him to check on him. "All right, watch your words." Li Lingtian had no choice but to let Xianyuan Yingying stay behind temporarily. She would probably leave after meeting Tang Qingyue and the rest. When he spoke, he did not hold back at all. "Of course, I understand." Xianyuan Yingying did not find Li Lingtian's tone odd. She was just used to it. They had only met twice, but she was already used to Li Lingtian's attitude towards her, and did not find it inappropriate. Li Lingtian did not say anything. He activated the divine dragon ring with his divine consciousness, and the space trembled slightly. Huang Fuyian and the others appeared before Li Lingtian. Immediately, a fragrant wind blew over. All of them were beautiful women who could topple a country. Their peerless charm made all the men in the world go crazy. "Big brother. Husband. Lingtian, where is this place? Are we still in the forbidden area? This place is so beautiful." After the girls came out, they looked at the surroundings and were instantly shocked. Their faces revealed curious expressions. He didn't notice that there was a young girl standing not far away, and she was a peerless goddess-like existence. All their attention was focused on Li Lingtian. Xianyuan Yingying had been paying attention to Li Lingtian's movements. She was jealous when she saw the few peerless beauties who were not inferior to her. She did not expect him to be surrounded by beauties. No wonder he did not care about her. Young master, who is she?" Qing Ling was the first to notice Xianyuan Yingying. When she saw Xianyuan Yingying's graceful bearing and beauty, she was shocked. Such a beautiful girl was on par with Ge. She asked Li Lingtian curiously. Chapter 489. Chapter 488 Seeking a Monthly Vote. Chapter 489. Chapter 488 Seeking a Monthly Vote. Xianyuan Yingying. Li Lingtian had only mentioned Xianyuan Yingying's name. It was funny that he did not know Xianyuan Yingying's true identity. He did not expect to be pestered by this little girl. "Hello, my name is Xianyuan Yingying. I'm this guy's friend. By the way, your name should be Li Lingtian, right?" Xianyuan Yingying walked up to Li Lingtian gracefully and greeted the other girls. However, her words nearly made Li Lingtian stagger. Even after a long time, Xianyuan Yingying was still not sure if his name was Li Lingtian. What was going on? So she was the same as him. She didn't know Xianyuan Yingying's identity. Tang Qingyue and the others looked at Xianyuan Yingying and were shocked. They didn't expect that there was someone else in this world who was so beautiful besides Ge. What was even funnier was that Xianyuan Yingying did not even know Li Lingtian's name, yet she treated him as a friend. Such a beautiful girl was really careless. "My name is Tang Qingyue. My name is Huang Fuyian. My name is Shun Mei. Chapter 490. Joining Xianyuan. Chapter 490. Joining Xianyuan. Li Lingtian rested in the Divine Moon Palace for a few days to familiarize himself with the place. For the past few days, the little girl, Xianyuan Yingying, had been hanging out with Huang Fuyuyan all day. Apart from returning to the celestial moon palace at night, she was almost always with Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian felt helpless and could only cultivate speechlessly. Apart from cultivating, he would also study the spell Xianyuan Tianming had given him, which was also the spell to enter the secret chamber. According to Xianyuan Tianming, there were only 3 people in the Xianyuan family who were qualified to possess this magic art. One was Xianyuan Tianming, the other was Xianyuan Yingying, and the last was Li Lingtian. This technique was not powerful at all. It was just a supplementary technique, but it was extremely profound. Li Lingtian possessed a high level of intelligence, and his mind was nimble thanks to the eye of the divine soul. It took him a day to comprehend and cultivate it. On this day, Li Lingtian was cultivating when Xianyuan Yingying approached him. Li Lingtian was stunned. Usually, Xianyuan Yingying would hang out with Tang Qingyue and the others and rarely with him. But now, Xianyuan Yingying was standing in front of him with her hands behind her back. She looked extremely cute. "Little girl, can't you see that I'm cultivating?" Li Lingtian sized up Xianyuan Yingying to see what she was planning. "Hey, you're going to attend the ancestral worship ceremony today, so you'll be a member of the Xianyuan family in the future. Can't you treat me better? Besides, we're friends. Grandpa asked me to call you over." Xianyuan Yingying looked at Li Lingtian's tone and pouted. She looked aggrieved and her eyes were misty. Li Lingtian was taken aback by her expression. His heart softened. He could kill his enemies mercilessly, but this little girl in front of him was not an enemy. Moreover, she could be considered a family member. More importantly, she was a peerless beauty. He could not be cruel at all. "Forget it, let's go." The expression on Li Lingtian's face softened a little. If he were to continue being so fierce, this girl might really cry. By then, even if he had 10 mouths, he would not be able to explain himself. With that, he stood up and walked out. Xianyuan Yingying noticed Li Lingtian's change, and a sly smile appeared on her face as she quickly followed after him. "Yuyan, Qingyue, you guys cultivate. I'm going out for a bit. Today's ancestral worship ceremony." When Li Lingtian came out, he greeted Huang Fuyuyan and the rest when he saw them. "Okay, you can go." Huang Fuyuyan smiled. The smile on her face widened when she saw Xianyuan Yingying behind Li Lingtian. "Sister Qingyue, Sister Yuyan, I'll come back and play with you guys later." Xianyuan Yingying's mouth was always sweet. When she was done speaking, she saw Li Lingtian walking out of the room. Hence, she quickly ran out. Xianyuan Yingying did not say anything as Li Lingtian walked over. She simply led the way. Soon, the two of them arrived at the ancestral hall of the Xianyuan family. Instead of calling it an ancestral hall, it was more like a palace. It was like a forbidden palace, and the entire ancestral hall had a dignified aura. It could be seen how powerful the Xianyuan clan was. There were countless magical arrays around the ancestral hall. Although they were not activated, as long as someone barged in, they would instantly release a destructive attack. By the time Li Lingtian arrived, there were already more than 10 martial emperor powerhouses. Li Lingtian had seen a few of them before. There were also 2 9th-level martial emperors. One was Xianyuan Tianming, while the other was someone Li Lingtian had never seen before. Upon seeing Li Lingtian's arrival, everyone had a different expression on their faces. Junior Li Lingtian greets clan head. "Greetings, elder." Li Lingtian bowed to Xianyuan Tianming in a neither humble nor respectful manner before he bowed to the other martial emperors. On the way, Xianyuan Yingying had already told Li Lingtian about the important figures present. Although they were all martial emperor powerhouses, they were in charge of various matters in the Xianyuan clan. The Xianyuan family's matters were also handled by them. The ones hosting the ancestral worship ceremony this time were a few elders. "Okay, let's begin the worship ceremony." Xianyuan Tianming and the other martial emperor elders nodded. Following that, all the elders kowtowed 3 times and 9 times to a statue in the ancestral hall. Li Lingtian also knew that this person was Emperor Xianyuan. He was a figure from ancient times and was the most powerful figure in the Xianyuan clan. He was also the most glorious period of the Xianyuan clan. After the elders had finished their kowtows, Li Lingtian took out a little of his blood essence and kowtowed 3 times and 9 times. Li Lingtian was extremely respectful to an ancient mighty figure like Emperor Xianyuan, who had made the greatest contribution to the human race. After joining Xianyuan clan, Zhang Tai didn't feel awkward at all as he admired Emperor Xianyuan in his previous life. Since Ling Tian has joined the Xianyuan clan, he must abide by the rules of the Xianyuan clan. In the divine martial continent, you are ranked in the middle of the Xianyuan clan, following Yingying. However, in the Xianyuan clan outside, you don't care about seniority. You only care about strength. Even though your name is Li Lingtian, you're still a member of the Xianyuan clan. Even though you're not required to change your name, you still need to have your own identity and status in the Xianyuan clan. What do you think of the name Xianyuan Lingtian? After Li Lingtian had finished his bow, Xianyuan Tianming spoke up and told him Li Lingtian's name and seniority. He then looked at Li Lingtian. Lingtian has no objections. Li Lingtian did not hesitate. The name was just a symbol and an identity. He was still Li Lingtian in the outside world, but he could use Li Lingtian and Xianyuan Lingtian in the Xianyuan family. Another reason was that Xianyuan Lingtian was an identity, a pass, and a true symbol of the Xianyuan family. It was just like how some true core disciples would be given a surname by the sect. Alright, you are now a member of the Xianyuan clan, so you have to accept the family rules of the Xianyuan clan. These are the family rules of the Xianyuan clan. Similarly, the name list of the members of the Xianyuan family is also here. There are also some stories and distribution of power of the Xianyuan family. As the hope of the Xianyuan family, you have to bear the responsibility of the Xianyuan family. Xianyuan Tianming was pleased to see that Li Lingtian had no objections. The other elders were equally pleased since they had heard of Li Lingtian's abilities. Such a person was not someone who was fawning over the Xianyuan family. Furthermore, Li Lingtian was someone the patriarch had taken a liking to and was the Xianyuan family's hope of returning to the upper realm. Following that, the 8 Eighth Heaven Martial Emperor powerhouses, 4 elders, and Xianyuan Tianming cast a series of mysterious spells to refine Li Lingtian's blood essence and fuse it into the Xianyuan clan's genealogy. After that, they cast a spell and took out a jade slip from the ancestral hall's memorial tablet. Xianyuan Tianming's expression turned serious as he handed the jade slip to Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian kept it in the divine dragon ring. The group left the ancestral hall and returned to the main hall to take their seat. Li Lingtian's seat was actually with Xianyuan Yingying and was in front of her. You're already a member of the Xianyuan clan now. Don't bully me in the future, big brother Lingtian. Xianyuan Yingying was overjoyed as she held Li Lingtian's hand affectionately. Li Lingtian subconsciously let go of her hand and his face turned unnatural. He was still not used to such intimacy. After all, there was still some estrangement between her and this little girl. If she said that he bullied her, she would be depressed. Xianyuan Tianming smiled when he saw Li Lingtian's reaction. However, the smile was fleeting. "Oh right, Lingtian, have you finished cultivating the technique I gave you?" Xianyuan Tianming asked casually. After all, this technique was extremely profound. Even he had spent 2 months to master it. No matter how powerful Li Lingtian was, it was impossible for him to cultivate it in just a few days. "Patriarch, I've finished cultivating the spell." Li Lingtian spoke in a tone that was neither humble nor respectful. To him, this magic art was nothing. To him, it was useless to comprehend it after cultivating for a day. After all, he did not go to the secret room every day. You cultivated it. Xianyuan Tianming and the elders were shocked beyond words. They stared at Li Lingtian as if he was a monster. Although they didn't have the qualifications to cultivate this technique, they knew that the technique to enter and exit the Xianyuan family's elder hall was extremely difficult. As for the technique to enter and exit the ancestors' place, it was even more difficult. They did not expect Li Lingtian to cultivate it in just a few days. How could they not be shocked? Yes, I was lucky enough to cultivate it. Li Lingtian nodded. Naturally, he could see the shock on the elders and Xianyuan Tianming's faces. This was the effect he wanted. He had joined the Xianyuan family, and he must have his own status. This place was something he had to work hard to get. Although everything he had done in the past was heaven-defying, it was nothing in front of a true expert. This was because a genius who had not grown up was not a true genius. Since you've cultivated it, you can go to the secret room at any time. This way, you can comprehend the wood-type will of the Great Path. We can only forge your identity token tomorrow. I'll ask Yingying to send it over tomorrow. Xianyuan Tianming said after calming himself down. He was getting more and more satisfied with Li Lingtian. Moreover, he mentioned Xianyuan Yingying at any time. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the Xianyuan family wanted to make Xianyuan Yingying and Li Lingtian work together. Junior understands. Li Lingtian nodded and replied respectfully. With a token, it would at least be more convenient for him to do things in the Tianhe zone. Don't be unfamiliar with me. Just call me Yingying so that you won't feel unfamiliar with me. This girl has been spoiled by us. You should discipline her in the future. Xianyuan Tianming smiled and looked at Xianyuan Yingying. Xianyuan Yingying's face turned red, and she looked as cute as a red apple. Grandpa. Li Lingtian did not try to be pretentious. Since they were both juniors, it did not matter if he addressed them as his grandfather. Now that he had become a member of the Xianyuan family, there was no need to be so distant with Xianyuan Yingying. Not bad. It's not natural for the two of you to be here. Go back. Xianyuan Tianming nodded happily. He then asked Li Lingtian and Xianyuan Yingying to return home. There was nothing much to do in this place, so everything that needed to be explained was recorded in the jade slip. This way, Li Lingtian could go back and learn the Xianyuan family rules. Chapter 491. God-Sealing Passage 1. Chapter 491. God-Sealing Passage 1. After Li Lingtian and Xianyuan Yingying left the Heavenly River Temple, they headed straight for the Divine Moon Palace. As for Xianyuan Yingying going to the Divine Moon Palace, he didn't object much. The more you objected, the more she wanted to go. Moreover, he had never succeeded once. He couldn't be bothered to say it now. It would be useless even if he said it. Besides, he couldn't beat this little girl up. Now that he had joined the Xianyuan family, he was also a member of the Xianyuan family. At least he had a close relationship with this little girl. Who could bear to hit such a little beauty? They didn't even have time to dote on her. Sister Yuyan, Sister Qinyue, I'm back. At the entrance of the Mystic Moon Palace, Xianyuan Yingying looked at Li Lingtian without saying anything. A sly smile appeared on her face like a child who had succeeded in her evil deed. There was even a hint of victory in her expression. However, he was worried that Li Lingtian might say something, so he greeted him loudly. As a result, Li Lingtian gave up even if he had the intention. After greeting them, she ran inside and came to Huang Fuyuyan and the others. She then greeted Shun Mei and Tang Zimeng and chatted non-stop. Husband, you're back. Shun Mei walked up to him and hugged Li Lingtian's arm with her little hands. Her face was filled with joy. Yes, it's all done. Li Lingtian met the girls' gazes. He knew that they wanted to know the result. With a faint smile on his face, he sat down in front of Tang Qinyue and the others and told them the results. Actually, it was nothing. The girls were just curious. Big sister Mei he's my big brother Ling Tian now. If he bullies me, will you help me? Xianyuan Yingying held Shun Mei's hand and shook it, acting cute. Of course. Besides, my husband won't bully you. Shun Mei was stunned for a moment before she understood. It was normal for Li Lingtian to be at odds with Shun Mei when he joined the Xianyuan family. There was nothing wrong with addressing her that way. Even if it was inappropriate, it was normal in their eyes. Following that, the few of them started chattering away. Although Li Lingtian did not like to argue with girls, it was fun to chat with a few beautiful ladies. Any one of these girls would be an existence that could topple a country in the outside world. Some geniuses would not even have the slightest chance to get close to them. On the other hand, he had a close relationship with these girls. After that, Li Lingtian resumed his normal cultivation. Only a few core members knew that Li Lingtian had become a member of the Xianyuan family. This was to prevent Li Lingtian's identity from being exposed, and it would be inconvenient for him to travel outside. Li Lingtian was cultivating by the side without anyone disturbing him. He read through the rules of the Xianyuan family without any joy or worry. The rules of these large families were similar. Li Lingtian had kept these rules in mind. Besides, these rules were only applicable to some disciples. There was no need for a person like him to violate the family rules. The Xianyuan family's main base camp was in the Tianhe zone. However, after countless years, the divine martial continent was filled with members of the Xianyuan family. It was just that these disciples did not reveal their identities. In Tianhe Sacred City, the Xianyuan family not only had the 4 Xianyuan saints, but also the 8 great supreme elders and the guardian group. These were all martial saints. Xianyuan Yunhe and the other 3 were all 9th heavenly layer martial saints. The 8 supreme elders were also at the 6th or 7th heavenly layer of the martial saint realm. There were a total of 137 guardians, and they were all martial saints. As long as one reached the martial saint realm, they could join the guardians. Below them was the martial emperor's group of elders. There were countless martial emperor powerhouses in the Xianyuan clan and in the divine martial continent. Only the guardians, the grand elder, and the young master knew the true power in Tianhe Holy City. Li Lingtian was an exception. The rest of them had no idea how powerful the Xianyuan family was. Now, Li Lingtian understood why the Xianyuan family's dominance in the Tianhe zone had not wavered for countless years. Moreover, he knew that he was very lucky. If he had not participated in this Forbidden Land competition, he would definitely not have known about the Xianyuan family's matter. When the time came, he would have been worse than an ant if he had really attacked the Xianyuan family. Any super elder could kill you, let alone the guardians and the grand elder. In his hands was a jade slip containing the Xianyuan family's name list. It was the name list of the outside forces. This was also for Li Lingtian's sake. Although Li Lingtian was the Xianyuan family's hope, they did not restrict him. A person like him would definitely not stay in one place. After cultivating for a few days and understanding everything about the Xianyuan family, Li Lingtian left the Mystic Moon Palace and headed to the secret chamber. This time, he was alone. Since he had the magic art, he didn't need Xianyuan Tianming. Junior Ling Tian greets ancestor. Li Lingtian cast a series of magic arts before he sent a voice transmission to inform the other party that he had arrived so as not to disturb his cultivation. Come in. A faint voice was heard. Li Lingtian was already familiar with this voice. It was Xianyuan Yunhe's voice. He recognized all the 4 Xianyuan sages. Then, another spell was cast. Immediately, a 5-colored light appeared in the hall. His entire body was submerged in the light, but this time, he clearly sensed that he was moving, but there was no movement. Last time, he didn't notice it because he didn't use any magic art. He was brought in by Xianyuan Tianming. This time, he used a magic art, so he naturally felt it. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at another hall. If he had not experienced it last time, he would still think that there was no movement and that it was an illusion. After sorting out his emotions, he walked forward and arrived at the end of the passageway. When he arrived in front of the stone room, he saw that the 4 elders were no longer cultivating. They all had a faint smile on their faces. Ling Tian greets the 4 ancestors. Li Lingtian walked in and bowed respectfully. Where can I find a seat? Take a seat. Xianyuan Yunhe pointed at a stone bench not far away with a satisfied smile on his face. By addressing him as such, Li Lingtian had already joined the Xianyuan clan. Furthermore, his name was recorded in the family tree. Naturally, Li Lingtian was chosen as a member of the Xianyuan clan. Last time in the Forbidden Area, after I got the Shenong Cauldron, I still haven't broken the restriction. I can't know what relationship Xianyuan has with Shenong. After Li Lingtian sat down, he told them about the Shenong Cauldron. He was now a 9th-level martial honored realm, but he was still unable to break the restriction in the Shenong Cauldron. He did not know about the relationship between Xianyuan and Shenong or the Xianyuan clan's secret. You can take it slow. You're still young, so there's no need to rush. However, we only have 100 years left to live. If we can't become martial gods in 2 years, we'll pass away. You have to reach our level of cultivation within 2 years, or even higher. Because if we pass away, no one will be able to open the God Sealing Passage. Unless you can become a martial god and use a powerful technique to open the God Sealing Passage. Xianyuan Yunhe did not seem to be affected by the Shenong Cauldron at all. This was Li Lingtian's business, and they would not restrict him from doing anything. All they did was remind him of some things he needed to take note of. They were powerhouses, heaven-defying powerhouses. Naturally, they understood Li Lingtian's character. They would not restrain Li Lingtian. Even if Li Lingtian destroyed the divine martial continent, they would not stop him. Instead, they would help him. The prerequisite was that Li Lingtian did not destroy the Xianyuan family. Naturally, Li Lingtian would not do something like that unless he was a fool. God Sealing Passage. Becoming a 9th heavenly layer martial saint in 100 years? Li Lingtian's expression changed for a moment before he calmed down. Although he was heaven-defying, he was still shocked by these 2 things. After all, these 2 things were too difficult. Also, why did that God Sealing Passage feel a little similar to the demon god sealing formation of the demon race? This was another reason why he was surprised. After all, these 2 names were too similar, and they were the key to a powerful race. Yes, reaching the 9th heavenly layer of the martial saint realm in 100 years is indeed too difficult. Even the number 1 genius of the divine martial continent 1,000,000 years ago used 300 years to reach the 9th heavenly layer of the martial saint realm. In 400 years, he broke through the void and reached the upper realm. Xianyuan Chengtian nodded. Li Lingtian was now 21 years old and had reached the 9th level of the Supreme Realm. He was only 1 step away from becoming a martial emperor. After reaching the martial Supreme Realm, it would be even more difficult to reach the martial Saint Realm. Moreover, he was at the 9th heavenly layer of the martial Saint Realm, which was equivalent to a martial god. It was simply impossible for a person to achieve such an achievement in 100 years. Furthermore, in this divine martial continent, basically all the powerhouses could only silently pass away because they did not have enough lifespan. Martial saints only had a lifespan of 1,000 years, while martial sovereigns had a lifespan of 500 years. How many people could become a martial monarch realm expert at the age of 500? After becoming a martial monarch realm expert, it would be a dream to become a martial saint within 500 years. Usually, a super heaven-defying genius would be stuck at the first heaven of the martial emperor realm for his entire life. The higher he went, the harder it was for him to make any progress. On the path of cultivation, one would go from the shallow to the deep. Ling Tian is surprised by the God-sealing passage. I encountered a devil race looking for the God-sealing demon array some time ago. Old ancestor, is there any connection between the God-sealing passage and the God-sealing demon array? There was a confident smile on Li Lingtian's face. Even if it was difficult, he could still give it a try. He was only 21 years old when he found the 9th Heaven Martial Saint realm. At 21 years old, he had already attained the 9th Heaven Martial Honored realm. As long as he worked hard, he believed that he would be able to attain it one day. So be it, 100 years. However, he was curious about the God-sealing passage. Could there be a shortcut in this world? Not bad, you're confident. The disciples of the Xianyuan family will always be the most arrogant. They will always be confident and will always press forward. Xianyuan Haotian was stunned when he heard Li Lingtian's tone. He then spoke loudly with a satisfied expression on his face. To be able to achieve this, one needed not only talent but also great self-confidence. Self-confidence, blind self-confidence was the end of the world. But for people with absolute talent, self-confidence was the motivation and will to succeed. Chapter 492, Martial Emperor Realm. Chapter 492, Martial Emperor Realm. The God-sealing passage is a passage left behind by the ancestors of the Xian Yuan clan that leads to the previous generation. Actually, the demon race's God-sealing array is not much different from the Xianyuan family's God-sealing passage. They want to let down the upper realm's demon race. Seeing Li Lingtian's confusion, Xianyuan Yunhe explained the difference between the God-forbidding formation and the God-forbidding passage. The God-forbidding formation blueprint was a key to suppressing the Asmodeans, which was why the Asmodeans wanted to obtain it. If the powerful demons were to be released, the divine martial continent would be finished. As Li Lingtian thought of this, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. He then had an idea. If he didn't hand over the blueprint of the demon-sealing God array, they would continue to think of ways to fight for it. At that time, there would be a great turmoil in the divine martial continent. He might as well destroy this demon-sealing God array blueprint in front of the demons and let them give up. Thinking of this, he hesitated. If that was the case, he would definitely attract the angry pursuit of the demons. Although he was not afraid of the demons now, the demons were powerful and he could not resist them. Moreover, he had to be responsible for the Xianyuan clan now. He could not act rashly. He would put this idea aside for the time being and make a decision when the time came. If that's the case, it looks like the demons are planning something against the divine martial continent. Li Lingtian muttered to himself for a moment before he replied indifferently. The demons have never stopped unifying the humans. Xianyuan Yunhe looked at Li Lingtian's expression and a faint smile appeared on his face. An old fox like him naturally knew what Li Lingtian was thinking. It's getting late. You should comprehend the wood elemental will of the Great Path. Xianyuan Yunhe took out a jade slip and handed it to Li Lingtian. Following that, the 4 Xianyuan sages closed their eyes and meditated. They no longer paid any attention to Li Lingtian. It was not that easy to comprehend the wood element's will of the way. Li Lingtian's divine consciousness entered the jade slip. It contained a cultivation technique. The art of longevity was a cultivation technique practiced by the Xianyuan clan. As long as one comprehended this cultivation technique, the wood elemental will of the Great Path would emerge. Although he did not know where the wood element Tao intent came from, Li Lingtian had obtained 4 types of Tao intent. Naturally, he understood the true meaning of Tao intent. Following that, Li Lingtian was also meditating in the secret chamber. With the eye of the divine soul, his strong intelligence, and his cultivation experience, he was able to comprehend the art of longevity very quickly. Wisps of wood element true essence floated outside his body, and the entire secret room was filled with dense vitality. This kind of vitality was the most primitive mystery of the wood-type martial soul. Only when the wood-type martial soul was truly cultivated could such a scene appear. Sensing the changes in the secret chamber, the 4 Xianyuan saints exclaimed in surprise. It had only been 2 hours, yet he had already comprehended the wood martial soul's art of longevity. Even they didn't dare to believe such a thought. Li Lingtian did not expect to be able to comprehend the art of longevity so easily. It was as if he had a flash of inspiration. Moreover, he also truly understood how strong the vitality of a wood-type martial soul master was. Although the attack of a wood-type martial soul master was not as strong as other martial souls, the vitality of a wood-type martial soul master was strong. Their lifespans were also much longer than martial artists of the same rank. The most powerful attributes of the wood attribute were their vitality and self-healing techniques. There was another question that he did not know about. As a powerful divine alchemist, he often came into contact with medicinal herbs. These medicinal herbs were all natural treasures and were naturally of the wood element. It was easier to integrate the wood element with them. Furthermore, the Shennon clan's alchemy cauldron was naturally of the wood element. All of this allowed Li Lingtian to become more familiar with it. Wood element. Have you comprehended the art of longevity? Xianyuan Yunhe opened his eyes and looked at Li Lingtian. Xianyuan Qingtian and the rest were also looking at Li Lingtian with shock on their faces. They were well aware of the power of the wood element and the difficulty of comprehending the art of longevity. It was not something that could be comprehended in a day or two. It could often take a few months or even a lifetime to comprehend the art of longevity. Yes, Ling Tian has already comprehended it. Li Lingtian replied respectfully. Naturally, he was respectful to the 4 godlike existences. Furthermore, the 4 martial saints treated him very well, so he was naturally worthy of respect. Not bad, not bad. I didn't expect to be able to comprehend the art of longevity in 2 hours. It's completely beyond my imagination. With this speed, I believe you will be able to control the wood elemental will of the Great Path very soon. When the wood elemental will of the Great Path succeeds, the will of the Great Path of the 5 elements will also reach perfection. The shock on the 4 Xianyuan sages' faces had disappeared. They were extremely satisfied with Li Lingtian. Although such talent was not unheard of in the future, it could also be said to be unprecedented. Thank you, Ancestor. Li Lingtian smiled as he watched the 4 martial saint powerhouses praise him. It would be a pretentious act if he could still act in front of the 4 powerhouses' praise. Now, the 4 of us will use the art of longevity. You can sense the wood elemental will of the Great Path from our auras. Xianyuan Yunhe pondered for a moment, and then the 4 of them began to display their art of longevity. Immediately, an aura of revival appeared in the secret chamber. The entire secret chamber was filled with a strong sense of spring, as if spring had arrived. Moreover, there were traces of wood-type aura. This aura seemed to have entered an endless sea of trees. Li Lingtian did not hesitate. He slowly closed his eyes and entered a state of clarity. The 4 sages had only displayed the art of longevity and not the will of the way. Now, it was up to him to comprehend the will of the way. As time passed, the 4 Xianyuan saints sat cross-legged in the secret chamber with Li Lingtian in the middle. The quiet secret chamber appeared calm, but the entire chamber was turbulent. Li Lingtian could sense the aura emanating from the 4 Xianyuan sages with his divine consciousness. He was constantly comprehending the true meaning of the wood element in his mind. Only by truly understanding the wood element could he obtain the will of the wood element. 1 day passed and then 2. On the 7th day, Li Lingtian was still sitting cross-legged. However, the aura of the 4 Xianyuan saints was getting stronger and Li Lingtian smiled faintly. This was because he had already sensed the existence of the wood-type will of the Great Path, and he could now comprehend the wood-type will of the Great Path. As long as he could receive the condensation of the wood-type will of the Great Path, he would be able to achieve the wood-type will of the Great Path. Would Tao intent all things revive? After an unknown period of time, Li Lingtian opened his eyes. His eyes were glowing as he muttered to himself. His entire body was filled with a dense wood elemental aura, and traces of Tao intent formed in his mind. With a wave of his hand, the entire quiet secret chamber turned into a sea of trees. Although the sea of trees was small, it carried the supreme will of the wood element, giving people a feeling that they could not be underestimated. At this moment, the 4 saints of Xianyuan opened their eyes and looked tired. However, there was excitement on his tired face. Li Lingtian's speed in comprehending the wood element Tao intent had far exceeded their expectations. In their opinion, it would take at least a month or 2 to comprehend the wood element Tao intent, even with the addition of their art of longevity. They did not expect Li Lingtian to comprehend the wood element Tao intent in just 7 days. The condensation of the wood element's will formed a wood element's will in Li Lingtian's body. Instantly, the species attribute's will was completed. The 5-colored golden core kept spinning. Metal, wood, water, fire, and heaven. The 5 elements of Tao intent had finally reached perfection. With the 5 elements Tao intent perfected, Li Lingtian finally regained his balance. The golden core in Li Lingtian's body was still spinning non-stop. Li Lingtian could feel that his entire being had been elevated after the 5 elements Tao intent was perfected. The quintessential essence in his body was also rapidly subliming. Li Lingtian almost shouted out in excitement at the sight of this. Due to the loosening of his realm and the completion of the 5 elements Tao will, his quintessential essence surged. Now he was about to break through. If he did not break through, he would be destroyed by the powerful true essence of the 5 elements. Martial arts are respected. Above the martial honor, I am the emperor. Martial emperor realm, break. Li Lingtian's face revealed a sense of pressure, a kind of dignity that could not be easily offended. Suddenly, a destructive aura appeared. The 5 elements of the will of the Great Path had reached perfection. The will of the Great Path formed together, causing the secret chamber to tremble. True essence surged and circulated, and his dantian was like an endless ocean. The 5-colored golden core spun like a dazzling sun. The golden core carried a supreme pressure. Li Lingtian's temperament was elevated and his aura changed rapidly. The aura and temperament of a martial emperor was something that a martial honored realm expert could not compare to, even though he had just broken through to the martial emperor realm and was only a level 1 martial emperor. However, this first-level martial emperor was definitely very impressive. 2 realms, one in the sky and one on the earth, there was no comparison at all. The true essence in his body flowed slowly and gently rippled in his dantian. However, Li Lingtian knew that the seemingly small amount of true essence could unleash a destructive force with a single move of his divine consciousness and the circulation of his cultivation technique. After breaking through to the martial monarch realm, his strength and cultivation had increased. His entire person had improved in all aspects. Moreover, even his lifespan had increased. A supreme realm expert was 500 years old, but now that he had reached the martial emperor realm, although he was only 600 years old, according to his cultivation and cultivation techniques, he was completely beyond 600 years old. For everyone, not to mention an extra 100 years of lifespan, even an extra day of lifespan was difficult to reach the heavens. Now that he had reached 600 years of lifespan, as long as he didn't encounter any accidents, it was very easy for him to live for 600 years. If he kept cultivating the art of longevity, he would be even more powerful. He naturally knew that the 4 saints of Xianyuan were 5 times longer than others of the same rank because they cultivated the art of longevity, the true art of longevity. After breaking through to the martial supreme realm, Li Lingtian did not stop. Instead, he quickly stabilized his realm. At this moment, he had to stabilize his realm to achieve a breakthrough. This was because he had relied on the aura of the 4 saints and the power of the wood element's will of the way. If his realm was unstable at this time, his realm might fall, and his cultivation would basically come to an end. Chapter 493 Arrange. Chapter 493 Arrange. After circulating the heaven and earth reincarnation for 3 cycles, his realm gradually stabilized. Li Lingtian opened his eyes again and saw the 4 Xianyuan saints looking at him with a satisfied look in their eyes. "Thank you, Ancestor." Li Lingtian stood up and bowed to the 4 Xianyuan saints with sincerity on his face. Naturally, he could tell that the 4 martial saints had consumed a lot of energy. This was how he achieved his wood elemental will of the Great Path, the perfection of the 5 elements will of the Great Path, and also allowed him to advance from a martial honor to a martial emperor. He wasn't a heartless person. He could kill his enemies mercilessly, but he was absolutely respectful to his family and elders. This is your fortune. In the future, you will have to shoulder the burden of the Xianyuan clan. Xianyuan Yunhe smiled. His smile was kind, as if he was looking at his junior. Although Li Lingtian was not a true member of the Xianyuan clan, he had joined them now. Naturally, they were not as shallow as ordinary people. In this world, the Xianyuan clan was the ancestor of all surnames. Naturally, Li Lingtian was also a member of the Xianyuan clan. In the first 500 years, they were one family. After billions of years, weren't they one family a billion years ago? Ling Tian definitely won't embarrass the Xianyuan family. Li Lingtian said earnestly. There was no trace of hypocrisy in his words, but they were spoken with sincerity. All right, go back and cultivate. Just remember that you will always be a disciple of the Xianyuan family. Xianyuan Yunhe was satisfied with Li Lingtian's simple words because he could tell Li Lingtian's character. A person like him would not easily make a promise. As long as he said it, he would keep it. A true expert, a true genius, his boldness and talent were directly proportional. Ling Tian will take his leave. Li Lingtian bowed respectfully to the 4 saints Xianyuan and excused himself. He then left the secret chamber and returned to the Divine Moon Palace. Huang Fuyuyan and the others were extremely worried after not returning to the Divine Moon Hall for a few days. Although they didn't show it on their faces, they were worried in their hearts. When the girls were together, they weren't as chatty as before. After all, Li Lingtian wanted to comprehend the wood element Tao intent. It was not easy to comprehend the wood element Tao intent. Naturally, he was worried about the negative effects of failure. A few days later, when Li Lingtian appeared at the Divine Moon Palace, a few girls were overjoyed and ran toward him. Usually, the girls would chat with each other and rarely pester Li Lingtian. However, it did not mean that they could completely ignore Li Lingtian. After not seeing her for a few days, her mood had been very low. Now that she had seen her again, she was naturally extremely happy. Big brother, you're finally back. Gee, you don't want me anymore. Big brother Ling Tian. Ling Tian. Young master. A few girls surrounded Li Lingtian and chattered non-stop as they sized him up. They were truly relieved to see that Li Lingtian was unharmed. However, the girls furrowed their brows as they sensed some changes in Li Lingtian. They could not pinpoint what exactly had changed. Why would I not want GE? Didn't I cultivate back? Don't worry, I've already comprehended the wood-type will of the Great Path. Li Lingtian gave a comforting smile as his heart warmed. Being able to have someone to worry about was a kind of responsibility, but it was also a kind of happiness. With so many beautiful women to worry about, What else could he not be satisfied with? Husband, what is your cultivation level? Shun Meier asked curiously after confirming that Li Lingtian was fine. After all, Li Lingtian's aura was slightly different from before. She and Li Lingtian were dual cultivators, so she was naturally more aware of Li Lingtian's condition than Tang Qingyue and Huang Fuyin. I've already reached the martial emperor realm. Li Lingtian's few words could not conceal the excitement in his heart. What was the concept of the martial emperor realm? It meant that his status had already reached a point where people could only look up to him. He was no longer like a martial arts grandmaster, a martial emperor, or a martial honor. Although a martial honor was powerful, in his current situation, a martial honor was already very trashy. Only by reaching the martial emperor realm could one stand on the same level as those super powerhouses. Although he was only at the first level of the martial emperor realm, it was a completely different world compared to a martial honor. They were not on the same level. Wow, he really reached the martial supreme realm. That's great. My big brother is a martial monarch realm expert now. Ji Yi's face was filled with excitement. In Ji Yi's heart, Li Lingtian's position was irreplaceable because she did not have any family. Even the most basic of life was taught by Li Lingtian. He was as important as her parents. In her heart, Li Lingtian's identity was even more important than her parents. Husband, you are too powerful. That's right. I didn't expect Lingtian to have reached the martial monarch realm. Congratulations on reaching the martial emperor stage, brother Lingtian. Instantly, the girls chattered nonstop. Their faces were filled with joy and excitement. There was nothing more joyous than Li Lingtian's breakthrough to the martial emperor realm. This is all thanks to our ancestor. Li Lingtian led the girls into the Divine Moon Palace. This place was a paradise and no one would disturb them. Naturally, he felt more at ease. If even the Divine Moon Hall was in danger in the Tianhe district, then there was no safe place in the Tianhe district. Following that, Li Lingtian cultivated in peace in the Divine Moon Palace. He had plenty of pills and abundant spirit qi, so he did not lack any cultivation resources. However, during this period of time, he had to focus on cultivating the 5 elements Tao intent and completely control it. With the 5 elements Tao intent, he could unleash all kinds of skills to the extreme. Although he was only in the martial emperor realm, he possessed the will of the 5 element. He would lose a certain advantage against any 5-element martial soul expert he encountered. Because the 5 elements countered each other, he would be restrained no matter what kind of 5-element martial soul the opponent had. He also arranged his cultivation time. He focused on cultivating the 5 elements Tao intent and spent a portion of his time cultivating the Heaven and Earth reincarnation technique and the true dragon body barrier. The rest of the time was spent on comprehending skills and pill techniques. The one he comprehended the most was the Shenong Cauldron. After reaching the martial emperor realm, he had to adapt to all kinds of treasures and skills. This required time to size them up. However, in Tianhe Sacred City, he could cultivate without worry and not worry about anyone threatening him. 3 months had passed and Li Lingtian's cultivation base had stabilized. However, it was extremely difficult for him to improve even a little. He also understood that a martial supreme was completely different from a martial supreme. Even if he had heaven-defying alchemy techniques and heaven-defying cultivation techniques, it was impossible for him to increase his cultivation as quickly as before. However, after reaching the rank of martial supreme, all kinds of skills were very important. The martial emperor realm powerhouses had spent a lot of time on their skills and treasures because they knew that it was very difficult to advance. It was better to spend most of their time on skills and treasures. It was the same for Li Lingtian. He had to control his few holy weapons and holy weapons. At the same time, several heaven-defying skills were also his trump card. After 3 months, Li Lingtian had gained a thorough understanding of the Xian Yuan clan. He was growing fond of the place as it was a safe place. He also had many things to do, many things that he needed to take on. On this day, Li Lingtian called Huang Fuyuyan over with a serious expression. Yuyan Qingyue, Mayor Mengmeng Ji Qingling, I have something to discuss with you. Li Lingtian looked at Huang Fuyuyan and the rest as he spoke in a serious tone. As he spoke, he felt a little uncomfortable, but he had to do these things. Now, he could only be ruthless. Big brother Lingtian, if you have anything to say, just say it. Meng will definitely listen to you. Tang Ziming heard Li Lingtian's words, and it was the first time she saw him so serious. She had a feeling that something bad was about to happen as she looked at him quietly. Huang Fuyuyan, Shun Mei'er, and the rest were looking at Li Lingtian in the same way. They were together every day. Even though they were not telepathically connected, they could still sense certain things. In the future, I'll be going out alone to handle some matters. You guys can stay in the Divine Moon Palace and cultivate. I've already reached the rank of a martial emperor. Some of the things I do are no longer as simple as before. I feel more at ease if you guys stay in the Divine Moon Hall. Moreover, both of you need to cultivate in peace. This way we can be together forever. Li Lingtian looked at Huang Fuyuyan and the others with a smile on his face. However, it was obvious that the smile was not genuine. After all, it was definitely not good to put the person he liked aside. However, this world was like this. Before you reached a certain level of strength, you could only be controlled by this world. Only when you could control this world could you truly control your own fate and protect your loved ones. When he finished speaking, everyone fell silent. No one spoke, and the expressions on their faces kept changing. Yes, I know. I'll be waiting for you here forever. Huang Fuyuyan said seriously. She was Li Lingtian's woman and she wished she could stick to him every second of every day. However, she knew that it was impossible. Besides her, there were Tang Zhenji, Shun Mei'er, Tang Ziming, Qingling, Ji and Little White. They wanted Li Lingtian to accompany them as they were the closest people to Li Lingtian. Besides, she would have to cultivate even if it was not for these things. The higher her cultivation, the longer her lifespan would be. That way, she would be able to be together with Li Lingtian. Furthermore, he understood Li Lingtian's intention. Li Lingtian was a martial emperor and he had all sorts of tricks up his sleeves. Naturally, he could travel alone, but bringing them along would be dangerous. Now that Li Lingtian had spoken, he would agree even if he was reluctant to do so. He could not do anything for Li Lingtian, but he would still support Li Lingtian silently so that he would not be a burden to him. P.S. I recommend a novel from the city, The Young Mrs. Clothes-Fitting Crazy Young Master. Chapter 494. Token 1. Lingtian, don't worry. Big Sister Yu Yen and I will be waiting for you at the Divine Moon Palace. However, you have to promise Blue Moon one thing, and that is to be careful no matter what. Remember that we are still in the Divine Moon Palace, and we must return safely. Tang Qingyue was the same. She did not want to be a burden to Li Lingtian, and could only support him silently from behind. When he spoke, his expression was serious and there was no change in his expression. Yes, I understand. I'll come back every once in a while. Moreover, with the strength of my family, I can grasp all the information. I won't be easily involved. B0x. Calm. Besides, when I go out, I'll bring Mei'er and Mengmeng. When I come back, it'll be your turn. This way, I can safely bring you out to play. That will depend on your own efforts. I will bring the person who cultivates the fastest out to gain experience. Li Lingtian smiled. His arrangement reassured Huang Fuyuyan and the others. After all, the Xianyuan family was powerful and had influence all over the divine martial continent. Unless it was absolutely necessary, He would not easily cause trouble or take risk. Moreover, he would bring Tang Zimeng and Shun Meier out. This way, he could train them and they would become his helpers. That's great. Huang Fuyuan, Tang Qingyue Ge and Qing Ling were overjoyed. Although they wanted to go out and play, they had to ensure their safety. This way, Li Lingtian could bring the two of them around freely. Then you have to bring more guards. Big brother, you must take me out to play next time. Otherwise, Ji will miss you after a long time. While Ji was being mischievous, he did not forget to remind Li Lingtian to bring more guards with him so that he would be safer. Yeah, I know. I'll bring Ji out to play. In the next 2 days, I'll bring the people from East River City to Sky River Sacred City. When the time comes, you'll have one more companion. With a smile on his face, Li Lingtian reached out and caressed Ji's little face. He then thought of Xianyuan Yingying. This little girl had made him lose his composure the last time, and he was speechless now. Following that, Li Lingtian instructed Huang Fuyuan and the rest to cultivate. He gave all the Tier 5 and 6 pills to Huang Fuyuan and Tang Qingyue for safekeeping. They had a large pile of Tier 1 to 6 pills on them, which was almost half of what Li Lingtian had refined in the pocket dimension. Even if there were 50 to 60 people, they would not be able to use up all these pills before reaching the Martial Emperor realm, let alone 5 to 6 people. Li Lingtian gave the pills to Huang Fuyuan and Tang Qingyue for safekeeping as a way to show their status. After arranging everything, Li Lingtian left the Divine Moon Hall and headed to the other side of the Heavenly River Temple before arriving at the secret chamber. Ling Tian greets the 4 ancestors. Li Lingtian bowed respectfully when he saw the 4 of them meditating with their eyes closed. Yes, your progress is not bad. What's the matter? Xianyuan Yunhe opened his eyes with a satisfied expression. Ling Tian's cultivation base has reached the Martial Emperor realm, and he has mastered many skills. However, he has to go out and train for a period of time. Li Lingtian told them about his intention to go out, but he was not sure about it. It was just a thought. This way, he could give the 4 Xianyuan sages some leeway and show them his respect. This way, the 4 sages could suggest Li Lingtian to go out for training. Although Li Lingtian had already decided on this, it was a different story when it came from the 4 saints. That's right. Your current cultivation is already not bad. It's good for you to go out and experience for a period of time. I won't say anything else. You've done very well. Have you considered the danger of bringing everyone out with you? Xianyuan Yunhe pondered for a moment before he looked at Li Lingtian. I've arranged for Lingtian to bring only 2 people with me this time. This way I can train them. Even if I encounter any problems, it'll be easier for me. As for the rest, just stay in Tianhe Sacred City. I'll be at ease then. Li Lingtian briefly explained his arrangements. He truly believed that the 4 sages of Xianyuan would be considerate of him. That's not bad. As long as the 4 of us are here in Tianhe Sacred City, no one will be able to threaten them. In the divine martial continent, the people who want to threaten our lives have yet to appear. Xianyuan Yunhe nodded in satisfaction. He had nothing to say about Li Lingshan's arrangement. The young man before him had thought of the same thing as he did. He was just giving Li Lingtian a casual reminder in case he did not think of anything. His words were meant to allow Li Lingtian to train outside in peace. After all, he had to worry about his family matters while training outside. There were indeed some things that he could not attend to. Thank you, ancestor. In this case, I can also train outside in peace. Li Lingshan's face cracked into a smile. It was a sincere smile, but it was not pretentious at all. Your wealth is already enough. We have nothing to give you. Go. Remember the courage of the Xianyuan family. Remember that your loved ones are worried. As long as there's life, there's hope. Saving your life is more important. Only by saving your life can you have a chance. Go. Xianyuan Yunhe waved his hand. He had nothing more to teach Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian took his leave and left the secret chamber. He then headed straight to Xianyuan Tianming's residence. Now that Li Lingtian had the token, he could enter and exit any place in Tianhe's sacred city at will. Xianyuan Tianming had asked Xianyuan Yingying to pass the token to Li Lingtian a few days ago. The token was a piece of purple jade, a piece of natural purple jade. However, there were countless formations, restrictions, and carvings on it. These formations, restrictions, and carvings could only be seen by the important figures of the Xianyuan clan. At the front of the token, there was only the word Xianyuan. At the back, there was also the word Lingtian. Li Lingtian realized that his information was all in the token. Moreover, the token was of a high level. According to Xianyuan Yingying, this token could be used by anyone except the 4 Xianyuan sages. After arriving at Xianyuan Tianming's residence, he sent a voice transmission and walked in. "Grandpa." Li Lingtian did not put on an act as he bowed to Xianyuan Tianming, who was seated on the seat. "Have a seat." Xianyuan Tianming had a faint smile on his face as he pointed at the chair beside him. Generally speaking, the people sitting next to him were on equal footing, because this place was not like the main hall or the conference hall. "Grandfather, Ling Tian will be leaving Sky River Sacred City in a few days." Li Lingtian felt a sense of warmth in his heart. A true family was just family. There was no difference in status except in certain occasions. Since Xianyuan Tianming was so casual, he naturally regarded Li Lingtian as a family member. "Alright, that's a good thing. Your cultivation is already very good. You have to train outside. A true expert comes from blood and fire. I won't agree if you stay in Tianhe's sacred city and cultivate rigidly every day." Xianyuan Tianming was elated when he heard Li Lingshan's words. He knew Li Lingshan's entire life. He had walked through death. There was not a single time that he did not come into contact with the Grim Reaper. The danger that Li Lingtian faced was far beyond his own. It was because of this that Li Lingtian was able to become a martial emperor powerhouse at the age of 21. More importantly, Li Lingshan's strength and methods were honed through countless life and death experiences. As a martial emperor powerhouse, even he was not confident that he could defeat Li Lingtian. He could only look up to such heaven-defying method. Grandfather is right. Ling Tian is born with a tough life and is always going against the Grim Reaper. This time, Ling Tian will leave Yu Yen and the others in Tianhe's sacred city. I'll also bring my parents over. This way, Ling Tian won't have to worry about anything else. What does Grandpa think? Li Lingtian smiled. He did not treat Xianyuan Tianming as the family head at all. Instead, he treated Xianyuan Tianming as an elder and a relative. His words were casual and natural. As he said this, he sounded like he was asking for permission. This was also because he had become more and more tactful after his cultivation had increased. Although he understood it in the past, it was difficult to erase it. Now, he understood that posturing was only for a moment. Being awesome was eternal. Being low-key and doing things in a high-profile manner. The divine martial continent was incomparably powerful, so he had to be careful when doing things. Very good. This way, you can do whatever you want with peace of mind. You don't have to be restrained. The old man of the Xianyuan family can't leave Tianhe's sacred city, but no one feels that Tianhe's sacred city is causing trouble. 11-inch we really can't do anything about other places, but it's impossible to cause trouble in Tianhe's sacred city. You can handle these things yourself. Xianyuan Tianming's tone was the same as Xianyuan Yun's. Li Lingtian also understood that the Xianyuan clan's powerhouses in Tianhe's sacred city could not leave the city. No matter what the reason was, as long as there were so many super experts here, Huang Fuyuyan and the others would be safe. Alright, I'll bring my parents over after I cultivate for a while. I won't disturb grandfather then. Li Lingtian stood up and bowed before leaving. Xianyuan Tianming did not say anything. However, when Li Lingtian reached the door, he suddenly recalled something and called out to him. "Oh right, when you go out, if Ying wants to go with you, you can bring her out. This little girl definitely wants to go out with you. As elders, we won't say anything about these things. You guys can handle them yourselves. There's one more thing. The little girl has the bloodline of the Xian Yuan clan. If she doesn't leave Tianhe Sacred City before the age of 20, she'll never be able to leave Tianhe Sacred City. Therefore, the Xian Yuan members of Tianhe Holy City are all top-notch disciples. They either stay in Tianhe Holy City for their entire lives or work hard outside. If they want to return to Tianhe Holy City, they can only reach the 9th heavenly layer of the martial saint realm." Xianyuan Tianming closed his eyes to meditate after he finished speaking and ignored Li Lingtian. Ling Tian understands. Li Lingtian nodded and left. After returning to the Divine Moon Palace, he felt much more relaxed. Although he was going out, he had to wait for a while. During this time, he had to spend time with Huang Fuyuan and Tang Qingyue. After all, he was not sure when he would be back after he went out. I recommend the new book, Ancient Sage Myriad Ancient King. I welcome everyone to read and save it. I also want to vote for it. The new book needs everyone's support. Only with everyone's support can the new book go further. Chapter 495. Leaving Tianhe Sacred City. Li Lingtian only left after cultivating in the Divine Moon Palace for a whole month. During this period of time, other than comprehending some skills and alchemy techniques, he had been accompanying Tang Qingyue and the others. Following that, he left Tianhe Sacred City with Shun Mei and Tang Zimeng. As he left, Li Lingtian did not avoid Xianyuan Yingying. He had planned to wait until he had brought his parents back before agreeing to Xianyuan Yingying's request. However, Xianyuan Yingying was like a demon. He could not win against her at all. He could only bring her away from Tianhe Saint City. After leaving Tianhe Holy City, Li Lingtian conjured a spaceship. The four of them stood on the spaceship, their faces filled with joy. B0X. Come, the outside world is so nice. I'm finally free. Xianyuan Yingying was on the flying ship and was looking at it curiously. Her face was filled with excitement. Li Lingtian, Tang Zimeng, and Shun Mei were as happy as a bird that had been released from its cage. They were all extremely curious. Are you that happy? It seems like someone is restraining you from becoming a human? Li Lingtian said with a smile. Since he had already brought her out, there was no need for them to be so distant. He would definitely have to keep an eye on this girl when they were training in the future. This is my first time leaving Tianhe Sacred City. What do you think? Xianyuan Yingying said happily. Then, her eyes reddened and her voice choked. She didn't know what was going on. What's wrong? Shun Mei asked gently as she held Xianyuan Yingying's little hand. Her face was filled with concern. I've never seen my parents. Grandpa said that I was taken into Tianhe Sacred City when I was just 1 year old. Xianyuan Yingying said softly. She had come to Tianhe Saint City when she was 1 year old, so she naturally couldn't remember her parents. Although the Xianyuan clan doted on her like a treasure and could do whatever they wanted, she could not leave Tianhe Sacred City or see her parents. It's fine. I'll bring you to them after I'm done with my business. Li Lingtian looked at Xianyuan Yingying's mischievous behavior, which gave him a headache. However, now that she was behaving like this, he felt a sense of love for her. He naturally understood that Xianyuan Yingying was just mischievous in front of him. However, when she was elsewhere, she felt lonely. She was a peerless beauty, yet she was lonely. The last time she met Li Lingtian, she had a good impression of him. After Li Lingtian saw her face, she was filled with admiration and became more curious about Li Lingtian. Unexpectedly, Li Lingtian had disappeared for a year. The more she wanted to see Li Lingtian, the more she deliberately attracted Li Lingtian's attention after meeting him. However, the real Xianyuan Yingying was a quiet and peerless beauty. Her temperament was similar to Tang Qingyu's. However, Tang Qingyue was an ice-cold beauty, while Xianyuan Yingying was extremely quiet. As Li Lingtian consoled Xianyuan Yingying, he put his arm around her shoulder with a gentle expression. Really, big brother Lingtian is too good. It was Xianyuan Yingying's first time seeing Li Lingtian show such a gentle expression to her. She had seen this kind of gentleness many times, but this gentleness was something that Li Lingtian only showed to other girls. When it came to her, she could only shake her head speechlessly. Now that she saw Li Lingtian like this, her heart was filled with sweetness. She did not expect to get everything she wanted, but she still yearned for Li Lingtian's gentleness. Now that she had received gentleness, she was naturally excited and happy. Even if it was just a little gentleness, she would be satisfied. It'll take you to enjoy the scenery. If you're tired, you can go in and rest. It'll take more than 10 days to reach East River City. Li Lingtian caressed Xianyuan Yingying's hair. He understood what was wrong with her. This little girl looked relaxed on the surface, but she was lonely on the inside. Moreover, if he did not bring her out this time, she would stay in Tianhe's sacred city for the rest of her life. Yes. Shun Mei and the other two nodded obediently. Tang Ziming moved a chair over and sat on the spaceship to enjoy the scenery of the sky. The sky was still the same as before, but it felt different now. Shun Mei snuggled up to Li Lingtian while Tang Ziming gently massaged his body. Xianyuan Yingying chattered non-stop and Li Lingtian fell asleep without realizing it. The spaceship continued to fly forward. Although this spaceship wasn't the Wargod, it was still a pretty good one. As long as it adjusted its direction, it could continue flying in that direction. With Li Lingtian's current cultivation base, his divine consciousness could monitor everything within 100 miles even when he was sleeping. Moreover, with 3 girls watching, there would naturally be no danger. 2 hours later, the spacecraft arrived at the edge of the ocean. Li Lingtian slowed down the spacecraft and activated the Divine Dragon Ring with his divine consciousness. Longda appeared in front of Li Lingtian with 2 guards who were also level 4 martial emperors. Young Master. Longda stood respectfully at the side as he bowed to Li Lingtian. To East River City. After Li Lingtian said that, he led Shun Mei and the other 2 into the spaceship's room. There were quite a few rooms in the spaceship. Li Lingtian chose the innermost room and placed some restrictions on the few rooms. This way, he would be the first to know if there was any danger. Back in her room, Shun Mei started to tidy up. There were rooms in the flying ship, but she had to tidy them up herself. These things were common for Shun Mei and the others. Shun Mei was overjoyed. When she was with Li Lingtian, she always wanted to be close to him. However, she had other sisters back then. Now that they were alone together, they were naturally happy. Although Tang Ziming was very close to Li Lingtian, they were not close enough. Naturally, they were together when they slept at night. Husband, rest. After Shun Mei tidied up the room and laid the bed, she pulled Li Lingtian and called out to him in a sweet voice. Her face was filled with charm and shyness. The 2 of them fell asleep quietly after their love. Every time Shun Mei did this, she would be exhausted. This was because she had been sent to the clouds by Li Lingtian countless times. Li Lingtian had yet to release her, so he could only help her like this. After the 2 of them were satisfied, they went to bed. It was always like this in the past. However, she had been serving Li Lingtian with Qing Ling and the other 2 during this period of time, so she was not that tired. Chapter 496. Exposed 1. Early the next morning, Li Lingtian was still sleeping. On the spaceship, he didn't cultivate much, so he naturally didn't wake up early. Just as he was sleeping soundly, the restriction was activated. Li Lingtian was shocked and a bitter smile appeared on his face. This restriction was meant for outsiders. It did not affect Tang Ziming and Xianyuan Yingying at all. This was to make it easier for Li Lingtian to protect them. From the fluctuation of the restriction, he naturally knew that someone had come in. The people who came in were naturally Tang Zimeng and Xianyuan Yingying. B0x? He was shocked that two girls had barged in while he was sleeping. Wasn't this just looking for embarrassment? Even though it was autumn, it was not cold at all for them in the spaceship. The two of them did not change their blankets. Naturally, Li Lingtian felt awkward when they were suddenly barged in. It was too late to cover herself with the blanket. Big brother Lingtian, you guys haven't gotten up yet. Tang Ziming's voice rang out. When she finished speaking, she had already arrived in Shun Mei Er's room. There were 3 rooms in this room. The one outside was usually the one for resting. The one in the middle was the bedroom, and the one behind was the cultivation place. Tang Zimeng went into the bedroom without any scruples. Her little face instantly turned red. You guys! Tang Zi dreamed that Li Lingtian and Shun Mei were still on the bed without any clothes or covers. Seeing everything, she cried out in surprise. Instead of shifting her eyes away, she was sizing up Shun Mei and Li Lingtian. Purple Dream, why did you barge in? Meng Meng, turn around. Hurry up. Shun Mei and Li Lingtian shouted at the same time. Li Lingtian was not bothered by it as he was Tang Ziming's fiancé. The two of them were already intimate enough, but they had not reached this stage yet. However, Shun Mei cried out in surprise. Her face was flushed red as she quickly crossed her arms around her chest. Li Lingtian quickly covered the two of them with a blanket with a faint smile on his face. Big brother Lingtian, you're embarrassed too. When you're with big sister and big sister Yuyan, it doesn't seem awkward at all. Big sister Mei you too. We're all girls, and it's not like we've never met before, so why are you still blocking? You wouldn't be like this when you and Qing Ling served big brother Lingtian, right? Tang Zimeng calmed herself down. With a sly smile on her face, she did not turn around. Instead, she walked toward Li Lingtian and came to the bed. With one hand on the bed, she looked at Li Lingtian and Shun Mei. Aren't you ashamed? Hurry up and get out. What do you look like? I'm going to put on my clothes. Li Lingtian was speechless for a moment. Indeed, he was with Qingling and Mei at the same time as Huang Fuyan and Tang Qingyue. It was a little awkward at first, but it was more exciting. However, Tang Zimeng was still a girl after all. When faced with such a situation, Tang Zimeng was not embarrassed, but he was. Yes, Purple Dream. Hurry up and get out. Shun Mei calmed down a little. Although she was embarrassed, she let go of her feelings. They were sisters, so there was no need to be so embarrassed. She secretly smiled in her heart, and the smile on her small face became sly. I won't go out. If you two don't wake up today, I'll call Yingying over. Tang Zimeng giggled. Seeing the expressions of the two of them, she was extremely happy. Then, she retreated. Both Li Lingtian and Tang Zimeng thought that Tang Zimeng was going to leave, and they heaved a sigh of relief. However, when he saw Tang Zimeng's actions, he was speechless. Tang Zimeng leisurely sat on the chair, and looked at Li Lingtian and Shun Mei with admiration. This made Shun Mei and Li Lingtian speechless. Husband, let me help you put on your clothes. Shun Mei smiled as well. She lifted the blanket and exposed her perfect body to the air, ignoring Tang Zimeng who was still looking at her. Then, she took Li Lingshan's clothes and helped him put them on. Li Lingtian smiled as well. He acted as if Tang Zimeng was not there and allowed Shun Mei to do whatever she wanted. Tang Zimeng did not expect this. Even after her exclamation, her eyes were still fixed on the two of them as she kept sizing up Li Lingtian and Shun Mei's bodies. Li Lingshan's body was strong and his strength and beauty were a perfect combination. It was an alluring sight that captivated even the girls. Shun Mei's figure was as perfect as Tang Zimeng's. However, Shun Mei had been developed by Li Lingtian. She was definitely not something a naked girl could compare to as she exuded a mature aura. Tang Zimeng's mind short-circuited. By the time she reacted, Shun Mei had already put on Li Lingshan's shorts and shirt. Tang Ziming had also witnessed Li Lingshan's strength, but she was completely stunned. Shun Meier didn't feel uncomfortable at all. She slowly put on her clothes. You too. But Big Sister Mei Er's figure is really too good. No wonder Big Brother Ling Tian likes it so much. Tang Zi dreamed that the two of them were already dressed, and they were dressed in front of her. After saying that, he quickly ran out and returned to his room. Hee 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 hee. Ha 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 ha. Seeing Tang Ziming like this, the two of them immediately laughed. This girl was really bold. However, a girl was still a girl. Even though she was extremely close to Li Lingtian and had already considered him her husband, she could not take it anymore. When Tang Ziming heard the laughter behind her, she became even more shy and quickly returned to her room. Initially, he wanted to laugh at Li Lingtian and Shun Meier, but he did not expect to fail in the end. The scene just now kept flashing in his mind. Shun Meier's perfect body with a mature aura. It was an aura that girls would never be able to compare to. His elder sister Yu Yan, Shun Meier, and Qing Ling would all become more and more beautiful after being intimate with Big Brother Ling Tian. Could it be because of this? However, the more they thought about it, the more curious they became. Her small face was also red, and her entire body was weak. At the same time, she also felt that when she was being intimate with Big Brother Ling Tian, she was intoxicated. She had a sudden desire, but she wasn't sure what it was, but now she could feel that she just wanted Big Brother Ling Tian's. After a long time, Xianyuan Yingying came to Tang Ziming's room. Seeing Tang Ziming's red face and the lust on her face, they were extremely curious. Then, Tang Ziming recounted everything that she had seen today. Xianyuan Yingying was also extremely curious, and her face was even redder than Tang Ziming's. Li Lingtian and Shun Meier left the room and arrived outside the spaceship. They looked at the dark sky with a worried expression. Young master, should we find a small island to land on? It seems that a storm is coming. If we fly, we will definitely encounter danger. Although Longda didn't need to control the spaceship, he was meditating and cultivating outside the spaceship. This way, he could detect danger at the first moment. When he saw Li Lingtian and the other man coming out, he greeted them respectfully with a pleading expression on his face. We have no choice but to fly. Perhaps we can pass through this area before the storm arrives. It's impossible to find a place to stay in this place. It's simply wishful thinking to look for a place to stay in such a sea area. Speed up. Li Lingtian made his decision without hesitation. Although Longda was loyal, he was on a completely different level compared to Yi Feng in many matters. As Yi Feng had been wandering the world his entire life, the things he had encountered and experienced were incomparable. Longda had only followed Li Lingtian and had not encountered much. Apart from his cultivation base and strength, he had nothing else. This subordinate understands. Longda was convinced that Li Lingtian was right. He had too little experience. He then ordered the ship to speed up. This was a spaceship, not the Wargod. If it was the Wargod, he wouldn't have to worry about the storms in the sea. If a spaceship encountered a storm, it would definitely be destroyed. There were no flying ships above the sea region. Even a martial emperor powerhouse would not dare to cross the sea region easily. Rumble! Walala! The sky was getting darker and darker, with occasional thunderclaps and lightning. When such a thing happened above the sea, the entire sea trembled, giving people a feeling of insignificance. The seawater surged into the sky, just like the previous encounter with the storm cloud beast. Li Lingtian could not help but be more careful. Big Brother Lingtian, what's going on? Did we encounter a storm? This is the first time I've seen a storm. Big Brother Lingtian, do you think this storm is powerful? When Xianyuan Yingying and Tang Ziming arrived outside, they were initially shy and did not dare to look at Li Lingtian. However, they were attracted by the scene outside and forgot about their shyness. As she spoke, her little hands were already wrapped around Li Lingshan's arm. Ever since she saw the gentleness in Li Lingshan's eyes yesterday, Xianyuan Yingying had become more natural. The three ladies leaned against Li Lingtian and looked at the thunder and lightning in the sky. Their faces were filled with fear. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the sky, the wind gradually picked up, and the speed of the spaceship slowed down, completely affecting the flight of the spaceship. Li Lingshan's expression turned grave when he saw this. He quickly scanned the area with his divine perception to see if the storm was caused by the storm cloud beast. Although he had killed a storm cloud beast last time, he could encounter anything in the sea realm. It was normal for a second storm cloud beast to appear. However, after searching for a long time, he did not find any traces of the storm cloud beast. He did not even see any sea beast. This storm was completely caused by nature. If he encountered a storm cloud beast, coupled with his current cultivation, he would naturally be able to fight it. However, they had to be careful when they encountered natural storms. Chapter 497. Wind Lightning God Destroying / You guys go into the Divine Dragon Ring to avoid any danger. Li Lingtian looked at the storm between the sky and the sea and quickly said, if they were to encounter a situation where Kenny was unable to resist, he would be able to adapt to the situation by himself. Alright, big brother Lingtian, be careful. The three ladies nodded. Although they were worried about Li Lingtian, they did not want to be a burden to him. They would be safe once they entered the Divine Dragon Ring. Immediately, Li Lingtian activated the Divine Dragon Ring with his divine consciousness and stored Tang Zimeng and the other two into the Divine Dragon Ring. B0X. Calm after arranging everything, he felt much more at ease. He had nothing to be afraid of in the face of this storm. At most, the spaceship would be destroyed. Even so, it was safer for him to enter the sea. Crash. Crackle. Boom. Boom. The thunder in the sky grew stronger and stronger. The lightning kept striking the ocean in a strange arc, and the spaceship began to shake. Li Lingtian called the two guards into the Divine Dragon Ring before he and Long Da piloted the spaceship. Be careful. Li Lingtian stood proudly on the spaceship as he stared at the lightning in the sky. The thunder and lightning in the sky became more and more intense, gradually forming endless storms. Li Lingtian was shocked when he saw these storms. Usually, there would only be one storm in the sea area. Yet, at this moment, the entire sea area was filled with endless whirlwinds. Kacha! With a crisp sound, the spaceship was hit by a storm and quickly turned into ashes. Li Lingtian and Long Da entered the center of the storm. It was impossible for them to fly as there were countless storms in the sea area. True Dragon Body Protection. The true dragon chi in his entire body circulated, and a light shield appeared on his body. It immediately blocked countless storms, but in an instant the storm destroyed the light shield. The will of the Tao of Water. Li Lingtian shouted softly. The 5 elemental Tao intent was no longer useful in this sea area. Only the water Tao intent could come into contact with the power of the sea area to strengthen himself. Long Da also transformed into a giant dragon, and his powerful defense blocked the storm. Walala the water spirit slowly appeared in the sea area. Li Lingtian was surrounded by endless water spirit chi, and the storm was quickly blocked. Whoosh! With a soft sound, the water-type spirit chi was dispersed by the storm and Li Lingshan's body swayed. The thunderbolts continued to rain down on Li Lingtian as the storm surged forward rapidly. Tens of thousands of storms and endless thunderbolts bombarded Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian was shocked to see such a situation. This storm should have come naturally, but he did not expect it to be directed at him. If the storm was targeted at the strong, it should be directed at Long Da. Now that all the storms were surging towards him, there was actually an empty space around Long Da. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, Li Lingtian could clearly feel his back trembling. It was the god-destroying tempest on his back. He trembled in excitement. He also understood that this storm was originally only encountered occasionally. He did not expect that the wind lightning god slaying slash on his body would trigger all the storms and increase the power of the storm. He also became the center of the storm's attack. Before he could react, the wind thunder god destroying slash had already flown out from his back. The 4-foot-long domineering wind lightning god slaying slash automatically spun in the air. Endless lightning kept striking it. The wind lightning god slaying slash was not destroyed. Instead, it kept absorbing the lightning and the storm in the air. I see. Li Lingtian retreated as the god-destroying tempest spun in front of him. With the tempest, thunder, and lightning targeted at the god-destroying tempest, he was naturally at ease. Rumble! Walala! The endless storm of lightning was continuously absorbed by the wind lightning god extermination slash, surging into it. Li Lingtian was stunned by what he saw. It was a false alarm. Fortunately, he had the wind lightning god destroying slash. Otherwise, he would have to put in a lot of effort when he encountered such a powerful storm. He did not expect to be able to withstand the storm so easily. Rumble! As the last thunderbolt and lightning disappeared, the storm also disappeared, completely absorbed by the wind thunder god-slaying slash. Li Lingtian reached out with one hand and grabbed the god-destroying tempest. He had no way of refining this domineering weapon, so he could only grab it with his bare hand. Otherwise, he would have stored it into his body with his divine consciousness. Shoo! When Li Lingtian caught hold of the god-slaying tempest, he felt a terrifying electric arc coursing through the god-slaying tempest. Caught off guard, he was electrocuted. Fortunately, he had refined the thunderclap wings and had a strong resistance to this lightning. There was no problem at all. The moment his palm came into contact with the wind and thunder god destroying slash, he felt the destructive power. Crash! Boom! Boom! With an impulse in his heart, he grabbed the wind thunder god slaying slash with one hand and swung it fiercely. Instantly, a huge light formed by lightning slashed down. This light was incomparable to the desolate 10 consecutive slashes. However, the light in this area was filled with thunder. The sea was instantly cut in half by this light. 100-mile-long light cut a huge gap in the sea. After a few seconds, the gap was submerged by the sea. Li Lingtian shuddered at the sight of this power. Even if he were to defend himself with all his might, he would not be able to withstand this attack. Even a 9th Heaven Martial Emperor or even a 1st Heaven Martial Saint might not be able to withstand this attack. Pft! Li Lingtian's heart trembled as he spat out a mouthful of blood. He did not expect the god-destroying tempest slash to be so violent that he had used up all his true essence with a casual wave of his hand. Li Lingtian did not panic even though there was no true essence left in his body. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed the will of the water. Spirit chi surged from the boundless sea area and quickly transformed into true essence. Li Lingtian's true essence recovered a little. His body floated steadily in the air. With a flick of his divine sense, another flying ship appeared. Naturally, the destruction of the spaceship was not a big deal. In Li Lingtian's divine dragon ring, there was a storage bag that could not be searched. Martial Grandmasters, Martial Emperors, and Martial Supremes had flying treasures like spaceships in their storage bags. After taking out the flying ship, he steered it and landed on it. The storm disappeared and the sky was quiet. There were no clouds in the sky. The storm just now seemed to be an illusion. Li Lingtian took a look at the god-destroying tempest before he carried it on his back. He handed the spaceship to Longda before summoning 2 Martial Emperor guards. After arranging everything, he entered the room of the flying ship and called out to the 3 girls. The storm is gone." Xianyuan Yingying was shocked when she saw that the storm had disappeared. It was her first time seeing such a storm, so she was naturally very curious. "Husband, why is there nothing in our room?" Shun Mei looked at the empty room and was stunned. The storm destroyed the spaceship. This spaceship is new. You guys tidy it up, Li Lingtian said calmly before he began to meditate and rest. Although he was not injured earlier, his true essence had been drained by the god-destroying tempest in an instant. His mind was shaken and he needed to recuperate. Yes, let me wipe it for you. There's still blood on the corner of your mouth. You must have been injured just now. Tang Zimeng took out a silk handkerchief and wiped away the blood at the corner of Li Lingshan's mouth. Initially, Li Lingtian had wiped it away, but some of it still appeared after he spoke. After that, the three of them chose their own rooms. Although there was no need to tidy up their rooms after the storm just now, the three girls were used to it. They made their rooms look like the boudoir of a young girl from a small family. Big brother Lingtian, let's stay together today. After Tang Zimeng tidied up the room, she came to Li Lingshan's side and spoke softly. The two of them were already very close, but they didn't do that kind of thing. This was already very good. However, she did not expect to see Li Lingtian and Shun Mei on the bed this morning. Her mind wandered back to her room, and she was extremely curious about this. She did not want to wait any longer, nor did she want to suppress herself like before. Yes. Then you cultivate first. Well, cultivate today. Li Lingtian left the room as soon as he finished speaking. He picked an empty room and began cultivating. After regulating his breathing for an hour, his mind stabilized. Then, he cultivated the heaven and earth reincarnation technique and the true dragon body barrier, and comprehended the 5 elements Tao intent. After a few hours, everything was back to normal. Li Lingtian picked up the god-slaying tempest beside him curiously and examined it carefully. Today, the god-slaying tempest had obtained the tempest and thunderbolt, which had shown some of its power. However, Li Lingtian was unable to tame or refine it. The wind thunder god extermination / was still the same as before. There were no changes. There was a little more wind and lightning aura on it, but nothing else. Even if he used his consciousness and the spell he refined, he wouldn't be able to improve the wind thunder god extermination / He didn't know how long he would have to wait to refine this wind thunder god extermination / After a day there was no progress at all. Li Lingtian also left the room and went to Tang Zimeng's room. Tang Zimeng was fine during the day as she cultivated. However, at night, her heart was thumping non-stop. Although her sisters used to have sex with Li Lingtian every night and they were excited and curious, Li Lingtian had to be careful every time he was intimate with her. He would always stop at a certain time. It made her desire stronger and stronger. When she saw Shun Mei and Li Lingtian in bed this morning, her heart was in turmoil as she imagined herself being together with Li Lingtian. She had even told Li Lingtian today that she wanted to stay with him, and he did not reject her. Now, her heart was beating even faster, and her face was red. Creak! With a slight sound, the door of the room opened. Tang Zimeng's heart raced and she was at a loss. In the past, she was always relaxed and happy in front of Li Lingtian. She did not feel restrained at all, and she even looked forward to Li Lingtian playing with her. However, she was feeling very uneasy now. Chapter 498 Sick? Little girl, what's wrong? Li Lingtian walked into the room and was stunned when he saw Tang Zimeng's flushed face. Martial artists should not be sick. Moreover, Tang Zimeng was a martial arts grandmaster, so naturally she would not be sick. However, Tang Zimeng looked like she had a cold and a fever. So he asked with concern. He reached out and touched Tang Zimeng's forehead. It was normal. Big brother Lingtian. B0x? Calm. Tang Zimeng's heart was filled with sweetness when she saw Li Lingshan's concerned and anxious expression. However, her face was still flushed. Are you sick? Li Lingtian was indeed worried. They were in the sea area and he might really be sick. I'm fine. Tang Zimeng's heart was filled with sweetness. She quickly shifted her body to let Li Lingtian sit down. Her heart gradually calmed down. Li Lingshan's question had made her forget about her shyness. After all, they were together every day. She was just too nervous just now, so it was only natural for her to be like this. It's good that you're fine. Although Li Lingtian was confused, it was a good thing as long as Tang Zimeng was not sick. Naturally, he did not know that it was because of Tang Zimeng's shyness. It was natural for the two of them to be together. After all, he was Tang Zimeng's fiancé, and they had been together for a long time. He had never seen Tang Zimeng blush in front of him before, so he thought that she was sick. Yes. Li Lingtian sat by the bed and habitually pulled Tang Zimeng into his arms. Tang Zimeng was used to it too. However, this time, her face was even redder and she dared not look up at Li Lingtian. Ha 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 ha. When Li Lingtian saw Tang Zimeng's expression, he immediately understood what was going on. Tang Zimeng was blushing because she was shy. Otherwise, she would not have made such a commotion. Big brother Lingtian, you're bullying Meng Meng. When Tang Zimeng heard Li Lingshan's smile, she became even more shy. She leaned weakly into Li Lingshan's arms and pressed her head against his chest, afraid to look at him. How could I bear to bully Meng Meng? Li Lingtian gently hooked Tang Zimeng's chin as he looked at her with a serious and gentle gaze. Li Lingtian woke up early the next morning. After waking up, he looked at Tang Zimeng's beautiful face and perfect figure. He was furious, but he had to endure it now. Yes. While Li Lingtian was admiring her perfect body, Tang Zimeng moaned softly and her eyes opened slightly. She did not feel anything when she noticed Li Lingtian by her side. However, when she suddenly realized that she was not wearing any clothes, she immediately felt shy. In the past, when she was intimate with Li Lingtian, she would sleep in Li Lingshan's arms when she was tired. She had just woken up and thought that it was the same as before. She did not fully react, but when she did, her face was extremely red. However, when she saw the gentle smile on Li Lingshan's face, she felt a little calmer. However, when she thought about what had happened last night, she was still shy, but more than that, she felt happy and satisfied. She did not expect to be so blissful and comfortable with Li Lingtian. Big brother Lingtian. Tang Zimeng relaxed a little and rested her head on Li Lingshan's chest. The plump and powerful twin peaks were pressed tightly against Li Lingtian. The smooth and soft feeling made Li Lingtian extremely excited. Does it still hurt? Li Lingtian asked gently as he hugged Tang Zimeng. After all, it was Tang Zimeng's first time and she must still be in pain. As a man, he naturally had to care about his woman. Otherwise, he would be a beast. However, he did not know that this question made Tang Zimeng even more shy. The book review started. The Supreme Wargod had 100,000 readers. 1 comment per person was enough. For every 100 comments, 1 comment would be added. Immediately comment, immediately add more. Chapter 499. Do you really want to hear it? 1 The next day, the two of them dressed up and left the room. When they came out, they saw Shun Meier coming out as well. When Tang Zimeng saw Shun Meier, her face instantly turned red, as if someone had seen through her. Meng Meng, you're still shy. How was last night? Do you know what a real woman is now? When Shun Meier saw Li Lingtian and Tang Zimeng coming out, she did not hold Li Lingshan's arm this time. Instead, she held Tang Zimeng's arm and whispered into her ear. After saying that, he immediately giggled. B0x? Calm. Tang Zimeng's little face turned red immediately. Even if she was with Li Lingtian, she would be too embarrassed to say or face such a thing. Furthermore, she was embarrassed to be mentioned by her other sister. She was a girl who had tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time. How could she withstand Shun Meier's teasing? For a moment, she wished she could find a hole to hide in. You Meng Meng, it's your first time and you're still laughing at her like this. Be careful tonight. When Li Lingtian saw Tang Zimeng's bashful expression, He turned to look at Shun Mei with an evil smile on his face. Tang Ziming naturally could not stand it when she heard such a thing in front of him. Humph, I'm not afraid. At most, I'll serve you with Meng Meng. How about that? When Shun Mei was with Li Lingtian, she was less shy. Now that she was teasing Tang Ziming, she naturally pretended to be calm. Her heart was melting and her body was weak. She felt like she was floating in the clouds when she was with Li Lingtian. The feeling of comfort was indescribable. Sister Mei, don't laugh at Meng Meng now. In the future, Meng Meng won't be afraid anymore. But big brother Ling Tian was very gentle last night. Tang Ziming did not show any weakness. Since there were only 3 of them together now, even if she was shy, she was not afraid. As she spoke, her small face revealed a blissful expression because last night was indeed very comfortable. It was so comfortable that one could not help but moan, and their souls flew up into the 9 heavens. 2 girls saying such words in front of him, this was more tempting than anything else. He felt a sense of accomplishment and pride. The 3 of them came out of the spaceship and looked at the cloudless sky and the vast sea. They were all in a good mood. Shun Mei and Tang Ziming each held one of Li Lingshan's arms as they snuggled up to him. Meng Meng. You look even more beautiful today than yesterday. You're so beautiful. I feel like your aura has changed. Do you have any secret? Tell me, hurry up. At this moment, Xianyuan Yingying walked over. She liked to play with Tang Ziming and Ji the most, so she naturally came to Tang Ziming's place. However, when she saw Tang Ziming's temperament and some changes, she was extremely curious. She felt that Tang Ziming had changed. She had become more beautiful and radiant. She was obviously more elegant than yesterday. Do you really want to hear it? Tang Ziming had let go of him as well. Her little face was flushed red as she hugged Li Lingshan's arm with her little hands. She looked at Xianyuan Yingying with a sly smile. Of course. Are we still good sisters? Xianyuan Yingying was stunned. She felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't figure out what it was. She looked at Tang Ziming seriously, waiting for her to tell her. I was with big brother Ling Tian yesterday, so it's only natural that it's like this. Look at Mei, my big sister, Qing Ling, and big sister Yu Yan, they're all like this. Do you want to try? Tang Ziming let go of Li Lingshan's arm and pulled Xianyuan Yingying to the side. She spoke softly with a shy and blissful expression on her face. She even looked at Li Lingtian as she spoke. What? Meng Meng, aren't you embarrassed about your relationship with big brother Ling Tian? How is it? How does it feel? Xianyuan Yingying exclaimed, but she quickly covered her mouth and said softly. Her face was already extremely red. However, she was even more curious. Shy and curiosity were fighting in her heart. The 2 of them had the best relationship and almost said everything. If that was the case, he naturally wanted to know. I was also shy at the start, but am already husband and wife with big brother Ling Tian. We've been intimate before, but we just didn't do that. When I think about how I'm big brother Ling Tian's woman, I won't be so shy anymore. Big brother Ling Tian was very gentle last night, and it made me so comfortable that I even moaned. This kind of feeling is something that I couldn't imagine in the past, and girls will never be able to experience. Tang Ziming spoke softly as she looked at Li Lingtian from time to time. Her eyes were filled with happiness and gentleness. Xianyuan Yingying was stunned. Was it really that comfortable? However, the 2 of them were good sisters, so they naturally believed Tang Ziming's words. They were also curious. What was so comfortable about this? Moreover, he heard that the first time was very painful. You're so embarrassed. Don't say any more. Are you still embarrassed? I'm not going to try it. If you want to feel comfortable, you can do it alone. However, if you have sex with big brother Ling Tian in the future, tell me how you did it. Xianyuan Yingying blushed and quickly stopped Tang Ziming from continuing. However, she asked Tang Ziming to tell her about love. The 2 of them spoke softly. After a long time, they walked over to Li Lingshan's side. Naturally, Li Lingtian and Shun Meier knew what Tang Ziming and Xianyuan Yingying were talking about. The two of them did not point it out. After all, it was Tang Ziming's first time and Xianyuan Yingying was a girl. They could not say anything. The flying ship was also flying at high speed. After the last storm, they did not encounter any danger. After 10 days, the spaceship finally arrived at the shore. After coming to the shore and leaving the spaceship, it felt really good to be on solid ground. They rested for a while and flew quickly toward East River City. In the past few days, Li Lingtian had been accompanying Tang Ziming. Tang Ziming had gotten used to it and was no longer in pain. She had also gradually learned to enjoy the pleasure of being a woman and was slowly serving Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian enjoyed himself while Tang Ziming served him. Even if she was inexperienced, she still gave him a feeling that his soul was soaring. Soon, both of them would reach the clouds at the same time. This is the second update. Where are the reviews? What about monthly votes? Chapter 500. Li Lingtian's identity. After leaving the ocean, Li Lingtian led the three girls and flew toward East River City at a moderate pace. In the Tianhe zone, he was naturally not afraid of anything. If he was afraid of anything in his own territory, it would be a joke. He was now a member of the Xianyuan clan, and the entire Tianhe region belonged to the Xianyuan clan. In a day, they arrived at East River City. After returning to East River City, the first thing they did was to go to the small world. This place was the most heartwarming place. After resting in the pocket dimension for 2 days, Li Lingtian brought Xianyuan Yingying and the others to East River City. B0x. Calm, however, Li Lingtian asked East River Qinyun and the other two to come out after they entered the East River Plaza. After all, they were in his territory, so it was only natural for him to return their freedom. Your Excellency, Pill Saint. The three of them bowed to Li Lingtian as soon as they came out. They did not realize that they were already in East River City. When we arrive at East River City, let's go to the main hall first and announce the rankings of East River City this time. Li Lingtian nodded and headed deep into the Eastern River City's plaza. Finally, he passed through the passageway and the teleportation portal to the front of the hall. However, East River Qinyun and the other two were puzzled. The announcement of the rankings was usually made by people from Tianhe Holy City. Could it be that Li Lingtian was allowed to make the announcement at the same time? None of the three of them voiced their doubts as they followed Li Lingtian to the main hall. On his way back, Li Lingtian had already informed the 10 great elders and the 2 castellans. They were all waiting in the main hall. Greetings, elders and city lord. Li Lingtian came to the center of the hall and greeted the 10 great elders and the 2 castellans. However, he did not bow this time. The 10 great elders, the 2 city lords, and East River Qinyun were stunned by the situation. They did not know what Li Lingtian was up to. Please take a seat, Alchemy Saint. Although Dong Hayu was confused and somewhat angry, Li Lingtian was a sacred alchemist after all, and he dared not offend him. Moreover, he felt that something was wrong. He could not tell what was wrong. I hereby announce the rankings of the Tianhe Zone competition. Li Lingtian did not take a seat. Instead, he looked at Dong Hayu with a faint smile on his face. What? Your Excellency, Alchemy Saint, is announcing the rankings for this competition? Only the people in Tianhe Sacred City can announce this. Your Excellency, what is this? The 10 elders and the 2 city lords exclaimed. Although there were only 4 cities and 4 families in the Tianhe region, they were all under the jurisdiction of Tianhe Sacred City. Furthermore, the Tianhe region was extremely powerful. Even the Azure Continent, the Green Continent, and the Serenity Continent could not compare to it. This was also the reason why the 4 cities of Tianhe region respected Tianhe Sacred City. Tianhe Sacred City was like the Supreme Emperor's throne, and no one dared to disobey it. Now that Li Lingtian was going to announce the ranking of the competition, some people were in disbelief. "City Lord East River, please take a look." Li Lingtian waved his hand and a token flew toward Dong Hu. Although only the core members of the Xian Yuan clan could recognize his token, the city lords of the 4 major cities and the 10 great elders in the Tianhe zone could recognize it. Everyone was extremely curious and stared at the token in Dong He's hand. It was a dark green jade token. Dong Hu was puzzled as well. He looked curiously at the jade token that Li Lingtian tossed over and studied it carefully. Suddenly, Dong He's expression changed and his body trembled, as if he had seen a ghost. The hand holding the jade plate also trembled, as if he was holding a hot potato. The 10 elders were shocked when they saw Dong He's expression. They did not know what could make the 8th Heaven Martial Emperor City Lord so afraid. Their eyes were also looking at Li Lingtian, but Li Lingtian had a faint smile on his face, and they could not tell what was going on. Subordinate Dong Hu greets young master. Dong He's body trembled as he quickly got down from the throne. He knelt down on one knee and bowed, but he didn't dare to stand up. He stuttered. His body was still trembling, and his face was extremely pale. This was because he saw the engraving on the token. The token was equivalent to the Xianyuan clan patriarch, and Li Lingtian's name was on it. Although his surname wasn't Li, he had the name Xianyuan, and the last 2 words were also Lingtian. Wasn't this Xianyuan Lingtian? The young master of the Xianyuan family was also a supreme existence in the Tianhe district. As the city lord of East River City, he was appointed by the Xianyuan family. Naturally, he knew some things about the Xianyuan family. He did not expect to see the young master of the Xianyuan family here. He also didn't expect the genius alchemy saint to be a member of the Xianyuan family. No wonder he was so powerful. Get up. Only you know my identity. Although Li Lingtian's voice was plain, Dong Hu could feel the supreme pressure emanating from him. This was a supreme existence. Thank you, young master. Dong Hu returned the jade token to Li Lingtian with a respectful expression. Fortunately, they did not offend Li Lingtian in East River City. Otherwise they would be doomed. At this moment the 10 great elders, the vice city lord, and East River Qingyun were all stunned. All of this had completely exceeded their imaginations. They would not think that Dong Hu had gone mad if even the powerful city lord had to bow to Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian shook the token and kept it. Greetings, young master. Greetings, young master. Although it was just a flash, everyone present was a supreme martial emperor powerhouse. Their divine senses were incomparably powerful. Naturally, they could clearly see everything on the token. At this point, they were already numb, but they did not show any disrespect as they quickly saluted Li Lingtian. No need for formalities. Today, I announce that East River City will be the champion of this competition. The other cities will be pushed back. Li Lingtian replied calmly as he glared at the 10 great elders and the 2 city lords. His words were undoubtedly an imperial edict because he represented the Xianyuan family. He was a member of the Xianyuan family and the young master of the Xianyuan family. His words were an imperial edict. However, Li Lingtian was surprised as well. He did not expect the token to be so magical, and he did not expect himself to be the young master of the Xianyuan family. With such an identity, it was naturally very easy to do things. He was surprised, but he quickly calmed down. The higher the status, the heavier the burden. This is my sister, Xianyuan Yingying. This is my wife, Shun Mei and Tang Zimeng. As Li Lingtian stood there, the others did not dare to sit down. They were all extremely nervous, but Li Lingtian took his previous seat. Dong Hu had ordered 2 extra seats for Xianyuan Yingying and Shun Mei. After taking their seats, he introduced Xianyuan Yingying and Shun Mei. Princess Yingying? Everyone was stunned for a moment, and their faces were obviously filled with surprise. They all knew that the Xianyuan family had a princess who was doted on like a treasure, but no one had seen this princess before. They didn't expect that she would actually come here. "Greetings, Princess Yingying." Everyone bowed again, their faces full of amazement. At first, they were so confused by Li Lingshan's incident that they did not notice Xianyuan Yingying. However, now that they had noticed her, they were instantly stunned. Such a beauty was hard to find even in the divine martial continent. The princess of the Xianyuan family was indeed peerless. With this identity, who else could be worthy of her? Only this alchemy saint could be worthy of her. In the big families, although they all had the same surname, they were separated by countless generations and no longer had any blood relations. Although Xianyuan Yingying was mischievous in front of Li Lingtian, she was like a princess who stood high above others in the face of such a situation. Her expression was calm and she merely nodded in response to the salutations. In this way, not only did others not think that Xianyuan Yingying was arrogant, but they also felt that Xianyuan Yingying was extremely noble. "Greetings, young madam." Since she was Li Lingshan's wife, she naturally had a high status. Furthermore, Li Lingshan's two wives were peerless beauties who were not inferior to Xianyuan Yingying. They were all stunning, but no one dared to have any bad thoughts. If they had any bad thoughts, they would be courting death. Naturally, Shun Mei and Tang Zimeng were elated. There was nothing happier than Li Lingtian declaring them his wives in front of others. "After I return this time, there won't be many chances for me to come back in the future. At least I've lived here for a while. If you need anything, go to Tianhe Saint City to find me." Li Lingtian saw that these powerhouses were restless, and he did not want to stay here any longer lest they feel uneasy. Then, he stood up and walked out with Xianyuan Yingying and the other two. "Young master!" East River Qingyun shouted as he watched Li Lingtian leave. He was completely stunned by what had just happened. He did not expect Li Lingtian to be the young master of the Xianyuan family. If he were to follow Li Lingtian, his future would be bright. Even if he had to die as a guard, it would be worth it. Yingxiao and Duanmu you wanted to follow him, but they did not receive a reply from Li Lingtian. "I'm still staying in the small world for a few days. If I've decided, I'll look for Longda. I don't want to care about these things." Li Lingtian spoke as he walked, but he did not turn his head. He looked extremely carefree. Surrounded by three peerless beauties, it made people envious. Soon, the three of them disappeared from everyone's sight and had already left the hall. After Li Lingtian left the main hall, he was not in a hurry to return to the pocket dimension. Instead, he found Yifeng. "This subordinate greets young master." Yifeng came before Li Lingtian and bowed respectfully. Following that, he bowed to Xianyuan Yingying and the other two ladies. Although he did not know Xianyuan Yingying's identity, he knew that those who followed Li Lingtian must be of extraordinary status. "Send the people I brought into the small world. Also, prepare the Wargod. We are going to Tianhe Holy City," Li Lingtian said calmly with a calm expression. "This subordinate will go and prepare." Yifeng was extremely excited. The legendary Tianhe region was a supreme holy land. He did not expect to go to Tianhe region this time. "Don't expose yourself. Send them into the small world as soon as possible." After Li Lingtian finished speaking, he headed toward a courtyard not far away. P.S. This is the third chapter. I wish you all a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Chapter 501. Family Reunion. The courtyard was quiet, but Li Lingtian was excited. He had not seen his parents for nearly 2 years. Although they lived in the same place, they could not see each other. Now, his parents could finally reunite. The family members he brought with him previously were scattered around East River City. Li Lingtian knew where his parents lived, and there were countless powerhouses protecting them in secret. However, he did not dare to come here for fear of threatening his parents. Shun Mei, Xianyuan Yingying, and Tang Zimeng were also extremely excited. Xianyuan Yingying wanted to see Li Lingshan's parents, while Tang Zimeng and Shun Mei wanted to meet their mother-in-law. Even though they had met before, they missed her dearly after 2 years. Mother, father. B0x. Calm. When Li Lingtian arrived at the courtyard, he saw Li Suifeng and his wife, as well as Tang Zicheng and his wife chatting in the courtyard. He immediately shouted out happily, "Tian." Li Suifeng and his wife were overjoyed when they saw Li Lingshan's group of 4. Even though Li Lingtian was already 22 years old, Qin Susu still regarded him as her son no matter how old he was. She hugged Li Lingtian in her arms. However, they soon parted ways because Li Lingtian wanted to greet Tang Zicheng and his wife. Father, mother. Li Lingtian bowed to Tang Zicheng and his wife. Although Tang Zimeng and Tang Qinyue did not hold a wedding ceremony with Li Lingtian, they knew about their relationship and had changed their tune a long time ago. Tian is back, not bad. Tang Zicheng and Lan Ping were overjoyed. They were both satisfied with Li Lingshan's performance as a son-in-law and half a son. Since both of his daughters were married to Li Lingtian, he was naturally satisfied with Li Lingtian. He would be the one to rely on in the future. More importantly, both of his daughters liked Li Lingtian. Mother, father. All of you only cared about big brother Lingtian and forgot about your daughter. Tang Zimeng leaned against Qin Susu and pouted. She looked cute and mischievous, which made them laugh. You wild girl, you still know that we are your parents? Tang Zicheng smiled with a kind expression. He couldn't do anything about his precious daughter. Mother, father, uncle, auntie, Xianyuan Yingying, big brother Ling Tian's younger sister. Xianyuan Yingying also bowed to Li Suifeng and his wife obediently, and then to Tang Zicheng and his wife. She had a smile on her little face, and the few people who looked at her liked her very much. They were all surprised. They did not expect such a beautiful and cute girl. She was no different from Tang Zimeng, and she had a mysterious aura that Tang Zimeng did not have. Father, mother. Shun Mei also bowed obediently. For a moment, the entire courtyard was filled with laughter. Li Lingtian, on the other hand, was left alone. The 3 girls chattered non-stop, causing Li Suifeng and his wife and Tang Zicheng and his wife to laugh non-stop. They were all extremely happy. Brat, are you going to stand aside? Li Suifeng snapped when he saw Li Lingtian standing aside. Father, mother, this is Xianyuan Yingying, the princess of the Xianyuan family in Tianhe Sacred City. I also joined the Xianyuan clan, and became a member of the Xianyuan clan. Li Lingtian introduced Xianyuan Yingying to Li Suifeng and his wife, as well as Tang Zicheng and his wife. He also told them about his own affairs. He didn't expect Li Suifeng and his wife to be so meaningless. His son knew what he was doing. Besides, the Xianyuan family was the master of the surnames in the world. All the surnames in the world came from the Xianyuan family. Xianyuan was like the ancestor of the human race. Mother, big brother Ling Tian likes to bully Yingying. Xianyuan Yingying approached Qin Susu and pointed at Li Lingtian as she pouted. Yingying, don't be afraid. If he bullies you again, I'll spank him. Only I can control this kid. Qin Susu looked at Xianyuan Yingying's expression, and she could not help but like her. Naturally, she could tell that Xianyuan Yingying liked Li Lingtian, and she wanted to see her son marrying such a beautiful girl into his family. When he spoke, he was also biased towards Xianyuan Yingying and encouraged her. Mother, I'm already so old, yet you still want to hit me. Besides, when did I dare to bully this little girl? Li Lingtian looked wronged, but his heart was filled with warmth. It felt good to have a mother's love. No matter what difficulties or dangers they encountered outside, they would always have a home to rely on. You are bullying me. Xianyuan Yingying pouted. She was not willing to admit defeat and insisted that Li Lingtian bullied her. All right then. I'll bully you then. Let's see what you can do. Li Lingtian smiled and did not argue with Xianyuan Yingying anymore. However, it felt good to bicker like this. Big brother Ling Tian, I was just joking. I know that big brother Ling Tian likes me the most, so I won't bully me, right? Xianyuan Yingying was stunned when she heard Li Lingshan's words. She quickly let go of Qin Susu's hand and ran to Li Lingshan's side. She hugged Li Lingshan's arm with her little hand and said coquettishly. It was a completely different story from before. At first, she had accused Li Lingtian of bullying her, but now she was trying to curry favor with Li Lingtian. This made everyone laugh. They all liked Xianyuan Yingying. Alright, father, mother, pack up first. Well, stay in the small world for 2 days before returning to Tianhe Sacred City. L1 Lingtian waited for a while before he told Li Suifeng and his wife to pack up and head to the pocket dimension. Although he wasn't afraid of anything outside, it wouldn't be good if he encountered danger with his parents here. He had to return to the small world as soon as possible so that he could be a little safer. Then, they quickly packed their things. They were about to leave this place. They knew what Li Lingtian was worried about, so they did not linger. Soon, Li Lingtian led the group back to the pocket dimension. Not long after they returned to the pocket dimension, the rest of the group had arrived. Nangong Mingwei and her daughter were also going to the small world. Every time Nangong Mingwei saw Li Lingtian, she would give him a strange look. The girls around Li Lingtian were all peerless beauties. This time, Xianyuan Yingying was even more stunning than her. She was surprised that there were other beautiful girls in this world besides Ji Yi and Tang Zimeng. You guys can stay here for 2 days. I'll settle some things before taking you to Tianhe Saint City. You'll be safe there. After that, everyone settled down temporarily in the small world. They were all martial artists. Although their cultivation was not high, they were still martial artists. They were naturally used to living in the wild. Moreover, the small world was extremely safe. There were also some pavilions. It was good to stay for a few days. They were overjoyed by this arrangement and were grateful to Li Lingtian. They knew that it was all because of Tang Zimeng and Tang Qingyue. However, the Qin and Li families were satisfied. Naturally, they were proud to have a junior like Li Lingtian. Tian, do you have something to do? At night, after everyone had settled down, Li Lingtian brought Shun Mei and the other two to Li Suifeng and his wife's house. Li Suifeng did not say anything during the day, but he knew that Li Lingtian must have other plans. Now that there were no outsiders around, he naturally had to ask. At the same time, Tang Zicheng and his wife were also there. After all, they were Tang Zimeng and Tang Qingyu's parents. Li Lingtian was as important to them as their own son. Father, it's actually nothing much. After all, it's too dangerous in East River City. If we go to Tianhe Sacred City, Tian will be at ease. In Tianhe Sacred City, no one dares to cause trouble. You can cultivate in peace there. Tian indeed has a lot of things to deal with. In the divine martial continent, one will never be able to control one's own destiny unless one becomes an omnipotent expert. Therefore, after Tian settled you all down, he went to the Black Continent and the Serenity Continent to deal with some things. Li Lingtian knew that he could not hide it from his parents, but he had no intention of hiding anything. Warriors in the divine martial continent were driven by their own will, and they were always pursuing power. Only by becoming a true expert could he protect his loved ones. Although I can't give you anything, I will silently support you. A man has ambitions. As long as you remember that you have a wife and parents, you have to know one thing. As long as there's life, there's hope. As long as you protect yourself, you can achieve anything and protect your loved ones. I'm proud to have you as my son. Li Sufeng's face was filled with satisfaction. Although Li Lingshan's cultivation had reached a level beyond his imagination, it did not stop him from taking the risk. With Li Lingshan's cultivation base, he could easily become the overlord of a region and live a peaceful life if he wanted to. However, Li Lingtian had the heart of a powerhouse, and no one could stop him from advancing. A person was not proud of how strong they were, but of how strong their juniors were. Seeing that their juniors could surpass them and become superior to others was the wish of a parent, and also the pride of a parent. That's right, Suifeng is right. A man should have ambition. Tian Er's achievements today have exceeded our expectations. We also encourage you to become a person above others and control your own destiny. We don't have much future in this life, but with Tian Er around, we're happy and satisfied to see Tian Er grow up. What Suifeng said is also what we have to say. No matter what, we have to protect ourselves. Tang Zicheng answered seriously. He had watched Li Lingtian grow up with his own eyes. He had also fulfilled his wish. He had always thought that he had let his daughter down by allowing her to marry into the distant Song continent. However, he did not expect Li Lingtian to save Tang Qingyue. They were gratified that both of their daughters liked Li Lingtian. Naturally, the happiness of his two daughters rested on Li Lingtian. As an elder, he had to consider his children's happiness and their future. They were well aware of Li Lingxian's talent. No one in this world could stop him. Add a fourth chapter, you need a review. Add 100 reviews and one more chapter. Flower Drop thanks all the readers for their support. I'm giving out red packets during the new year. Starting from February 10, 2015, I'll give out red packets ranging from 1 to 500 yuan every night at 8 p.m. Group ID 315772906422751359. You have to join the group to get a red packet. Chapter 502, Li Lingxian's Plan 1. If Tian Er knows about this, he won't be as superficial as before. He will think twice before acting and plan before deciding. Li Lingtian nodded. Only his family would be so concerned about his comfort. She felt warm in her heart and had a smile on her face. This was the feeling of home. By the way, if you go out, will you bring Meng Meng and the others? Li Suifeng looked at Li Lingtian before shifting his gaze to Tang Zimeng and the rest. It would be inappropriate if he did not bring them along, but it would be inconvenient if he did. Updated on B0x 0VL. Every time I go out, I only bring 2 or 3 people and some guards. It won't take long for me to go out. I can bring Meng Meng and the others with me so that they can grow stronger. Then, they can protect themselves. Li Lingtian voiced out his thoughts. If it was anyone else, he would not have said this. However, his parents were concerned about him and he had to say it so that they would not worry. You're doing well. You have your own plans and arrangements. We won't say anything. Li Suifeng nodded in agreement with Li Lingxian's arrangement. Following that, Li Lingtian gave a brief account of what happened in Tianhe Holy City. As long as they did not leave Tianhe Holy City, they would not be a threat. He also had to pay attention to some of the Xianyuan family's rules. It was necessary to know these. The few of them chatted for a long time before Li Lingtian brought Tang Zimeng and the others back to their place of residence. Although there were pavilions, they preferred to live in caves. This was because there was a different world in the cave. Moreover, there was fire-type spiritual qi inside, which was just right for resting. After the 3 of them returned to the cave, Xianyuan Yingying pestered Tang Zimeng, which made her extremely bored. She wanted to sleep with Li Lingtian, but Xianyuan Yingying pestered her on purpose. Yingying, go back to sleep. We need to rest. Li Lingtian did not have any qualms. After all, he had already experienced what happened with Tang Zimeng. Naturally, he was not afraid of Xianyuan Yingying laughing at him. Xianyuan Yingying wanted to make fun of Tang Zimeng. Now that he said that, her little trick was useless. Big brother Lingtian, you're really bored. Must big sister Meng Meng sleep with you? Xianyuan Yingying looked at Tang Zimeng as she spoke. She wanted to see Tang Zimeng's shy face. Tang Zimeng blushed when she heard the conversation between the two of them. However, she was excited and filled with anticipation. Having tasted the forbidden fruit for the first time, she could not get enough of it. She wanted to be by Li Lingshan's side all the time. What's wrong? Do you want to follow me too? Go to sleep. Li Lingtian was in a bad mood. He reached out and pinched Xianyuan Yingying's little face with an evil smile on his face. Big brother Ling Tian, you only know how to bully Yingying. Xianyuan Yingying's face turned red as she fled back to her room. Li Lingtian, on the other hand, went to a water source in the cave shyly. The water source was warm like a hot spring. Li Lingtian and the others had already discovered this place, and they had all washed up here. In the end, Li Lingtian constructed a pool that was 20 square meters in size. The edge of the pool was only 2 feet deep, and the deepest part was only 1 person deep. It was a pleasure to bathe inside. In the past, Li Lingtian, Tang Qingyue and the rest would come to bathe together. Tang Zimeng came along with Ge, but she only came when Li Lingtian was cultivating to avoid being seen. Even though they were not afraid of Li Lingtian seeing them, they were not used to being seen by others since they had not become real women. Li Lingtian held Tang Zimeng's little hand with a gentle expression on his face. Big brother Lingtian. Naturally, Tang Zimeng knew where Li Lingtian was taking her. She used to know that Li Lingtian would shower here with her sister, but now that she was here, she felt shy and excited. It's okay. You'll get used to it. You'll like it when the time comes. Li Lingtian had a smile on his face. Following the person he liked was a form of love in the room, but it was even more romantic outside. Besides, there were no outsiders in this place, not even Shun Mei and Xianyuan Yingying. This place was no different from a room. Tang Zimeng helped Li Lingtian clear his mind. Li Lingtian carried Tang Zimeng and quickly returned to the room. After Tang Zimeng fell asleep, Li Lingtian returned to Shun Mei's room. The two of them had a good time before they went to sleep. Li Lingshan's family lived in the pocket dimension, so it was safer there. However, this safety was also compared to other places in East River City. There were countless array formations protecting the small world. In terms of safety, it was not safe in the pocket dimension. Therefore, Li Lingtian wanted to bring them away from here to the Tianhe region's Tianhe Holy City. It would only be safe there. 3 days later Li Lingtian left the pocket dimension alone. After putting on some makeup, he left East River City. After leaving East River City, he flew quickly until he arrived at the edge of the sea. He used his divine sense and summoned a relatively large flying ship. The flying ship floated in the air. With a flick of his divine perception, the others appeared before Li Lingtian. Once Li Suifeng, his wife, and the rest came out, they quickly boarded the spaceship so that they could leave East River City as soon as possible. More than 100 people entered a spaceship, and it seemed very spacious. Moreover, this spaceship had 200 rooms, so it was naturally enough for them to live in. After the arrangements were made, Li Lingtian led Tang Zimeng and the other two on board. A few guards guarded the spaceship while Long Da stood guard outside. With a few martial emperor powerhouses and Long Da's strength, Li Lingtian was naturally at ease. Unless they encountered a rank 8 or 9 martial monarch realm expert, no one could threaten them. The spaceship flew quickly into the ocean. Li Lingtian cultivated in peace during the day and accompanied Tang Zimeng and Shun Mei at night. When the spaceship left East River City, in a mountain range outside East River City, Lord Mahakasayapa, Li Lingtian has already entered the sea. It seems like he's heading back to Tianhe's sacred city. A middle-aged expert dressed in black said respectfully. After he finished speaking, he bowed to the side with a respectful expression on his face. I know that. You don't have to tell me. Go and inform Yuli that I'm already following them. Tell them to catch up quickly and kill them in the sea. Don't let them enter Tianhe's sacred city. Otherwise, the demon lord will be angry and bear the consequences. Maha's face was cold, and his entire body was emitting a mysterious aura. His cold eyes swept across the subordinate in front of him. This subordinate will inform Lord Yuli immediately. The black-robed middle-aged man said respectfully, not daring to show any dissatisfaction. After you've informed them, hurry back to Yuzhou province. Don't expose yourself. Maha looked in the direction of the sea area with a bloodthirsty smile on his face. When his voice fell, his figure had long disappeared. He saw a black object moving quickly in the sea area at an extremely fast speed. Seeing Maha leave, the black-robed middle-aged man revealed a hint of dissatisfaction. Then, without any hesitation, his body flashed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. On the spaceship, Li Lingshan's expression was calm as he sat on a recliner and enjoyed the scenery. Beside him was a pile of spirit fruit. Tang Ziming's little hands were gently massaging Li Lingshan's shoulders. On the other side, Shun Mei was also massaging Li Lingshan's legs. From time to time, her little hands would touch Li Lingshan's body, causing him to tremble. Tang Ziming and Shun Mei laughed when they saw Li Lingshan's expression. Sister Mengmeng, Sister Mei, what are you guys laughing about? Telling what's fun and well share it. Xianyuan Yingying was standing at the side, so she naturally couldn't see Shun Mei's small movements. She also didn't know what Shun Mei and Tang Ziming were laughing about. As he spoke, he ate the spiritual fruit in his hand. He was completely a foodie. Yingying, are you sure you want to share? Shun Mei turned to Xianyuan Yingying and asked with a sly smile on her face. Yes. No, there's something wrong with your smile. You must be trying to trick me. I know. You're as bad as Mengmeng. You want to lie to me. When Xianyuan Yingying heard Shun Mei's words, she nodded without thinking. However, she noticed that Shun Mei's smile was a little strange. She felt that these words were so familiar. Then, she thought of what Tang Ziming had told her last time. It was the feeling of Tang Ziming and Li Lingtian having sex that made her curious and uncomfortable. Now that Shun Mei had the same expression, she must be lying to her. Although she was curious, she did not want to hear it. You're smart. It's not suitable for children. Go play somewhere else. When Shun Mei saw Xianyuan Yingying's expression, she giggled sweetly before she continued massaging Li Lingtian without paying any attention to Xianyuan Yingying. However, she did not expect Xianyuan Yingying to stand up with a spirit fruit in her hand. She came to Tang Ziming's side and watched her massage Li Lingtian. As such, Shun Mei could only obediently massage Lingtian. P.S. Added Chapter 5 needs reviews and recommendations, monthly votes please. Chapter 503 Demon Race Expert 1 Li Lingtian exclaimed in surprise as a look of confusion appeared on his face. Big brother Lingtian, what's wrong? Tang Ziming asked seriously when she saw Li Lingshan's face. Her little hand stopped moving. Something's wrong. It's too quiet. Updated on B0X. 0VL. Calm Li Lingtian looked at the boundless sea. The clouds in the sky remained unchanged, but there was no movement at all. There were no waves on the sea. Even if there was no wind, it would not be so quiet. Could it be that we've been schemed against? Shun Mei was a smart girl. She naturally thought of the possibility of being targeted by a powerful enemy. You guys be careful. I'll take a look. Li Lingtian did not answer if they were being targeted, but he did remind them to be careful. He did not dare to let his guard down because the spaceship was filled with his family. If they were to encounter any danger, it would be too late for him to regret it. He was wondering if he should let Tang Ziming and the others enter the Divine Dragon Ring. However, at this moment, a destructive blood-red light slashed towards the spaceship. His speed was extremely fast, and he arrived in front of the flying ship in an instant. Li Lingtian was not prepared for such a sudden change in speed. His eyes were filled with horror. If he was hit by the blood-red light, the spaceship would vanish into thin air and everyone would perish. Earth Dao Intent, Heaven Flipping Seal. Li Lingtian did not have the time to unleash any other attacks. With a flick of his divine consciousness, he activated his entire Bodhis defense and casually struck out with his palm to meet the blood-red radiance. At the same time, the true dragon body barrier was also used. He moved forward to meet the attack. The flying ship took advantage of its flying speed to fly far away. As long as he blocked this attack slightly, he would be able to get the flying ship out of the attack range. Boom! The blood-red light stopped in front of Li Lingtian's Earth Dao intense, sky-turning palm. The air trembled and the spaceship swayed as the space trembled. Fortunately, Li Lingtian managed to block it and escape the attack of the blood-red light. Crash! The sky-turning palm disappeared from the space. Li Lingtian's body flashed strangely as the blood-red radiance struck the surface of the sea. Instantly, a shocking water column burst out from the sea. With one strike, the sea seemed to be cut into two halves. From the moment Li Lingtian noticed the attack, to the moment the attack was blocked, to the moment the blood-red light struck the sea, the entire process took only a split second. Longda had arrived beside Li Lingtian at the same time, but he was still a step too late. After all, Longda was no match for Li Lingtian in terms of speed. In a moment of desperation, Li Lingtian shot forward, and Longda was naturally a step too late. Guard the ship. Li Lingtian dodged the attack of the blood-red light and came to the other side. Without any hesitation, he activated his divine consciousness and summoned the 100 Martial Emperor Guards. The 80 Martial Emperor powerhouses surrounded the flying ship and protected it in layers. The other 20 came to Li Lingtian's side and looked into the distance. When Li Lingtian was done, a red, demonic man was suspended in the air. The man's body was filled with a terrifying destructive aura. The man was dressed in red and had a bloodthirsty smile on his face. In a flash, he appeared 10 miles away from Li Lingtian and stood firmly in the air, completely ignoring the guards around Li Lingtian. Demons! Li Lingtian said coldly. Although the man did not reveal any demonic chi, he was able to easily identify the man in red with the Holy Demon Ring and the Holy Demon's quintessence. You're quite knowledgeable. However, you will have to stay here today. Remember, my name is Maha. When you go to hell, don't forget that I was the one who killed you. Maha was stunned. He did not expect that his sneak attack would be so easily blocked by this young man. He even saw through his identity. However, as a 9th-level martial emperor, he did not take a small fry seriously at all. What happened? On the spaceship, everyone felt the spaceship shake and came out. However, when they saw the super experts on both sides of the spaceship, they were puzzled and revealed a terrified expression. Enemies, Tang Ziming said softly as she looked at Li Lingtian in the distance. She was not worried at all because she believed that nothing could stump Li Lingtian. Li Suifeng and his wife, as well as the others, were all looking at the middle-aged man in red above the sea with worry. Ignorant, Li Lingtian said coldly. Countless people had acted arrogantly in front of him, but none of them survived. The red-robed man in front of him had a demonic aura and a terrifying cultivation, but he was not afraid. He circulated all the vital essence in his body and looked at Maha carefully. He was at a disadvantage now because the other party was a super expert who could attack casually. However, the people on his side were all low-level martial artists. Any casual fluctuation of force would kill them. Die. Maha did not expect a first heaven martial emperor to be so arrogant in front of him. He was instantly furious. He unleashed all the demonic chi in his body and did not hide it at all. Maha, who did not hide his cultivation base, surged with vigor. The calm sea became even calmer. This was the first time Li Lingtian had encountered something like this. The stronger the cultivation of other experts, the greater the commotion. He did not expect that when this demon displayed his cultivation, it was so calm that it made people feel uneasy. So it's a purgatory demon. Li Lingshan's mind kept flashing as he tried to recall some of the knowledge he had about the demons. He immediately thought of a powerful demon called the Purgatory Demon. The cultivation technique they cultivated was also extremely vicious. It could cause space to become confined. When a battle broke out, they could confine the other party without any resistance. With that thought in mind, Li Lingtian unleashed all the metal Tao intent in his body. With a wave of his hand, the cosmic sword appeared in his hand. The sky was filled with sword intent and Li Lingtian was surrounded by destructive sword intent. He stood proudly in the air like a sharp sword. The sky sword was a peerless saint weapon. No one in the Azure continent or the Serenity Plains had ever used such a powerful saint weapon. Even if someone used a saint weapon, it would be a martial emperor expert. Moreover, the level of the saint weapon was not high and its power was not strong. Compared to Li Lingshan's cosmic sword, it was on a completely different level, let alone on the same level. Boom! A blood-red beam of light shot toward Li Lingtian. Time and the space slowed down. Li Lingtian could feel the change in space. While his opponent's attack speed was unusually fast, the cosmic sword that he had unleashed had become very slow. The gap between the two immediately appeared. If this continued, he would be killed by the other party. Sword howl, heaven and earth. With a light shout, he swung the long sword in his hand, and a sword light with sword momentum met the blood-red pillar of light. In the air, a subtle sword light and a destructive blood-red pillar of light formed a strange contrast, making people feel uncomfortable. However, amidst this uncomfortable feeling, the two disproportionate attacks collided together. Countless blood-red rays of sword light were directed at Li Lingtian. The sword light also floated towards the other party. The two attacks were extremely fast. Spatial imprisonment. Let's go. Li Lingtian shouted softly. As the blood-red pillar of light approached, a banner appeared in front of him. The banner exuded a mysterious aura. Li Lingtian grabbed the banner and waved it, causing a strange change to appear in the space. At the same time, Li Lingshan's body vanished. The moment his figure vanished, the dull space was restored and the blood-red beam of light missed its target. However, the sword aura carried with it a sword force that exceeded Maha's expectations. It did not seem to be higher than this seemingly inconspicuous sword aura. It actually ignored the blood-red pillar of light and went straight for him. Demon shield. A red shield went up to meet it. Even if he was a demon with a strong physique, he did not dare to underestimate this sword light. He wanted to use the demonic shield to block the sword light and at the same time unleash the powerful demonic chi again. He completely ignored the demonic shield and did not doubt its power at all. Kacha! A discordant sound rang out, and the space was completely restored. The sword ray strangely cut through the demonic shield, and the demonic shield was directly split into two by the sword ray. The sword ray fell on Maha's body with an indomitable force. Silk. A soft sound appeared again, but this time, the sword light only appeared when it came into contact with Maha's body. Damn it! Damn it! When Maha heard the sound in the air, he was shocked. He never thought that his most powerful demon shield would be completely vulnerable in front of this sword light. The destructive sword light struck his body, and his body trembled. At least he was not injured. Fortunately, he had been arrogant just now. Otherwise, he would not have used an attack. The attack he used just happened to block the sword light and save his life. The powerful Maha had never thought that such a small sword ray would actually carry the power of destruction. Naturally, he was unaware of the power of Li Lingshan's sword howl of heaven and earth with sword force. Moreover, the current sword howl of heaven and earth was no longer as simple as it used to be. This was because the sword howl of heaven and earth now contained the will of the Tao of metal. In Li Lingshan's mind, he believed that he could easily kill his opponent if he was not careful. You're not the first or the last person to be arrogant in front of me. However, none of them survived. 9th level Martial Emperor Realm. You're a piece of eking trash. You're just a piece off eking trash. Do you think that a 9th Heaven Martial Emperor is powerful? Ignorant. I really don't think highly of you. Do you think that a 9th Heaven Martial Emperor can overturn the heavens? ck off. Trash. I don't think highly of you. Li Lingshan's body flashed with a faint smile on his face as he stared at Maha with a wry smile in his heart. His every move was locked down by the other party. If he was not careful, he would be killed. It was impossible for him to retrieve Tang Zimeng and the others into the Divine Dragon Ring now. The other party was from the demon race. If he angered the other party, he might be able to take advantage of the situation. As expected, a 9th Heaven Martial Monarch Realm expert was not that simple. He had used the will of the Way of Gold and Sword Force in his attack just now. In addition to the Supreme Saint weapon and the Heaven Tier Divine Power, the combination of the 4 heaven-defying existences had not killed the other party. He was really afraid of Maha. The book review only takes a few seconds. The more reviews he received, the more he added. Chapter 504. The Tyranny of the Empyrean Demon Flame. 1. Good, very good. Today, I'll let you witness the power of the Purgatory Demon. Maha's face was filled with anger. The demonic chi in his body soared into the sky, and the sea area instantly turned into a sea of blood. The warriors on the spaceship were shocked by the sight. However, they were no longer so afraid when they thought of the hundreds of guards around Li Lingtian. If Li Lingtian was truly defeated, the guards would have stepped forward to attack him. Updated on B0x 0VL. Calm naturally, they were unaware of Li Lingshan's predicament. Li Lingtian was worried that Maha would attack them, so he did not let the guards do it. A shocking demonic aura pressure immediately revealed the might of a 9th Heaven Martial Emperor. Maha's face revealed a violent expression. Demon Fury! With a loud roar, a blood-red ball of light with a powerful life force blasted toward Li Lingtian. The space began to tremble as if it could not withstand the force and was about to tear apart. Fire Will, 9 Suns Sacred Flame. Li Lingshan's body flashed as his clothes fluttered. With a wave of his hand, a destructive flame appeared in front of him. The flame formed a shield of light that was completely made of fire. The shield spun continuously. The temperature of the entire space rose sharply, and the entire sea area seemed to be boiling. All the guards deployed their defenses to block the aura of this flame. Otherwise, the temperature of this flame alone could turn all the warriors into air. Li Lingtian hovered in the air like a flaming war god. He faced Maha fearlessly. The 9 Suns Sacred Flame was the 9 Suns Saint Lord's trump card. Li Lingtian was the reincarnation of the 9 Suns Saint Lord, and with the Fire Will, the 9 Suns Sacred Flame had unleashed a lot of its power. The flaming shield charged forward. CC Russell Chi. 2 destructive attacks collided in the air. The blood-red demonic rage formed by demonic chi carried a strange power of life as it collided with the flame shield. However, there was no clear winner for a moment. The will of the Tao of Water, ice for 10,000 miles. Li Lingtian had no intention of stopping. He did not take the lower quintessential essence seriously as he used it. The quintessential essence in his entire body underwent a strange transformation and formed an endless amount of water-type quintessential essence. Instantly, the sea area began to churn. Endless water spirit chi surged toward Li Lingtian as he unleashed his water will of the way to the extreme. With a flip of his hand, the sea seemed to flip over and surged toward the 9 Suns Sacred Flame. Everyone was stunned, including Maha. Although he did not cultivate a human martial soul, he understood that water and fire were mutually exclusive. Could it be that Li Lingtian was so foolish as to extinguish the 9 Suns Sacred Flame he had unleashed? However, what happened next made many people understand. The destructive 9 Suns' sacred flame suddenly changed the moment it met the will of the great path of water. Rumble! When the two extreme attributes came together, the will of the great path of water and the will of the great path of fire, the extreme of the two extremes met, and a shocking change immediately occurred. The 9 Suns' sacred flame became even more violent in the two extreme attack. The demon's anger was immediately suppressed. That was not all. The water will had already sealed the entire space. The sea was a world of glaciers. In the glacier, Mo Nu lost contact with Maha. Without the support of Maha's demonic chi, the 9 Yang sacred fire erupted and swallowed Mo Nu completely. Voila! At this time, when the demon's anger disappeared, the glacier was finally broken by Maha. By the time he came out, the demonic rage had already disappeared, but the 9 Suns' sacred flame surged towards him with the power to burn everything. True devil flames. The 9th Heaven Martial Emperor's cultivation reaction was indeed powerful. Although he was shocked to see his attack being nullified by his opponent, he did not panic in the face of Li Lingxian's 9 Suns' sacred flame. Instead, he unleashed a demonic flame. The true demon fire drew a strange trail in the air. The space trembled as it shot toward Li Lingxian's 9 Suns' sacred flame like a shooting star. You're courting death. Empyrean demon flame. Li Lingtian looked at the other party using blazing flame in front of him with a look of disdain. He didn't underestimate his opponent, but using flames and ice in front of him was really courting death. This was also provoking him. With a thought of his divine sense, his entire body flashed and he quickly flew towards the other side, getting closer to the other party. Floating in the air, Li Lingtian reached out with one hand and the air changed strangely. A strange demonic flame appeared in his hand. The evil aura in the demonic flames kept jumping, as if it was excited. Demonic sacred flame. Why do you have the Empyrean demon flame? Maha was shocked when he saw the supreme demonic sacred flame in Li Lingxian's hand. His expression was extremely ugly, as if he had seen a ghost. He didn't believe that the most powerful and mysterious demonic flame would appear on a human warrior. However, it was already too late. Li Lingxian's Empyrean demon flame pressed down on the sky and the 9 Suns' sacred flame circled around to avoid the erosion of the true demon flame, leaving the space to the Empyrean demon flame. Boom! There was an explosion as the true demon flame and the Empyrean demon flame collided. There was no resistance or suspense. The true demon flame was ignored and devoured. The Empyrean demon flame enveloped Maha within. The Empyrean demon flame was the most mysterious and powerful flame of the demons, and it was also the existence they feared the most. If a powerful demon made a mistake, the Asmodean Lord would use the Empyrean demon flame to punish the other demons. The Empyrean demon flame was a form of destructive punishment. Ah! Maha let out a series of miserable cries as he tumbled in the air. Nothing is impossible in this world. You're just too arrogant and don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Remember, realm isn't everything. The one who laughs in the end is the winner. Li Lingtian said calmly. With a single grab, the 9 Suns' sacred flame returned to his hand and disappeared in an instant. Looking coldly at Maha in the distance, he used his divine sense and unleashed the heavenly extreme tyrant emperor saber. As long as Maha could break the Empyrean demon's sacred flame, he would suffer the destructive attack of the tyrant saber art. Maha screamed in the air. He never expected to be defeated by a first heaven martial emperor in such a short time. He did not expect Li Lingtian to use his fire and water Dao wills to dispel his demon fury. He had lost the initiative in an instant. What was even more unexpected was that Li Lingtian, a human, had mastered the infernal tribe's demonic sacred flame. The demons were nothing in front of the strongest flames of the demons. If Li Lingtian were to use other flames, even the 9 Suns' sacred flame and the ice flame, which were more powerful than the heavenly demonic sacred flame, would not pose a threat to Maha. Brine Water Point Tofu, one thing to one thing. Silk Maha was turned into a flame by the Empyrean demon flame and disappeared after being refined by the Empyrean demon flame. Maha, a 9th-level martial emperor, had fallen. Yes. Li Lingtian reached out with one hand and the Empyrean demon flame returned to his hand. It then disappeared into his palm and returned to his body. Although he had cultivated the ice, fire, 9 heavens and fused ice and fire, he could still use them separately. Young Lord is mighty. Everyone was shocked when they saw Li Lingtian kill a 9th heaven martial emperor from the Asmodeans in a few moves. The martial monarch realm guards were filled with admiration. They did not expect Li Lingtian to be so domineering as to kill a 9th heaven martial monarch realm demon with just a few simple moves. Naturally, they knew that although it seemed simple, Li Lingtian was the only one who knew about the dangers involved. Every step he took required precise calculations. He had to calculate what kind of attack his opponent would use and whether the power of his attack could match his opponent's attack. The slightest mistake would result in a great recovery. In a great battle, at the martial supreme realm, not only did one's cultivation base and strength depend on, but one also had to rely on one's wisdom. Let's go. Li Lingtian returned to the spaceship, followed by all the guards. Now that they had encountered demons, they might encounter more. All the guards on the spaceship could also protect them. Husband, are you all right? Shun Mei and the other two came to Li Lingtian's side and asked with concern. Even if Li Lingtian was not injured, they would still show their concern out of habit. Fine. Li Lingtian said with a smile as he pinched Shun Mei's beautiful and tender cheeks. At his level of cultivation, it was all about scheming. It was extremely dangerous between them. It was either you die or I die. Xianyuan Yingying and Tang Zimeng were only relieved after checking Li Lingtian up and down to make sure that he was fine. They then started chattering away with Li Lingtian again. Qin Susu and the others who were standing in the distance were about to step forward to show their concern. However, they were relieved when they saw that Li Lingtian had 3 girls showing concern for him. Their faces lit up with joy. She no longer needed to worry about her son. Someone had already replaced her. Nangong Mingyue frowned when she saw Li Lingtian's group of 4. She then returned to her residence. Although a 9th heaven martial emperor from the infernal tribe was powerful, he was not worried when he saw Li Lingtian's strength. He merely treated it as a small interlude. Everyone returned to their own rooms. All the guards were on the spaceship and did not return to the Divine Dragon Ring. The flying ship sped up and shuttled through the sea. What a terrifying Empyrean demon flame! Not far from Maha's death, an old man appeared in the space. The old man's body emitted dense demonic qi. They were shocked when they saw Li Lingtian and the rest spaceship leaving. He looked at the air. An expert of the same level had fallen in front of him so easily. When he thought of the death of the Empyrean demon Flame and Maha, he looked lucky. We have to report this matter to Lord Demon Venerable. The old man pondered for a moment before his body disappeared into the air like a phantom. The sky and sea quieted down. The hurricane in the sea area quickly dispersed the aura here. No one would have thought that a powerful 9th-level martial emperor from the Devil tribe had fallen here. They also did not know that this 9th-level martial emperor was killed by a 1st-level martial emperor. He was killed so easily. P.S. I've added the 7th update. Please review it. The more reviews there are, the more I'll add. This is something I've finally begged boss to let me add. Everyone, do your best. Chapter 505. So be it. 1. In the next few days, they did not encounter any danger and returned to Tianhe Sacred City safely. Seeing the rich spiritual energy and scenery of Tianhe Sacred City, everyone was extremely happy. They would cultivate here in the future. Although this place was very large, an island that was nearly 10 million miles in size, this place only belonged to Tianhe Sacred City. The powerful island was a paradise for cultivation. No one dared to fight on it. Even if it was other forces, they would have to pass through the endless sea area if they wanted to come here. Moreover, if the cultivators of the Heavenly River Sacred City in the sea area came, they would have long killed them in the sea area. Updated on B0X 0VL, Embark. Xianyuan Yingying landed and shouted happily. Although she had only left Tianhe Sacred City for a month, she missed this place very much. After all, this was the hometown where she had lived for nearly 20 years. The other warriors landed and looked around excitedly. Although a warrior wanted to go out and wander, he still wanted a safe place to cultivate when faced with danger. Green Island was gone and he was being hunted by the demon race. Now that he had a safe place to cultivate, he was naturally extremely happy. Li Lingshan's face lit up when he saw Xianyuan Yingying's expression. This girl missed this place so much. He hoped that Xianyuan Yingying would not follow him the next time he left. Big brother Ling Tian, I know what you're thinking. Do you think I won't go with you the next time you leave because I'm so happy? Don't worry, next time you come out, I'll go with you, hee. When Xianyuan Yingying saw Li Lingshan's expression, she quickly walked over and hugged his arm. A sly smile appeared on her face as she spoke in a sweet voice. Li Lingtian was indeed delighted when he heard the first half of the sentence. He thought that Xianyuan Yingying would make him feel less worried. However, he did not expect her to be toying with him at the end. He was immediately speechless. All right, stop fooling around. Let's go back first. Seeing that everyone was waiting, Li Lingtian led everyone into the city. However, these guards were kept in the Divine Dragon Ring. Under normal circumstances, his guards would not be discovered. This was a trump card. With the token, Li Lingtian successfully entered the city. After passing through the endless paths, pavilions, and palaces, they finally returned to the front of the palace in Tianhe Sacred City. Li Lingtian also asked Yi Feng and the others to settle them down in Tianhe Sacred City. It was safe here and they would have their own lives in the future. Naturally, he would not plan for them all the time. Only Tang Zicheng and his wife, Li Suifeng and his wife, followed Li Lingtian and the others into the Divine Moon Hall behind the Heavenly River Temple. Tang Qingyue and the others were overjoyed when they returned to the Divine Moon Palace. Father, mother. Tang Qingyue happily came to Tang Zicheng and his wife and bowed to them. Li Suifeng and his wife were naturally her parent. Huang Fuyan also greeted Qin Susu respectfully. For a moment, the Divine Moon Palace was filled with laughter and laughter. Initially, Li Lingtian wanted Tang Zicheng and Li Suifeng to stay in the Divine Moon Palace, but the four of them did not agree. The Divine Moon Hall was one of the holiest places in the Heavenly River Temple. It was already good enough for Li Lingtian and the others to stay here. Naturally, they would not stay here so as not to disturb the world of the young. Li Lingtian did not say much. They wanted to live outside so that they could spend more time with other acquaintances. That way they would not be lonely. Even so, Li Lingtian had bought a huge mansion not far from Tianhe Square. Such a mansion could only be owned by people with a certain level of influence in Tianhe Sacred City. However, to Li Lingtian, these were trivial matters. After making the necessary arrangements, Li Lingtian began cultivating in the Divine Moon Hall. Although he was cultivating, he spent most of his time with Tang Qingyue, Huang Fuyan, and the rest because he would be leaving Tianhe Sacred City soon. During this period of time, Li Lingtian brought a few beautiful girls to play in Tianhe Sacred City. They left their footprints in all the fun places. After a month, Li Lingtian had to leave. This time, he brought Tang Zimeng and Shun Meier with him. Most of the 100 guards stayed in Tianhe Sacred City to protect Li Suifeng and the others. He had only taken 25th level martial emperors and 10 6th level martial emperors with him. Naturally, Xianyuan Tianming would not say anything if Li Lingtian wanted him. After all, Li Lingtian was going out to train. However, he wanted Li Lingtian to bring along 3 Xianyuan family guards, 3 9th level martial emperor powerhouses. Li Lingtian did not say anything. If he were to encounter a super powerhouse, he could ask 3 9th level martial emperors to protect Tang Ziming and Shun Mei. Naturally, he would not reject such a request. Once everything was ready, Li Lingtian left Tianhe Sacred City with Tang Ziming and the other 2. He did not try to avoid her, but Xianyuan Yingying still insisted on going out to play. Li Lingtian could not be bothered to scold her. It did not matter if she went out with him or not. Li Lingtian had a faint smile on his face as he left Tianhe Holy City. The spaceship quickly flew toward the ocean. If he wanted to leave Tianhe Sacred City, he would have to cross this endless sea. Big brother Lingtian, where are we going? Tang Ziming exclaimed excitedly on the spaceship as she looked up at Li Lingtian. Yeah, big brother Lingtian, where are you taking Yingying? Xianyuan Yingying was also looking at Li Lingtian curiously. Her words left him speechless. What did she mean by taking her somewhere? She was the one who wanted to follow him out. However, with a peerless little beauty accompanying him, he was not lonely anymore. Moreover, this girl was very mischievous and cute, similar to Tang Ziming's personality. Let's go to Yuzhou first. They won't let me go. Is it because they want to get the blueprint of the Demon Sealing God Array? I'll destroy the Demon Sealing God Array blueprint in front of them. Let's see what they can do to me. Li Lingshan's face cracked into a smile as he took out half of the blueprint. His eyes shone brightly. Following that, he took out another identical blueprint. The 2 blueprints were identical. In this way, they would not know that Li Lingtian had faked it even if they destroyed the fake blueprint. Moreover, Li Lingtian was in control of the divine array diagram. He was definitely a grandmaster in the field of arrays. If he were to falsify the diagram, who would be able to tell? I see. Shun Mei said happily. Although she did not know why Li Lingtian wanted to keep a real blueprint, he always had his own plans and plans. This God-Sealing Demon Array blueprint is similar to the God-Sealing passage of our Xianyuan family. I'll leave it behind. Perhaps it can be used when the time comes. Even if we encounter any threats, we can take out this God-Sealing Demon Array blueprint and use it to threaten the demons. Li Lingtian did not hide anything. Among the 3 people beside him, 2 were his wives while the other was the Xianyuan family's princess. She could be considered his younger sister, and they had a good relationship. Naturally, he wouldn't worry about them. He felt lucky and happy because none of the girls around him betrayed him. Even his relatives did not give him any problems. Ho ho, it seems that we're going to have fun this time. We're going to Yuzhou province. It's not demons' territory. If we were to have a brainstorm in their territory, they would definitely be driven mad. Xianyuan Yingying was happy when she heard that it was fun. In the past 19 years, she was alone and didn't have many friends. Ever since she met Li Lingtian, she had been extremely happy. She did not have the slightest scruples in front of Li Lingtian because he did not treat her as a beauty in front of him. He did not harbor any ill intentions toward her like the others and did not restrain himself at all. As a result, the 2 of them became friends. Now, they were even more like siblings. Although they were not blood-related, they were still very fond of Li Lingtian. Otherwise, a girl would not be so open in front of Li Lingtian. You only know how to play. This time, you have to raise your cultivation. Li Lingtian tapped Xianyuan Yingying's forehead with his finger as he snapped. There was nothing he could do about this little girl. He was curious as to why Xianyuan Yingying could not see her cultivation level clearly. She did not have a trace of true qi on her body, but she could fly. However, Xianyuan Yingying was not a martial arts grandmaster. He couldn't tell if she was a martial arts grandmaster or a martial artist. Besides, he had never seen Xianyuan Yingying fight before. She looked like an ordinary person. Alright, I know. Yesterday, I updated 10 chapters to seek book reviews, but there was still no movement. A portion of my brothers have given me monthly votes and recommendation vote. The same goes for the book reviews. I hope that every brother will comment one every day. In this way, I will add more updates based on the number of book reviews and monthly vote. Today's data will determine tomorrow's updates. Xianyuan Yingying pouted her little mouth and said coquettishly. However, she quickly wrapped her arms around Li Lingshan's arms. Li Lingtian was shocked. A girl usually did not have many clothes and only had 2 light shirts. Now that she was hugging his arm, Xianyuan Yingying's proud chest was about to land on his arm. Most women only wore 2 pieces of clothing. Their snow-white legs were faintly discernible, and their snow-white feet were wearing a pair of exquisite brocade shoes. It was a graceful sight. However, you have to be careful when you go to Yuzhou. Although the powerful demons rarely come out, they will flock to the place where we appear. If any of them appear, you should hurry into the divine dragon ring. Li Lingtian shifted his attention away from the sensation on Xianyuan Yingying's chest. This little girl was really torturing. However, when she spoke, she couldn't help but glance at Xianyuan Yingying. Her snow-white breasts were slightly exposed. So be it. Why are you pretending? It's not like you haven't seen Sister Mei and Sister Mengmeng before. What's there to see? They're all the same. Oh right, between Sister Mengmeng and Sister Mei who is older? Naturally, Xianyuan Yingying noticed Li Lingshan's gaze and her face turned red. She could not do anything about it since her clothes were like that. However, she puffed out her chest and left Li Lingtian speechless. She even said something that made Li Lingtian, Tang Zimeng, and Shun Mei feel awkward. The 3 of them were stunned for a moment. They were truly at a disadvantage against this little girl. I recommend the new book, Ancient Sage Myriad Ancient King. I welcome everyone to read and save it. I also want to vote for it. The new book needs everyone's support. Only with everyone's support can the new book go further. Chapter 506. Entering Yuzhou Province 1. Really? Then I'll take another look. Li Lingtian smiled when he saw Xianyuan Yingying's triumphant expression. There was a hint of evilness in his smile, which startled Xianyuan Yingying. She quickly covered her chest with her hand. Although she was chattering away with Li Lingtian without any defense, a girl would be afraid of being seen no matter how open she was. Even if she was Li Lingshan's wife, she would not allow herself to be so open before they got together. Naturally, a man should not be allowed to see a girl's forbidden area. Updated on B0x 0VL. Big Brother Ling Tian, you're bullying Yingying. Sister Mengmeng, Sister Mei are you going to ignore your husband? He's bullying me. Aren't you guys jealous? Xianyuan Yingying clutched her chest. She saw the sly smiles on Shun Mei and Tang Zimeng's faces and immediately became angry. She shouted in a delicate voice. If he wanted the 2 girls to teach Li Lingtian a lesson, he would at least have to restrain himself. Otherwise, he would be bullied for nothing. It was hard to imagine. Yingying, our husband didn't bully you. You were the one who let husband see it. Besides, if husband could have such a good wife like you, we wouldn't care about having another sister. On the contrary, we're happy for husband because this shows that our husband's ability is not bad. Shun Mei smiled sweetly, not giving Xianyuan Yingying a chance to speak. Xianyuan Yingying felt embarrassed and wished she could find a hole to hide in. She also knew that there was something wrong with her words. She was the one who told Big Brother Ling Tian to look at her whenever he wanted to, but she wasn't shy when others looked at her. Sister Mei is right. You were the one who let Big Brother Ling Tian see it. If you were with Big Brother Ling Tian, we definitely wouldn't be jealous. We're good sisters, so why would we be jealous? Tang Ziming giggled as well. It was not easy for her to see Xianyuan Yingying's shy look. Naturally, she could not let it go. With that, she hugged Li Lingshan's arm and rubbed her proud chest against his arm. Xianyuan Yingying was stunned and her face turned red. You're all bullying me. I'm not playing anymore. Xianyuan Yingying had no choice but to let go of Li Lingshan's arm and sat on a chair at the side. She ignored Li Lingtian and the others. When she thought about the situation she was in earlier, she was really embarrassed. Big Brother Ling Tian had only secretly looked at her, and she didn't even know how to let Big Brother Ling Tian see her. This was his sacred ground, and he could not let any man see it. However, Big Brother Ling Tian could look at it, but he would have to wait until she married Big Brother Ling Tian. Xianyuan Yingying's thoughts ran wild and her face turned even redder. Li Lingtian and the other two watched the scenery between the sky and the sea without paying any attention to Xianyuan Yingying. It was rare for this little girl to behave herself. Naturally, he would not provoke her or he would be looking for trouble. The group of 4 flew at high speed. Longda and the 3 level 5 guards were piloting the spaceship at the front while Li Lingtian and the rest were resting at the back. Lying on the chair, he looked extremely carefree. The spaceship didn't encounter any danger along the way and safely entered the territory of East River City. However, they didn't enter East River City and went around the other side. When they passed by Nanha City, they rested for a day in Nanha City. After asking around for some information, they quickly left Nanha City. The Milky Way region was vast and boundless. It was the center of the Serenity Plains, the Mystic Plains, and the Azure Plains. If they wanted to go to the Black Continent, they had to pass through the Tianhe region. After flying on the spaceship for a month, they finally left the Tianhe region and entered the Serenity Plains. The power of the Serenity Plains was tens of thousands of times stronger than that of the Azure Continent. Even the mysterious Black Continent couldn't compare to it. Moreover, most of the people in Yuzhou were demons or demonic cultivators. However, although Yuzhou was the world of the fiendish cultivators and fiends, there were still countless martial artists here. Some warriors cultivated here, while others hunted here. Li Lingtian and the others did not cause much commotion when they entered Serenity Plains. However, Xianyuan Yingying and the other 2 ladies were too beautiful and attracted the greed of countless powerhouses. Li Lingtian did not mind at all. Everyone loved beauty and the girls around him were all peerless beauties. It would be strange if no one was looking at them. There was nothing wrong with looking at them, but they couldn't be obscene. If they dared to look at them with obscene eyes, they would be courting death. Li Lingshan's aura did not change. After all, his arrival should have been known by others. If he were to unleash his demonic energy, it would definitely attract the attention of the internals. After all, he was a true human warrior. He didn't want to use his demonic chi either. This demonic chi was a trump card against the demons. It could only be used when he had no other choice. 3 days after he entered Serenity Plains, Li Lingtian sensed someone following him. Moreover, it was a super powerhouse. The real powerhouse should be a martial supreme at the 8th or 9th heaven. There was more than one of them. Let's find a place to rest first. Li Lingtian instructed Longda, who was aware that someone was following them. Although his cultivation was not enough to discover those super experts, he was a true dragon and had a unique advantage in sensing the world. Longda knew that Li Lingtian was about to make a move. With a flash, he disappeared and quickly found a place to rest. When he first arrived at Yuzhou, it was desolate everywhere, but the spiritual energy was very dense. In places with rich spiritual qi, very few demons would appear. Otherwise, it would not be spiritual qi, but dense and terrifying demonic qi. Soon, Longda found a hidden canyon. The canyon wasn't big, but they could rest there. As long as the entrance of the canyon was guarded, no one could enter. Once he entered the canyon, Li Lingtian cast a few restriction spells. With the restriction spell's protection, the Asmodeans outside would not know or see what he was doing inside. There are a total of 3 ninth firmament martial emperor powerhouses. Long De, bring some men to pin down this 9th firmament devil race. Xianyuan Qing will pin down 1 9th firmament while I'll deal with the other. Li Lingtian called out a 9th level martial emperor Xianyuan family guard and 7 other martial emperor guards from the canyon. In this way, the 10 martial emperor's guards could use the combined attack formation and Long De to tie down a 9th heaven expert. Xianyuan Qing was in charge of restraining one of them, and he would deal with the other one. This subordinate understands. Long De and Xianyuan Qing agreed respectfully. Although Xianyuan Qing was a member of the Xianyuan family, he was the Xianyuan family's guard. Li Lingtian was the young master of the Xianyuan family. Naturally, their statuses were different. After saying that, the few of them began to separate and make their own arrangements. Li Lingtian recalled Xianyuan Yingying and the other 2 back into the divine dragon ring. He could not afford to be distracted during the battle. He would not be at ease bringing a girl like Xianyuan Yingying along in the Internal's territory. Crash! After making the necessary arrangements, Li Lingtian tore apart the restriction and dashed out. The moment he came out, he saw 3 powerful demons. Among the 3 demons, one was an old man and the other 2 were like demonic beasts. Naturally, Li Lingtian understood that these 2 demonic beasts were indeed a demon, not a demonic beast. Li Lingtian, a 9th heaven martial emperor from the devil tribe, smiled faintly. He flashed and flew toward the elder. At the same time, Long De, Xianyuan Qing, and the others also attacked. They quickly attacked the other 2 demons who looked like magical beasts. You're courting death. The old man was furious when he saw Li Lingtian making the first move and completely disregarding him. However, when he noticed the powerhouses around Li Lingtian, he was shocked. He then understood that he had powerful helpers. No wonder he dared to make the first move. Naturally, Li Lingtian did not dare to be careless when he encountered such a powerful demon. They were both martial emperors, but one was a 9th heaven martial emperor, while the other was only a 1st heaven martial emperor. The difference between the 2 was too great. Rumble! Rumble! Before the 2 of them collided, 2 destructive auras had already collided. Li Lingtian's body swayed as the destructive aura collided. He retreated several meters backward. Similarly, the old man retreated several meters backward. The 2 of them collided and were evenly matched. Bang! Gotcha! Long De and the 10 guards were fighting a demon, and Xianyuan Qing was also fighting a demon. On the other hand, Li Lingtian and the old man hovered in the air without any movement as if they were waiting for the battle below to end. Li Lingtian glared at the old man coldly while a portion of his divine perception was locked onto Long De and Xianyuan Qing. He wanted to know the situation between the 2 parties. If things went south, he would have to make the first move. The old man did the same thing. He unleashed a shocking amount of demonic qi and stared at Li Lingtian's divine perception to lock onto the Asmodeans below. Do it. After I finish you off, I will finish them off. Li Lingtian looked at the battle below and could not determine the victor for the time being. This place wasn't the Azure continent or the Tianhe region, but the demon race's territory, Yuzhou. If he wasted any more time, it would be more disadvantageous to him. After saying that, he circulated all the true essence in his body. Metal will of the great path, the sword roars to the heavens and earth. The will of the great path of metal was displayed, and there was a trace of confidence on his face. The aura of his entire body soared, and the sharp force of the metal element tore through the space. His sword will filled the space. He was like a sharp sword standing proudly between heaven and earth. The pressure of the Tianyu sword supreme saint weapon also appeared, causing the old man to reveal a trace of shock. Demonic Sword. The old man dared not be careless when he saw Li Lingtian unleash his saint weapon. He had witnessed Li Lingtian killing Maha in the sea area previously, so he dared not be careless. He had brought the other two ninth-layered heavens with the intention of joining forces to kill Li Lingtian. However, he did not expect that Li Lingtian would have ninth-layered heavens by his side, which would tie down his men. This was something he had not expected. Even if he wanted to leave now, it was too late. A terrifying demonic chi appeared and immediately formed a terrifying demonic sword. The demonic sword then slashed down at Li Lingtian. The demonic sword tore the sky and earth apart as the space trembled. It ignored the space and pressed down on Li Lingtian. At the same time, Li Lingtian brandished the Tianyu sword in his hand, and a sword radiance with sword momentum met the attack at an equally fast speed. Book reviews, monthly votes, recommendation votes, the more the better. When a certain number of falling flowers are added. Chapter 507, Xiaobai's Realm 1. A pitch-black demonic sword tore through the air. The sword light of the Tianyu sword carried a supreme sword aura. With a swing of the sword, the space trembled non-stop. Hiss! Crash! There was a slight sound in the air as the two terrifying sword lights finally collided. Updated on B0X 0VL. The sound was as if space was torn apart. Following that, a crashing sound was heard, and the two sword lights disappeared. However, just as the two sword rays disappeared, Li Lingtian and the old man disappeared in a flash. The air where the two of them were standing was pierced by a strange aura, and the space was penetrated. Myriad swords returned to the origin. Li Lingtian dodged the attack, and kept the Tianyu sword in his hand. The heavenly fault sword appeared in his hand. The two holy weapons were identical, but only Li Lingtian could differentiate them. The heavenly fault sword continued to spin in front of him. At the same time, a ball of light appeared and exploded. A world of swords was formed within 1,000 meters of Li Lingtian. The sharp swords spun and connected with each other. The sword silks and sword gleams formed a sword net. Li Lingtian guided them with one hand, and 10,000 swords flew together. The earth and sky trembled. The other two battalions stopped as well to observe Li Lingtian's movements. Dark Demon Li Ying. The old man was shocked when he saw Li Lingtian's sword formation. He had not seen Li Lingtian kill Maha before he had cast such a sword formation. He had been paying attention to Li Lingtian's moves. He thought that he would be able to kill Li Lingtian if he could master Li Lingtian's move. He never expected Li Lingtian to have so many heaven-grade divine powers. Immediately, the surging demonic chi from his body surged out and formed tens of thousands of demonic shadows. They rushed toward Li Lingtian in an attempt to corrupt his sword formation. CC. The sword formation was filled with countless demonic shadows. Wherever they passed, everything turned into nothingness. Even the powerful demonic shadows disappeared in front of the sword silks. Boom! With an explosion, the 10,000 swords struck the old man's body. The destructive sword silk sword net completely enveloped the old man. The evil demonic chi was constantly torn into pieces by the sword silks. The sword formation was also getting smaller and smaller, and the space for the old man to move was getting smaller and smaller. Sick. Li Lingtian's expression did not change when he saw the old man trapped by the sword array. He waved his hand, and the heavenly fault sword that was hovering above the sword array struck down. A peerless saint artifact mercilessly crushed him. The saint artifact turned into a sword beam and rained down on the old man's body. Ah! With a scream, the old man emitted endless demonic chi and sword chi. The sword chi emitted from his body was penetrated by the sword chi, and he fell to the ground. Bang! With a muffled sound, the 10,000 swords mercilessly turned the space in front of them into nothingness. Even an almighty would be killed. Sick. The old man was killed. The two demon experts in the distance were also incomparably shocked. They did not expect their strongest companion to be killed in such a manner. While they were shocked, the myriad returning swords came over with a destructive aura. Longda and the other 10 guards moved away from their opponents in a flash. However, the 10 martial emperor's guards had also executed their combined attack formation. Boom! Boom! With 2 shocking explosions, the myriad returning swords struck the 9 heavens devil clan. At the same time, the combined attack formation also struck down. The destructive attack caused the 9th heaven martial emperor devil race to vanish into thin air. Between heaven and earth, the demonic chi, sword chi, and force wreaked havoc. Li Lingtian guided with one hand and the myriad swords vanished. A ball of light appeared in his hand and the heavenly fault sword transformed into a stream of light that entered his glabella. Rumble! Rumble! In the distance, Xianyuan Qing was fighting with a 9th firmament martial emperor from the devil race. Their strength was almost the same, but when the devil race saw that their 2 companions were killed one after another, their fighting spirit disappeared. Now they only wanted to escape. However, Xianyuan Qing was extremely excited when he saw Li Lingshan's domineering attitude. Even though Li Lingtian was the young master of the Xianyuan family, the powerhouses were still loyal to him. However, they still looked down on Li Lingtian. They never expected Li Lingtian to kill a 9th heaven martial emperor with just a casual strike. His strength was several times stronger than the others. Furthermore, he had only seen a few simple moves from Li Lingtian. There must be countless trump cards that he had yet to unleash. As their fighting spirit decreased, Xianyuan Qing also suppressed his attack. Empyrean Demon Flame. Li Lingshan's face revealed a sinister expression. With a wave of his hand, a ball of flames appeared in his palm. Instantly, a strange aura appeared in the world. Endless demonic chi was constantly burning, and the flames became stronger and stronger. The smile on Li Lingshan's face widened when he saw how powerful the flames were. It would be best to use the internals moves against them. Empyrean Demon Flame? The Asmodeans had also noticed that the blazing flames in Li Lingshan's hands were different from the rest. They exclaimed as they thought of something. Just as he was exclaiming in shock, Xianyuan Qing's destructive attack came crashing down. The infernal demonic flame in Li Lingshan's hand vanished as well. When it reappeared, it was already on the infernal tribe. Kacha! Ah! With a crack, it was as if an item had been cut open. One of the demon's arms was missing. However, what made the demon suffer was not the disappearance of his arm, but the endless flames on his body. The flames directly destroyed his demonic chi, and his mind, meridians, and everything else were destroyed in an instant. As the scream fell, the demon turned into ashes. The flames spun in the air, absorbing and burning the endless demonic chi in the air. Following Li Lingshan's recruitment, blazing flames disappeared after returning to his hand. 3 powerful 9th-level martial emperor realm demons were killed just like that. Xianyuan Qing was shocked by Li Lingshan's method. To be honest, Li Lingtian was the one who killed the 3 9th heaven martial monarch realm expert. They had merely held back 2 of the Asmodeans. Let's go to the cold demon city. Li Lingshan's body flashed as he flew into the distance. The 10 guards, Longda and Xianyuan Qing, did not enter the Divine Dragon Ring. After entering Yuzhou province, this was the world of demons. If he was not careful, he might be killed here. He might be able to deal with a 9th-level martial emperor. However, if there were a few more or a martial saint, he would really be finished. Cold Demon City was the first city after entering Yuzhou for 30 million miles. It was also the closest city to humans. This was the territory of the demon race, but most of the people here were demon cultivators. In other words, only humans cultivated the demon race's cultivation technique. Although the demon race did not have a good opinion of demon cultivators, they did not rule out demon cultivators. After all, more demonic cultivators could increase the strength of the demons. At least during a war, the demons could control the cultivation of the demonic cultivators. In the cold demon city, the number of demonic cultivators and demons was almost the same, but the strength here was not simple. It was even stronger than the East River City. Li Lingtian did not attract much attention as he was a human. After all, other than demonic cultivators and demons, there were also many humans who came here to trade. After entering the city, Li Lingtian found an inn to stay in. The inns here were also run by the devil cultivators and the devil clan. They welcomed Li Lingtian and the others with joy upon their arrival. After all, in the eyes of the devil cultivators, the humans who could come here were all extremely powerful existences. The humans were also very generous. The demons were jealous of the human race's resources and had always wanted to unify the divine martial continent. However, the demons had always been suppressed in the remote Yuzhou province. They all wanted to receive human experts. Although humans and demons were irreconcilable, that was a matter between the most powerful higher-up. There was no hatred between the demons and humans below, only conflict of interest. Unless a great war broke out between the demons and the humans, who would want to fight? No matter when or where, the real war was decided by the ruling class at the top. For the sake of power and benefits, the people below were all in a fiery state. Be careful. It seems that in less than 5 days, the experts of the demon race will catch up to us. Li Lingtian told Longde and the others after he entered the courtyard. At the same time, he summoned the other guards from the divine dragon ring. 30 guards were stationed, including Xianyuan Qing, and Longde. Li Lingtian could finally rest in peace. He had come here to lure the Asmodeans here and destroy the demon sealing god array blueprint in front of countless Asmodeans. This subordinate will obey. Longde and Xianyuan Qing replied respectfully. After Li Lingtian returned to his room, he entered the divine dragon ring with his divine consciousness to check the cultivation progress of the demonic beast. Needless to say, Xiaobai had been cultivating in there for nearly 2 years. Ever since the Lost Forest, Little White had been cultivating in the divine dragon ring. It had been 2 years since then. In just 2 years, Little White's cultivation base had skyrocketed. Even Li Lingtian was shocked by its cultivation speed. Little White was a dragon and the princess of the dragon race. She was the only one who could cultivate a 9-colored divine dragon. In the past, she had never cultivated seriously, but when she did, her cultivation speed was naturally incomparable. Coupled with the dragon chi of the 3,000 worlds, her cultivation had now reached level 7. Li Lingtian was rendered speechless by this state. Whitey was already powerful, and its 4th rank was stronger than the other 5th rank. Now that she was at level 7 of the 7th rank, her cultivation was equivalent to a human at the 7th level of the Martial Emperor realm. Coupled with the dragon race and her own monstrous strength, she could even crush a demonic beast at the peak of level 9 of the 7th rank. Even a 9th heaven martial monarch realm expert could only flee in front of her. Li Lingtian's face turned numb when he saw this. What's wrong? Do you still want to cultivate? Li Lingtian came before the 3,000 worlds dragon energy and looked at Little White's peerless grace. At this moment, the higher Little White's cultivation base was, the more charming it was. It was no different from Ge. Little White, Ge, and Xianyuan Yingying all had the aura of a goddess. Brother, how long have I been cultivating? Li Lingtian's face darkened when he heard Xiaobai's words. Could it be that he had forgotten the time during his cultivation? He immediately understood and laughed. It's only been 2 years. Go out, you little girl. Li Lingtian's face was full of smiles. It turned out that this little girl had lost track of time during her cultivation. Otherwise, this playful little girl would not have cultivated for 2 years straight. However, it was good to continue cultivating like this. He had reached such a realm in 2 years. If he cultivated for a period of time, it should not be a problem for him to reach Tier 7 or Tier 9. Chapter 508, Thinking Wrong. 1. Brother, why didn't you call me? I've been here for 2 years. Forget it. I'm going out to play for a while. Xiaobai was stunned when she heard Li Lingtian say that she had cultivated for 2 years. 2 years had passed just like that. For such a fun girl like her, she was naturally unwilling to cultivate. She regretted cultivating for such a long time all at once. Alright, wait a moment. I'll go out first. Updated on B0x 0VL. Calmly Lingtian smiled as he withdrew his divine consciousness from the divine dragon ring. He then summoned Little White. After Little White came out, it was still elegant and otherworldly. The mysterious aura on its body became even stronger. Not only did Little White's cultivation improve, but the other demon beasts also advanced very quickly. It had been a long time since the silver-winged flying dragon had fought, and it had already reached level 3 of the 7th step. The jade-eyed beast was at Tier 6, level 9, while the multicolored beast was at Tier 6, level 7. Although their cultivation did not meet Li Lingtian's requirements, he was satisfied. After all, he was now a First Heaven Martial Emperor expert with a powerful cultivation base. Under normal circumstances, he would not need to use a few demonic beasts. These demon beasts had all followed him here, and their relationship was very deep. Even if they could not become battle partners, they would still treat them as friends. In the past, they had risked their lives for him. Now that they were no longer of use, he would let them cultivate on their own and continue to grow stronger. Big Brother Lingtian Xianyuan Yingying was shocked when she saw Whitey. She covered her mouth with her jade-like hand. This was because Little White looked exactly like Li Lingtian. Even her clothes and smile were identical. She was a female version of Li Lingtian. She had never seen such a thing before. Hee Yingying, you won't be able to tell the difference in the future. Don't make a mistake when the time comes. Tang Zimeng and Shun Mei were amused by Xianyuan Yingying's reaction. They used to be just as surprised, but after getting to know Xiaobai, they weren't as surprised anymore. Her name is Xiaobai. She is Xiaolongnu of the Dragon Clan, my younger sister. Li Lingtian looked at Xianyuan Yingying's surprised expression and was extremely satisfied. There must be a time when you're surprised. Then, he introduced Whitey to Xianyuan Yingying. Whitey was also curious about Xianyuan Yingying. After all, Xianyuan Yingying's aura and temperament carried a mysterious charm. Only someone like Ge could have this kind of temperament. She also had this kind of temperament. I have to be careful. Otherwise, I might mistake Big Sister Xiaobai for Big Brother Lingtian. Xianyuan Yingying sized up Little White curiously. As she did so, she clicked her tongue in wonder. Little White and Li Lingtian were identical in every other aspect except for their genders. Their charm, smiles, clothes, and faces were all the same. The only difference was that Li Lingtian was a head taller than Xiaobai. His face was masculine, while Xiaobai's was gentle. Sister Yingying, have you seen enough? Little White felt a little awkward when she saw Xianyuan Yingying sizing her up. She did not expect that there would be such a consequence if she took Li Lingtian's appearance. Alright, I'll slowly size you up in the future and see if you're the same as Big Brother Lingtian. Xianyuan Yingying stopped, but there was still curiosity in her eyes. You've seen my brother. You're too bold. Xiaobai was shocked and looked at Xianyuan Yingying curiously. She thought to herself, when did my brother find such a beautiful wife? Of course. What do you mean? You're thinking the wrong thing. What are you thinking? I've never seen it before. Xianyuan Yingying raised her head and revealed an expression that she should have. However, she felt that something was wrong in her heart. Then, she thought of something and quickly denied it. Her small face was flushed. You two little girls. Hee hee, this is so fun. When Tang Ziming and Shun Meier saw Xianyuan Yingying's expression, they immediately understood what the two little girls meant. They did not expect Little White to have such thoughts, so they laughed. Xianyuan Yingying wanted to see if there was any difference between Little White and Li Lingtian, but Little White thought that if Xianyuan Yingying were to differentiate them based on their genders, the result would naturally be different since their intentions were different. You guys! Li Lingtian's face darkened as he glared at Xiaobai and Xianyuan Yingying. He sighed in his heart. Why was it that the yin was strong and the yang was weak? Why were the few peerless beauties like this? How could he endure this? Big brother Ling Tian, don't blame me. Big sister Xiao Bai was thinking the wrong thing. Xianyuan Yingying's face was red as she explained. However, the more she explained, the more shy she became. Alright, go back to sleep. Little White too. Go back to sleep. I want to rest. Li Lingtian did not want to argue with them anymore. If they were to withdraw, he did not know what else he would be embarrassed about. He originally thought that as a man, he didn't have to worry about losing face. In this aspect, men were naturally at an advantage. It was a kind of stimulation and temptation to say these words to a few little beauties. But now, he realized that he was the one who was passive in front of them. All right. Xianyuan Yingying ran out as if she was trying to escape and settled down in the room opposite Li Lingtian. Li Lingtian had set up countless restrictions and formations in the courtyard, as well as a powerful group of guards. Even a ninth firmament martial emperor powerhouse might not be able to break in. As long as he had the slightest reaction, he would be able to deal with everything. Brother, am going back to sleep too? Little White asked when he saw Xianyuan Yingying go back to sleep. Of course you have to go back to sleep. Are you going to watch us make out? Li Lingtian snapped as he flicked Little White's forehead. He, Shun Meier, and Tang Ziming were husband and wife, so it was normal for them to be intimate. Even though Little White was an incarnation of the dragon tribe, she was still the dragon tribe's little princess, Xiao Longnu, and a peerless beauty. What's the big deal? Didn't I see you two being intimate in the past? I've seen it many times. Xiaobai pouted and said aggrievedly. Li Lingtian felt helpless. Little White did not transform into a human before, but now, it had transformed into a peerless beauty. The transformation was completely different and the feeling was different. If Little White were to see their family now, he would definitely feel uncomfortable. Tang Ziming and Shun Meier would also feel uncomfortable. Go back to sleep. Li Lingtian's heart was burning when he saw Shun Meier and Tang Ziming's shy expressions. She quickly shouted at Xiaobai. This girl was really getting more and more disobedient as she grew up. So be it. Whitey snorted and made a face before running out. Big brother Ling Tian, I'll go back first. Tang Ziming said when she saw that there were only the three of them in the room. If Shun Meier was not here, she would not be willing to leave. However, with Shun Meier here, even if she wanted to stay and accompany Li Lingtian, she would feel embarrassed. Little sister Meng Meng, you compensate for your husband. I'll go back and rest. Shun Meier spoke up as well. Both of them missed Li Lingtian but were too embarrassed to fight him, so they could only let him stay. Forget it. You two can stay here. I don't want to run around at night. Li Lingtian grinned wickedly as he chuckled. He could already imagine the scene of Shun Meier and Tang Ziming serving him together. Such a scene almost drove him crazy. The two of us. Big brother Ling Tian, you're so bad. The two girls exclaimed. They had never thought of such a thing. In the past, Shun Meier and Qing Ling served Li Lingtian together. Even though they were still shy, they could still accept it. It was because serving Li Lingtian together was more exciting. However, Tang Ziming was now a different person. She felt the same as when she first served Li Lingtian with Qingling. Tang Ziming was even worse. She knew that her sister and sister Yuan served Li Lingtian together, and she also knew that Shun Mei and Qing Ling served Li Lingtian together. However, it was her turn. Although she loved Li Lingtian to death, she was still shy when they were alone. Now that Shun Mei was here, she was even more shy. Yes. Li Lingtian nodded as he looked at Shun Mei and Tang Zimeng with a faint smile on his face. The two of them blushed and did not dare to raise their heads. It was Li Lingtian who walked forward and put his arm around Tang Zimeng and Shun Mei's shoulders before they came to the bedside. All right then. Tang Zimeng seemed to have mustered up her courage as she looked up at Li Lingtian with a red face. She reached out to help him undress. Shun Mei was shocked. She did not expect Tang Zimeng to have such courage. She then helped Li Lingtian to undress. Both of them removed their outer garments before they quickly returned to bed and covered themselves with the blanket. Li Lingtian smiled and walked inside to sleep between the two women. The three of them did not speak. Li Lingtian could hear the two ladies' heartbeats and was amused. Gradually, the two ladies were relieved to see that Li Lingtian was not moving. She moved her delicate body gently and leaned against Li Lingtian. She hugged Li Lingshan's arm and pressed her proud chest tightly against Li Lingshan's body. The three of them did not make any movements. Gradually, Li Lingtian fell asleep as well. Although he wanted to have sex with the two of them, it was Tang Zimeng and Shun Mei's first time together. Naturally, he did not want to force them. It would not be too late to come back when they were used to being together. The night was silent. Although the two girls were shy, they couldn't stand the drowsiness and fell asleep. However, she felt very safe the entire night. Although they were both girls and were eager for that kind of thing, it was a blessing to sleep next to Li Lingtian. The next day, Xianyuan Yingying blushed when she saw Li Lingtian and the other two in the same room. It was obvious what the three of them were doing together. However, this girl didn't say anything today. She knew that if she opened her mouth, she would still be the one at a disadvantage. Li Lingtian and the others cultivated in peace in the inn while waiting for the arrival of the other demonic tribe powerhouses. Although this was a little dangerous, it was still the best method. As long as they caused a huge commotion and destroyed the demon sealing god array blueprint in front of all the powerful demons, the demons would be in a mess. Chapter 509. The 9 demon venerables. As the days passed, Li Lingtian and the others had been in Cold Demon City for 6 days. Although there was no commotion in the inn, Li Lingtian was certain that a powerhouse had arrived. However, he had no intention of making a move. Young master, there are already 7 9th-level Martial Emperor Realm powerhouses here. Around the inn. It seems like they are waiting for someone. Longde greeted Li Lingtian respectfully as he walked out of the room. Updated on B0X 0VL.com, they looked at Li Lingtian with an unknown plan. 7 9th Firmament Martial Emperor powerhouses were still too much for their current abilities. Moreover, the other party had sent a super expert, yet they actually did not make a move. They were definitely waiting for an even more powerful fiend race. There was no news from the 9th Heaven Martial Emperor they had sent previously. They must have known that Li Lingtian was not an easy opponent. Although there were countless 9th Heaven Martial Emperors in the Infernal Tribe, the loss of one meant the loss of one. The important thing was that Li Lingtian had the Demon Sealing God Array blueprint in his hands. He did not want any accidents to happen to this blueprint. Just wait, it should be here soon. Go back to the Divine Dragon Ring later. This place isn't suitable for you anymore. Li Lingtian took a look at Longde, who was a Tier 7, Level 5 Martial Emperor. Even if he was powerful, he was useless against a Tier 9 Martial Emperor. Instead of being a burden outside, he might as well enter the Divine Dragon Ring. If there was any danger, he could escape alone. Now, he had 3 9th-level Martial Emperor Realm Guards by his side. Coupled with his own methods, it was still possible for him to deal with 4 9th-level Martial Emperors. However, this time, he did not plan to make a move. Instead, he left after destroying the demon's sealing god array blueprint. The other party wanted to wait for a super expert. His heart also thumped. The 9 heavens did not dare to make a move, so the person they were waiting for should be in existence at the martial saint level. Even if he wasn't a martial saint, he was still in existence at the peak of the 9th heaven. It was also possible that it was a 9th level martial emperor with terrifying strength. He was at the 1st level martial emperor realm and could control mysterious skills and treasures. Since the devil race was powerful, it was naturally possible that it was the same. Young master, even if it's a 9th heaven martial monarch realm expert, I can still withstand it for a while. Longda was shocked when he heard Li Lingxian's words. He knew that the opponent Li Lingtian had provoked was not someone he could help. As a subordinate, if his position in his master's heart could be ignored, it would be a crisis. I don't want to fight them. After Li Lingtian finished speaking, he looked up at the sky with a frown. He quickly entered the room and in a flash, he arrived at Xianyuan Yingying and Little White's room. After everything was done, they returned to the courtyard again. Longda and the others also revealed shocked expressions. The 30 guards had already formed 3 joint attack formations. Xianyuan Qing also looked at the sky solemnly, and his heart trembled. The atmosphere in the air was oppressive. Although there were no experts, this feeling made it almost impossible for people to breathe. The demonic aura in the sky became denser and denser, and the originally quiet space gradually became restless. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. 9 figures floated in the air strangely. 9 9th level martial emperor realm demons emitted a dense and shocking demonic aura. Die. When the 9 9th level martial emperors arrived, a cold voice sounded in the air. As soon as the voice fell, a destructive demonic chi pressure with the power to tear space came crashing down. Instantly, the space seemed to be about to explode. The 30 guards, Longda, and Xianyuan Qing all felt the threat of death and did not have the slightest intention to resist. After the demonic chi pressure, a huge demonic palm slammed down like a small mountain, completely ignoring the countless demons below. Earth Tao Intent, Heaven Flipping Seal. Metal Will of the Great Path, extremely divine. The will of the Tao of Water, ice for 10,000 miles. Li Lingtian was shocked when he saw such power. When the demons attacked, they did not have the slightest scruples. They were completely slaughtering. Even if they were of the same kind, they would also kill endlessly. Li Lingtian did not have the slightest bit of confidence in facing such a destructive demonic palm. He channeled all his true essence and unleashed 3 types of Tao wills almost simultaneously. Kacha, Kacha, boom, pft. The 3 Tao wills were shattered and Li Lingxian's body was struck hard. His body was also thrown out with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He was even more shocked. He hadn't even seen the person, but he was already mercilessly crushed. This was the first time he had encountered such an attack. The martial monarch realm experts of the guards were also sent flying by the impact. Even Xianyuan Qing was severely injured. Human, you should know why I'm here. I'll give you 3 seconds to hand over the demon sealing god array blueprint, and I'll give you a quick death. In the air, the aura of destruction wreaked havoc, and the entire inn within a radius of 200 meters was reduced to ashes. Countless Asmodeans fell under the palm strike. Li Lingxian's body fell to the ground with a look of horror in his eyes. An old man in embroidered clothes appeared in the air. If it weren't for the faint demonic chi on his body, he wouldn't have been associated with an expert. Demon Venerable! 9 Demon Venerable! Li Lingtian cried out in surprise. The last time the Divine Wind Martial Saint mentioned the appearance of the 9 Demon Venerable, the latter was also injured. He did not expect the 9 Demon Venerable to appear now. Furthermore, the aura on his body had completely surpassed that of a martial supreme. Needless to say, this old man's cultivation had long recovered. He was like a martial saint. A martial saint was indeed a martial saint. A martial supreme could not compare to him at all. With his cultivation and strength, coupled with his will of the great path, it would not be a problem for him to protect himself, let alone attack others. However, he did not expect this demon venerable to mercilessly suppress his 3 Tao wills. If it were not for the true dragon body protection and the limitless feather coat, he would have died under this palm. Not bad, not bad. There's actually a human who remembers me. It's already impressive that you're able to withstand a palm strike from me. You can be proud of yourself. The 9 demon venerable was indeed him. He did not expect that his destructive attack would not destroy this little human in front of him. The palm strike just now could kill even a devil at the peak of the 9th heaven martial emperor realm, let alone a 1st heaven human. Rumors had it that this human was very powerful. A 1st heaven martial emperor had killed countless martial emperors of his demon race, and even killed a 9th heaven martial emperor. If it was not for the demon sealing god array blueprint, he would not have ambushed a 1st heaven martial emperor human. It would be too embarrassing. He had never expected that the other party would still survive when he was a martial saint who had ambushed a martial supreme. Proud. Haha, the demon venerable of the devil race is nothing much. He failed to kill me, a 1st heaven martial emperor, even after a sneak attack. How embarrassing. You want the blueprint of the demon sealing god array? Alright, I'll give it to you. Li Lingtian stood up with blood still trickling from the corner of his mouth. His face was ghastly pale. He could kill a 9th heaven martial monarch realm expert, but he was nothing more than an ant when facing this martial saint. He had seen martial saints before, and they were countless times stronger than this martial saint from the devil race. The 4 Xianyuan saints were super 9th heavenly layer martial saints. However, the 4 saints of Xianyuan had never revealed any aura, so he couldn't sense their power. This 9 demon venerable in front of him was definitely the strongest one he had ever seen. Under this attack, he did not even have the ability to resist at all. Come in. Li Lingtian walked forward step by step. At this moment, all the guards had gathered together and stood in front of Li Lingtian. However, Li Lingtian did not expect the guards to stop him. With a flick of his divine consciousness, the divine dragon ring was activated and Xianyuan Qing and the rest disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already inside the divine dragon ring. Dozens of guards are injured. Even if I use the combined attack formation, it's impossible for me to threaten the 9 demon venerables. Rather than sending myself to death, I might as well face it alone. The demon sealing god array blueprint appeared in his hand. He waved his hand, and the blueprint appeared in front of 9 demon venerable and the others. Hand it over, and I can give you a quick death. The 9 demon venerable's face was filled with excitement and greed as he saw the divine dragon ring in Li Lingshan's hand. It must be a space treasure since it could take away all the guards. Space treasure. Even if he was the 9 demon venerable of Yuzhou, a martial saint, he did not have a space treasure. He only used some slightly stronger storage bags. Swoosh! Li Lingshan's body flashed as a cruel smile appeared on his face. His entire body was already suspended in the air, on the same level as 9 demon venerable. After he flew up, the 9 ninth heaven martial emperor demons surrounded Li Lingtian. With that, it would be too late for Li Lingtian to escape. Do you want the blueprint? Li Lingtian used his tongue to lick the blood at the corner of his mouth. A bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face and he gave off a sinister vibe. His entire Bodhis aura also erupted. Dragon energy, shocking dragon energy. However, there was also a shocking sword intent in this dragon chi. The space trembled in front of this strange aura. Lowly human. No. I'm gonna pick. Fight. Ben. Respect. Demon Venerable 9 said coldly. His entire body emitted demonic chi, and traces of death aura appeared in the air. A martial saint was furious. Everyone below the martial saint realm was an ant. As a powerful martial saint powerhouse, he was almost invincible. It was already a little embarrassing for him to deal with a first-level martial emperor. Moreover, he had brought 9 ninth-level martial emperor subordinates with him. His sneak attack was originally meant to kill the other party in one move. This way, he could also regain some face because he mercilessly crushed a martial artist. As long as he killed him in an instant, no one would be able to see his power. However, he did not expect that his sneak attack would still be blocked by this first-level martial emperor realm human. In his opinion, this was already very embarrassing. As soon as the voice fell, the aura of the space also became strange, completely beyond the imagination of the martial artist. It was as if a demon god had descended into the world, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. P.S. There are 30 monthly votes, 200 reviews, and 200 recommendation votes today. Chapter 510. The Demon Lord's Rage 1. The Demon Venerable's pressure caused the space to tremble. Li Lingshan's face began to contort as he endured the crushing pressure of destruction. However, there was a cruel look on his face and a bloodthirsty smile on his lips. The 9 heavenly stars. Li Lingtian endured the Demon Lord's pressure and activated his Ice Soul martial soul. His eyes were cold. Updated on B0X 0VL. The 9 ninth level martial emperor realm demons had sealed off Li Lingshan's escape route. In fact, they all knew that a first-level martial emperor human would not be able to fight back against the demon supreme. However, at that moment, Li Lingshan's eyes flashed as he activated the 5 elements Dao Will at the same time. 99 5-colored spiritual pearls appeared beside him. The 5-colored spiritual pearls formed a strange formation. The moment the 5-colored spiritual pearls appeared, the spiritual chi between heaven and earth rushed over. CC. All the spiritual chi within 100 miles was sucked dry and absorbed into the 5-colored spiritual pearls around Li Lingtian. With a soft shout, the 9 heaven stars was unleashed. Instantly, everything within 1,000 meters of Li Lingtian was sealed. An invisible light shield trapped the 9 ninth-level martial emperor realm demons and the demon supreme. The 9 demon venerables and the 9 ninth firmament martial emperor realm demons were shocked when they saw Li Lingshan's heaven-defying almighty skill. This almighty skill was beyond their imagination. The appearance of the 9 skies star was too sudden. They did not expect Li Lingtian to retaliate. By the time they realized it, it was already too late. 9 Demon Venerable unleashed a strange demonic chi and wrapped himself up. Pft! The sound of blood spurting out rang out. The 9 ninth-level martial emperor realm demons spurted out blood, and their faces were filled with fear. Die! Li Lingshan's eyes were filled with madness as he circulated his 5 elements will to the extreme. With a single clench of his hand, the light shield of the 9 skies of stars exploded. The 9 ninth-level martial emperor realm demons and the 9 demon venerables disappeared as the light shield shattered. Li Lingtian spat out a mouthful of blood. Forcefully unleashing the 9 skies of stars was undoubtedly courting death, but there was no turning back now. In the sky, 10 figures appeared. 9 of them were martial emperors from the demon clan and 1 was 9 demon venerables. 9 of the 10 figures gradually faded away and turned into dust. 9 demon venerables spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was pale and his eyes were filled with anger. Space-time traceless. The smile on Li Lingshan's face grew wider as the stars in the 9 skies vanished. No matter how furious the 9 demon venerable was, he could not care less now. He looked at the 9 demon venerable coldly. Pft! When Nine Demon Venerable saw Li Lingshan's smile, a chill ran down his spine. This was the first time he felt threatened by a first firmament martial emperor. In his consciousness, this human had already left a shadow on him. Anger rose in him, but he could not muster up anything else. Another shocking wave of demonic qi came pressing down on Li Lingtian. At the same time, the appearance of the demonic qi caused Nine Demon Venerable to spit out a mouthful of blood. He looked at his abdomen with disbelief. A small bloody wound appeared on his abdomen. His entire body had been penetrated by a strange attack. Bang! The destructive demonic qi bombarded Li Lingshan's body, and he was thrown into the air. Blueprints. Here you go. The moment Li Lingtian threw himself out, an exquisite flying knife appeared in his hand. The flying knife was glowing with a magnificent light and gave off a life-devouring aura. You dare! Human, you will die a horrible death. Nine Demon Venerable looked at Li Lingtian, who had been sent flying by his attack, with a silent expression. He had been ambushed and suffered 2 consecutive serious injuries. Both injuries had nearly taken his life. From the beginning to the end, he didn't know how the wound on his abdomen came about. No one could hurt his body as a martial saint of the demon race, but he had to suffer the damage of destruction. At that moment, her heart tightened when she saw the blueprint in Li Lingshan's hand. She felt that something bad was about to happen. However, he did not know what was about to happen. Finally, a ball of ice flame appeared in Li Lingshan's hand that was holding the blueprint. The ice flame quickly enveloped the blueprint. Upon seeing the ice flame, the Nine Demon Venerable knew what Li Lingtian was up to. Li Lingtian wanted to destroy the forbidden demon god formation blueprint so that the Asmodeans would lose their chance. It was too late to stop him. The icy frost flame in Li Lingshan's hand vanished, and the blueprint was scattered in the air. Rumble! There was a thunderous sound in the air as a pair of crystalline wings appeared on Li Lingshan's shoulders. The wings were covered in electric arcs, and with a flap of the wings, Li Lingtian disappeared. Damn it! Nine Demon Venerable was furious when he saw Li Lingtian trying to escape. If Li Lingtian were to escape from him, he would certainly lose face in the divine martial continent. Furthermore, he was a martial saint. After ambushing a first firmament martial emperor, not only did he fail to kill Li Lingtian, he had even killed 9 of his subordinates. He had also suffered several consecutive serious injuries. After being beaten to such a state by a human first-level martial emperor, he really did not have the face to face anyone. Just as he was about to chase after Li Lingtian, he saw the blueprints on the other side. The blueprints were the most important. In his divine consciousness, Li Lingshan's figure was already 100 miles away. He was shocked to the core. Teleportation was not that exaggerated. With one hand and one body, a ball of demonic qi grabbed the blueprint with the ice flame in his hand. Tisk! The moment the blueprint came into contact with the demonic qi, it emitted a soft sound. This soft sound was like thunder in Nine Demon Venerable's ears. He thought that this was not good, but it was already too late. Ice flames appeared on the blueprint. The ice flames collided with the demonic qi, and the blueprint quickly shattered into pieces when the ice flames collided with the demonic qi. Rumble! Boom! Pft! Detestable, extremely detestable. The blueprint was shattered into pieces in front of the countless demons in the cold demon city. The Nine Demon Venerable's eyes darkened and he almost fainted. He did not expect the blueprint to actually turn into pieces in his hands. How could he withstand such an impact? A few hundred years ago, half of the blueprint was taken away by the Divine Wind Martial Saint, but now this half was destroyed in his hands. Furious demonic qi soared into the sky. The Nine Demon Venerable could not hold it in any more. The demonic qi in his entire body bombarded the heaven and earth. The ground collapsed and space was torn apart. Countless demons disappeared in the face of destruction. Those slightly stronger demons hurriedly fled. In his rage, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was already injured by the Nine Skies Stars scheme and Li Lingxian's traceless spacetime. Although he managed to dodge the attack by relying on his senses and was not killed, his abdomen was severely injured. Now that he was enraged, it affected his injuries and made them even more serious. He glared coldly at the direction Li Lingtian had fled in and was about to give chase in a flash. Lord Nine Demon Venerable, the great demon Venerable has given the order. A faint voice sounded in the air, causing Nine Demon Venerable to stop. He was forced to stop, and his injuries increased. His face was pale and ugly. Speak. The ninth demon Venerable turned around and looked at the demonic shadow in the sky. The demonic shadow rolled over and arrived in front of Nine Demon Venerable. A series of subtle voices reached Nine Demon Venerable's ears. What? There's a strange sign in the Heaven Ascension Tower? Where are the others? Nine Demon Venerable exclaimed in shock. As a Demon Venerable, he had actually become so shocked. There was definitely nothing simple about it. On the ground in the distance, countless demons looked at the Demon Venerable in the sky with incomparable curiosity. I'll rush to the Heaven Ascension Tower and tell them to hurry. I'll kill this human first. Nine Demon Venerable's body flashed and disappeared in an instant. The demonic shadow in the sky also disappeared. Cold Demon City was left in a mess. All the demons, demonic cultivators, and humans were shocked. A human at the first heaven of the Martial Emperor Realm had actually killed 9 Ninth Heaven Martial Emperor Realm demons, injured the Demon Venerable, and destroyed the blueprint. He had escaped just like that. Such a terrifying method shocked everyone. Although that human was also severely injured, he was definitely a heaven-defying existence to be able to escape from 9 ninth-level Martial Monarch Realm experts and the Martial Saint Demon Venerable. Swoosh! Li Lingtian flapped his thunderclap wings continuously as the vital essence in his body was rapidly consumed. As it flashed, it used the devouring light to recover its true essence. This was the only way to support the consumption of the thunderclap wings. The injuries in his body were already so serious that they were unbearable to look at. He never expected a martial saint like Demon Venerable to come, nor did he expect a martial saint to be so terrifying. Thinking about how terrifying a martial saint was, he still had lingering fear. If he did not want to die, he would not dare to fight a martial saint like the Demon Venerable. Pfft! He spat out a mouthful of blood, but he did not dare to stop because he had used his heaven-defying divine sense to sense that 9 Demon Venerable was following him closely about 2,000 miles behind. Although he could not catch up to him in a short period of time, it would be a piece of cake for the 9 Demon Saint to catch up to him as time passed. Fei Long, come out. Li Lingtian paused for a moment before he activated the Divine Dragon Ring. The moment he teleported, the silver-winged flying dragon appeared in the air. The silver-winged flying dragon noticed the blood on Li Lingxian's lips and his face. It was obvious that Li Lingtian was severely injured and was being pursued by a powerhouse. Without any hesitation, he brought Li Lingtian through the air. Li Lingxian's divine consciousness was keeping an eye on the back, worried that the 9 Demon Venerable might use some strange secret skill. The silver-winged flying dragon continued to shuttle through the air, not aiming for a single target. Would Tao intent all things revive? Li Lingtian sat on the back of the silver-winged flying dragon and allowed it to fly freely. He observed the situation behind him, and with a wave of his hand, he unleashed the wood will of the way. Instantly, 100 miles of pine forest was formed behind him. The will of the earth, desert quicksand. Another will of the great path of earth was displayed. Immediately, a desert with a radius of 100 miles appeared. The fool in the desert emitted a faint aura. Rumble! Rumble! After a short while, an explosion sounded behind him. The 9 Demon Venerable destroyed the pine forest in front of him, and removed the obstruction in front of him. Even though the pine forest was not large, 9 Demon Venerable did not dare to be careless in case Li Lingtian sneaked up on him. He was already wary of this human. After passing through the pine forest, Li Lingtian was now 2,000 miles away from them. If you have recommendation votes, monthly votes, and book reviews, add more. 200 book reviews, 30 monthly votes, 100 recommendation vote. Chapter 511, Demon Suppression Secretly, 1, Rustle. 100-mile-wide sea of sand soared into the sky and bombarded 9 Demon Venerable like a sandstorm. In the sky, dust filled the sky. The dust isolated his divine sense, and his vision was dark. Detestable, extremely detestable. 9 Demon Venerable did not expect Li Lingtian to set up obstacles in front of him. These obstacles were hard to guard against. Updated on B0x 0VL. These obstacles were the 5 elements Tao intent that Li Lingtian had forcefully displayed. No matter how powerful the 9 Demon Venerable was, he would definitely fall for it if he was not paying attention. Although he could not kill the 9 Demon Venerable, he could block it for a while and delay the 9 Demon Venerable's speed. This way, he would have more chances to escape. He felt a trace of regret in his heart. He shouldn't have come to Yuzhou to take the risk. This Demon Venerable's power was beyond his imagination. In his calculations, even if the Demon Venerable appeared, he could easily escape or use his guards to kill him. However, he did not expect the Demon Venerable's cultivation to be so terrifying. However, it was too late to regret now. Moreover, regret was not in his personality. It was just that he was afraid of 9 Demon Venerable's strength just now. He had underestimated the strength of a martial saint. Fei Long, what happened? Li Lingtian stood atop the silver-winged flying dragon and allowed it to fly freely. He did not even look ahead. Instead, he used the 5 elements Tao intent to create a strange barrier. As time passed, Li Lingtian gradually felt dizzy. His injuries were very serious, and he had continuously used various skills of the 5 elements Tao intent to restrict the 9 Demon Venerable's speed. However, the price he had paid was obvious. His primeval essence was completely exhausted, and 9 Demon Venerable was still 2,000 miles away. However, a distance of 2,000 miles was only a moment's effort for a martial saint powerhouse. Now that he was about to make a move, Li Lingtian could sense that something was amiss as he and Fei Long had already entered the thick demonic qi. Young master, we have entered the demon suppression secrets. The silver-winged flying dragon was already at the 7th step, and it was already time for it to transform. However, the silver-winged flying dragon was not used to transforming. Moreover, to the demon race, it was only when it was in its true form that it was the strongest. He was now at level 3 rank 7, which was equivalent to the cultivation of a 3rd heaven martial emperor. With such cultivation and the advantage of being a sky king, his speed was shocking. Otherwise, 9 Demon Venerable would not have been able to catch up even after using countless secret techniques. Moreover, in terms of endurance, no one could compare to a silver-winged flying dragon. Otherwise, it would be an insult to the title of the King of the Sky. Demon Suppression Secrets. Li Lingtian was shocked and thought to himself that this was not good. He did not have any spirit qi to use in this place. Even if he cast the devouring light, he would only be devouring demonic qi. The Demon Suppression Secrets was the most terrifying place in Yuzhou province. It was no different from the forbidden land of the demon clan. It was full of demonic qi, endless demonic beasts, and unknown dangers. Compared to the previous Devil Canyon, it was on a completely different level. In this place, not to mention martial kings and martial grandmasters, even martial emperors, martial supremes, and even martial sovereigns did not dare to come easily. Young master, in the demon suppression secrets, this subordinate can't tell the direction. What should we do? Why don't we fly around? With my speed, that guy won't be able to catch up in a short time. The silver-winged flying dragon's eyes flashed with shock. After entering this place, its divine sense could not determine the direction. It was completely flying blindly. Naturally, it would not be foolish enough to return to flight, as that would automatically send itself to its death. No need. Just hang in there and fly straight in. It's safer here. If we go out, hell find me directly. If it doesn't work, I'll just use my devil technique. Li Lingtian muttered to himself for a moment before he spoke to the silver-winged flying dragon. Although there was no spirit chi in this place, it was a place of death for human warriors. However, it was an exception for Li Lingtian as he controlled the Holy Demon Ring. He also used Holy Demon Chi and True Demon Chi in his body. Although he did not deliberately cultivate it, it just so happened that he had the strongest treasures and cultivation techniques of the demon race. If the demon race knew about this, it would be strange if they did not vomit blood. If he was outside, even if he encountered a martial artist, he would also be locked onto by 9 demon venerables' consciousness. However, if he came here, he would definitely encounter many demons, and they would all be experts of the demon race. If he had no other choice, he would change his aura to demonic chi. I understand. Then I will fly at full speed. Young master, you watch. After I shake that guy off, I will hide so that he won't find me. The silver-winged flying dragon was overjoyed when it heard that. It began to flee for its life, forgetting that Li Lingtian was also in control of the Nephilim race's true treasures and ultimate cultivation technique. The Nephilim race could not have imagined such an exception. If he were to cast his demonic art here, 9 demon venerable would never expect Li Lingtian to possess it. By then, he would have to search for Li Lingtian everywhere. However, he understood that Li Lingtian could transform into a demon, but he could not hide his demonic chi. Instead of being a burden to Li Lingtian, it would be better to hide and let 9 demon venerable search for him. All right. Li Lingtian only uttered one word. His voice was extremely weak, and he did not even have the strength to speak. The meridians in his body were constantly being damaged, and if he did not suppress his injuries, they would only worsen. After he finished speaking, he sat down powerlessly. His divine sense spread out behind him, staring at 9 demon venerable who was flying at high speed. In his divine sense, every time the 9 demon venerable flashed, he would cover a distance of dozens of miles. At this speed, 2000 would only need 20 seconds to catch up. Fortunately, he had the speed of the silver-winged flying dragon. Otherwise, even if he was not injured, he would have been killed by the 9 demon venerable. In a place like this, the 9 demon venerables were completely in control. With an inexhaustible supply of demonic chi, they did not care about the consumption of demonic chi at all. Instead, they were focused on pursuing Li Lingtian. Damn it! Is he still at the first heaven of the martial emperor realm? He's so fast. I want to see how long you can last. There will always be a time when your true essence is exhausted. 9 demon venerable's divine consciousness was also locked onto Li Lingtian, who was in front of him. He was shocked as well. He did not expect that he would be left behind even after giving chase. However, he knew that Li Lingtian was severely injured. A first firmament martial emperor flying like this was definitely the end of a powerful attack. It would not be long before he could not hold on. Suppressing demons in the dark. Haha, you really don't want to take the path to heaven, but you barged into hell. 9 demon venerable's body flashed. He suddenly discovered the dense demonic chi in front of him and the terrain in front of him. His expression immediately became shocked and excited. He understood the hidden dangers of suppressing demons, but a human coming here was courting death. Moreover, the matter that he had to deal with happened to be here. He didn't expect it to be so convenient. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but laugh. Not good, what happened? Did he die? Just as they entered the demon suppression secrets, the expression on 9 Demon Venerable's face changed. In his consciousness, the human who was locked on to suddenly disappeared, escaping from the consciousness lock. Search the world. When 9 Demon Venerable realized that Li Lingtian was no longer under the surveillance of his divine consciousness, he was shocked. He quickly accelerated his flight and cast a forbidden spell. However, he did not find any trace of Li Lingtian either. His expression changed a few times before a shocking demonic chi soared into the sky. The demon clan's most mysterious tracking technique was unleashed. Instantly, a mysterious aura locked onto everything within a radius of 10,000 miles, and they quickly began to search. Within a few seconds, they had searched the area within 10,000 miles. However, they did not find any trace of Li Lingtian. Instead, they did discover the presence of a few humans. Realizing this, 9 Demon Venerable was startled. He quickly flew towards the few people with human auras. Damn it! It's fake. It's still fake. It's fake again, it's still fake. Suppressing Demon let out a blood-curdling scream as 6 to 7 human martial emperor powerhouses were crushed to death. 9 Demon Venerable locked onto a few humans in his divine consciousness, but none of them were Li Lingtian. In his rage, he killed them all. There were countless humans and demons in the demon suppression sect. However, it was impossible for 9 Demon Venerable to kill all the humans. Even if he killed all the humans, he would not be able to find Li Lingtian. By the time he killed the humans, Li Lingtian would have left long ago. When he saw a first firmament martial emperor escaping right under his nose, 9 Demon Venerable was furious. He used his divine sense to the extreme and swept a glance at the humans in every demon suppression sect. Experts had very powerful divine senses, but within a certain range, they could clearly see the other party's appearance and cultivation technique. However, beyond a certain range, they could only determine the aura and could not see the other party's appearance. Even the 9 Demon Saint could only see the other party within 500 miles. He could only roughly tell the other party's aura and cultivation from 1,000 miles away. However, from 3,000 miles away, his divine sense could only see a trace of the other party's aura. He could not even see the other party's cultivation and race. Finding Li Lingtian in a place like this was like searching for a needle in a haystack. Li Lingtian, who had been targeted by the 9 Demon Venerable and had disappeared, was hiding in a bush as he spat out a mouthful of blood. A faint demonic aura was emitted from his body. He was now completely a demon. Although his appearance hadn't changed, his temperament and aura were all characteristics of the demon race. If the 9 Demon Venerable had not seen it in front of him, he would never believe that he was Li Lingtian. After all, Li Lingtian was now a demon among demons. He possessed the most powerful cultivation technique of the demon race, the most mysterious Saint Demon Chi and true Demon Chi of the demon race, and the supreme treasure of the demon race. Li Lingtian did not dare to be too strong at this moment. His cultivation was only at the first heaven martial emperor realm, and his demonic chi was as pure as a normal demon. If he was too conspicuous, the 9 Demon Venerables might notice him. 9 Demon Venerable definitely did not expect that his opponent would be within 10,000 miles of him, but he had no way to find him because there were not many humans within 10,000 miles. There were only countless demons, and he was one of them. Chapter 5:12 The True Saint Demon Scripture. What a terrifying martial saint! Li Lingtian thought to himself. His face was pale and his spirit was extremely weak. Now, he did not have any true essence in his body. He did not even have any demonic chi. Although he did not cultivate the saint demon's true understanding, his demonic chi could be used with his vital essence. The more vital essence he had, the more demonic chi he had. However, he had already exhausted his true essence just now. Moreover, he had also used the heaven-defying pill. In other words, he could not use the heaven-defying pill to recover his cultivation today. Updated on B0x. 0VL. Similarly, even if he could use it, he did not dare to use it. After all, the heaven-defying pill was used to recover true essence. If he recovered true essence, he would be discovered by the 9-demon venerable. At that time, he would be able to discover his secret. After discovering his secret, the consequences were unimaginable. Do I really have to cultivate the Saint Demon quintessence? I can't cultivate the Saint Demon quintessence. I already have the Holy Demon Ring, the Holy Demon quintessence, and the Heaven's Wand. What's wrong with cultivating a little? What if something happens after cultivating the true Saint Demon understanding? If I don't cultivate the Saint Demon quintessence, I won't be able to recover my cultivation and injuries. I'll also die here. In Li Lingxian's mind, two consciousnesses were struggling. One of them wanted to cultivate the Saint Demon's quintessential understanding, while the other did not. Although he did not rule out the cultivation techniques of the demons, he did not want to take the initiative to cultivate them. At this moment, it was difficult for him to make a decision. All origins come from the same clan. The cultivation techniques of the demons and humans are the same. They are all for the sake of strengthening themselves. I-11. No matter what cultivation technique you use, it's all for the sake of killing. As long as you're strong, no one will dare to criticize you, because you're a powerhouse. Forget it. I've already grasped the Holy Demon Ring and everything about the demons. Perhaps this is the will of the heavens. After much consideration, Li Lingtian finally decided to accept the cultivation of the Saint Demon quintessence. He already had the Saint Demon Chi and True Demon Chi in his body. Although it was very little, it was enough. He had used the Heaven Wand before. Even if he hadn't cultivated it before, he had the Devil Chi of the Devil race. Now that he was cultivating it, he could only control it and recover his injuries at the same time. After making his decision, Li Lingtian closed his eyes and began to comprehend the Holy Demon quintessence. He didn't have to worry about this place. There were huge bushes and shrubs everywhere. There were also magic beasts and demons. He hid in a bush and decided not to be discovered. No one would have thought that Li Lingtian, the powerful and heaven-defying martial arts genius and alchemy saint, would be hiding in a bush. The Holy Demon quintessence left Li Lingtian speechless, as he did not need to comprehend it. It was as if he was born a demon, or he had learned it long ago. The powerful cultivation methods inside shocked him. Even the heaven and earth reincarnation and the true dragon body protection couldn't compare to the Empyrean demon canon in terms of cultivation speed. It was no wonder that the devil race's cultivation speed was so fast. The Saint Devil's true understanding was even faster. Li Lingtian did not want to fret over his easy comprehension of the Holy Demon's quintessence. Instead, he attributed it to his own knowledge. After all, the cultivation method he cultivated was like a sacred book, and his skills were heaven-tier superpowers. There were even almighty techniques like the 9 heaven stars and the 5 elements Tao intent. These were all heaven-defying existences. Furthermore, the eye of the divine soul allowed him to think faster. These were the key to understanding the Saint Demon's quintessence easily. As for whether it was true or not, Li Lingtian did not dwell on it. He briefly understood the matters of the demon race. The demon race was the same as humans, and their cultivation levels were the same. However, the demon race had a very strict hierarchy. In the divine martial continent, it was the world of humans, so the demon race did not have any names. However, those who reached the martial saint level were called demon venerables. Above demon venerables were the powerful demon emperors. Demon venerable, demon emperor, demon lord, demon emperor, demon ancestor, demon god, and the even more powerful great demon god. These titles were only used to address the experts of the demon race. They were not used to address their cultivation realms. Their cultivation realms were the same as humans. After understanding all this, Li Lingtian followed the gaze of the person who came in from the bushes and looked at the sky. It was already dark and he could cultivate now. The demon suppression secrets was the most mysterious and powerful place in Yuzhou province. It was also the most terrifying place. It was also regarded as a forbidden place by the demon race. However, this place didn't prohibit humans and demons from coming here. Countless demons and humans came here in search of medicinal herbs and demonic beasts. However, the experts who dared to come here were all martial emperors, martial venerables, and martial emperors. There were even powerful and heaven-defying martial saints. Although martial saints were rare, it was possible for them to appear in this place. In the past, there were not many humans and demons who came here, nor were there many experts. However, in the past few days, top-notch experts of the demons and humans had quietly entered. They could see martial emperor powerhouses and even martial saint powerhouses. Brother Emotion, the opening of the forbidden area this time should be related to the heaven-reaching demon tower, right? That's right. I've received reliable news that the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower has opened. Countless powerhouses have entered this place. There are even quite a number of human powerhouses who have come here. Although the two of us are at the 9th level martial monarch realm, we can't be careless. Of course. 9th firmament martial emperor realm is very powerful outside, but it's nothing in here. I heard that 9 demon venerables and 7 demon venerables are here too. Of course. This place belongs to the devil race. Since the humans have 2 martial saints, we naturally can't underestimate them. From time to time, there would be 1 or 2 demon or human powerhouses at the 8th or 9th level of the martial emperor realm in the demon suppression sect. They were all heading in the same direction, for the mysterious heavenly demon tower. As for what was inside the heaven-reaching demon tower, nobody knew. Even demons didn't know what was inside the heaven-reaching demon tower. Time passed day by day, and 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Li Lingtian opened his eyes with a calm expression on his face. His spirit had recovered. The divine soul eye appeared on his forehead. It was shaped like a 3-petaled blood-red lotus flower, making him look extremely demonic. In 10 days, he had already mastered the Saint Demon True Scripture, and the true demon chi in his body was extremely pure. Although he had mastered the Saint Demon True Understanding, he could not use the Saint Demon Chi. He could only use the true demon chi because the Saint Demon Chi was the most mysterious and powerful demonic chi of the demon race. It was even stronger than the true demon chi. True devil chi could only be cultivated by the bloodline of the royal family of the devil race. It was also a unique characteristic of the royal family. If he didn't have the holy demon ring, he wouldn't have known that the demon race still had the holy demon chi. Perhaps only the demon emperor knew about the holy demon chi. However, controlling true devil chi was also a heaven-defying existence. Any demonic chi had to submit in front of true devil chi. Although his cultivation base was at the first heaven of the martial emperor realm, his demonic chi was also at the first heaven of the martial emperor realm. Yes. With a soft shout, the demonic chi on his body disappeared. Except for the 3-petal lotus flower that appeared in the soul eye between his eyebrows, he looked ordinary. It was impossible to tell whether he was a demon or a human. However, her elegant temperament was even more attractive. She was unrestrained, elegant, and otherworldly. Tyrant demonic dragon kill. 9 heavenly devil finger. True demon god destroying palm. There was a faint smile on Li Lingshan's face. There were 9 skills in the Holy Demon Quintessence. The first 3 were top-notch heaven-rank mystical powers. With his current cultivation base, he could only cultivate the first 3 moves. He could not see the rest of the moves at all. He had to cultivate and improve to know. Although the 3 heaven-grade divine powers were only heaven-grade divine powers in the Saint Demon True Record, they were indeed as powerful as taboos in the demon race. Swoosh! His body flashed as he flew forward at high speed. After so many days, Li Lingtian believed that the 9 demon venerable had left. Now, he had to find a way to leave. Otherwise, if he continued to stay in this demon suppression secret, he could only be a demon for the rest of his life. Li Lingtian did not have to worry about being attacked by the other demons after cultivating the Saint Demon's quintessence. In this place, the demons were naturally united. If he was alone, he would naturally be treated as prey. Boom! A stream of demonic chi soared into the sky and came crashing down on Li Lingtian. The demonic chi carried a destructive erosive force that pierced through space and headed straight for Li Lingshan's back. Ignorant! There was a faint sneer on Li Lingshan's face. He hated being ambushed the most, not to mention the opponent was a demon powerhouse. Without turning around, he slapped his palm behind him. Immediately, a shocking true devil chi turned into a palm print and ruthlessly smashed towards the sneak attack. Rumble! Pft! With a loud explosion, Li Lingtian turned around and stared coldly at a 7th Heaven Martial Emperor from the Infernal Tribe. The body of the 7th Heaven Martial Emperor from the demon clan swayed as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His face was filled with fear as he stared at Li Lingtian in disbelief. True devil chi! How is this possible? How can you have true devil chi? The 7th Heaven Martial Emperor looked at Li Lingtian in horror. At first, he thought that Li Lingtian was a human, a 1st Heaven Martial Emperor. However, he did not expect that not only did he not kill the other party with his sneak attack, but he was also beaten half to death by the other party's casual palm. Moreover, he discovered that this young man was a demon like him, and a demon who controlled the true demon chi. True devil chi was a type of devil chi that could only be cultivated by the royal family of the devil race. Only by cultivating the techniques of the royal family of the devil race could one cultivate true devil chi. In other words, this young man was a member of the royal family of the devil race. Royal family members only existed in the devil realm and the devil race. However, this was the divine martial continent of humans. How could there be members of the devil race's royal family here? Only a small number of martial emperors and demons knew about the chi of true demon, and this 7th Heaven Martial Emperor happened to be one of them. How do you want to die? Li Lingtian said coldly without any expression on his face. The 3 exquisite blood-red lotuses on his glabella flickered slightly, making him look extremely demonic. His aura was calm, but it brought a supreme pressure to the 7th-level Martial Emperor realm demons. Please spare my life. I can be loyal to you and bring you to the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. Am willing to go through fire and water for you. The 7th Heaven Martial Emperor's heart was ashen. The young man in front of him was too terrifying. Even if he resisted, he was simply looking for trouble in front of the true demon chi. True devil chi and ordinary devil chi were like true chi and true essence of humans. The two were on completely different levels. I recommend a classic fantasy work written by the 9th Master, The Celestial Devil. It's definitely a divine work and worth reading. In Marquis Jiang's residence, the 4th-generation descendant, Ning Xiaochuan, was killed in a single palm strike while fighting over a beautiful silver metal courtesan in a brothel. When he was sent to the cemetery to be buried, he was resurrected and climbed out of the coffin because of the arrival of a visitor from outer space. Fate changed. A drop of divine water could manifest a world of all races. With a wave of the demonic sword, it cut through the 3,000 prosperous universes. When the gods and devils reached the sky, they would become the supreme beings of the world for 3 days. Chapter 513, Fog Sea 1, Heavenly Devil Tower? Li Lingshan's expression was calm as he stared coldly at the 7th Heaven Martial Emperor. This place was a secret place to suppress demons, but he did not know what the Heavenly Demon Tower was. Could it be the most mysterious Supreme Devil Tower in Yuzhou Province? His heart thumped. These demons should be here for that heaven-reaching demon tower? Updated on B0X. 0VL. That's right. The Heaven Ascension Devil Tower has opened. It's said that the experts of the demon race, human race, and even the demon race are heading to the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower. The human race and the demon race want to stop us demons from obtaining the treasures in the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. That's why we demons entered the Demon Tower on a large scale. The 7th Heaven Martial Emperor Devil Race did not suspect him. The young man in front of him must be a super expert of the Devil Race. He did not know about the Devil Tower and should be cultivating. His tone was extremely polite and he even set the internals and humans against each other. This way Li Lingtian would not kill him. I see. You can leave now. Li Lingshan's face revealed an TC expression. With a tap of his hand, a strange finger force that ignored the distance between them pierced through the 7th Heaven Martial Emperor's chest in an instant. Black blood flowed out of the bloody holes, and the wounds spread in front of the finger force. In the blink of an eye, the 7th Heaven Martial Emperor from the demon clan turned into a stream of demonic chi and disappeared from the world. This was the power of the 9-een heavenly demonic finger. Li Lingtian glanced at the storage pouch on the ground and grabbed it with one hand. A jade slip appeared in his hand and his divine sense moved. His face revealed a satisfied expression. His body strangely disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already 10 miles away. He did not expect it to be so easy to kill a 7th Heaven Martial Emperor. However, he finally understood why the Devil Race was so powerful. He had dealt with the demons quite a few times, but it was very difficult to kill them each time. It turned out that the demon race's skills and cultivation were countless times more powerful than humans. The true demon god-destroying palm just now had severely injured a 7th-level martial emperor with a casual strike, and the 9-een heavenly demon finger had rendered a 7th-level martial emperor powerless. There was dense demonic chi everywhere in the demon suppression sect. There was not a trace of spiritual chi. However, Li Lingtian was like a fish in water here. After flying for half a day, he finally found a relatively safe cave. After entering the cave, he used his spiritual sense and a few simple restrictions appeared. Demon Sealing Spiritual Array. Li Lingtian stopped as he cast the last spell. The appearance of this array formation could isolate the demonic chi outside, and only fresh air could enter. He wasn't worried about himself, but he had to think about Shun Mei, Tang Zimeng, and Xianyuan Yingying. Little White was a dragon, so it could naturally resist the demonic chi. It was not afraid of the demonic chi. Big Brother Ling Tian. With a flick of his divine consciousness, the divine dragon ring was activated. Xianyuan Yingying and the other 3 appeared in front of Li Lingtian and greeted him happily when they saw him. During this period of time, Li Lingshan's divine consciousness did not enter the divine dragon ring, and neither did they come out. Now that he was out, he was naturally extremely happy. Husband, didn't you encounter a demon expert? You've cultivated a devil race technique? Shun Mei was in a hurry when she entered the divine dragon ring. Li Lingtian must have encountered a powerful demon, or else he would not be in such a hurry. Now that Li Lingtian was safe, he felt slightly relieved. However, he immediately noticed the changes on Li Lingshan's body. The three-petal blood-red lotus flower on his glabella was still there, making him look extremely demonic. Yes, I met 9 ninth-level martial emperors and a demon supreme. Li Lingtian then recounted the events of that day, including the cultivation of the Saint Demon's quintessence. Since Shun Mei and the others were his women, there was nothing to hide. Besides, Shun Mei and the others had already known about him. However, he briefly mentioned some dangerous places so that they wouldn't worry. Demon Venerable, I didn't expect you to meet the Demon Venerable. Big Brother Ling Tian, do you think the Demon Venerable is still in the demon suppressing secrets? Big Brother, are we going to the Heavenly Devil Tower? Xianyuan Ying, Xiaobai, and Tang Zimeng looked at Li Lingtian and asked curiously. Even though they knew how powerful the Demon Supreme was, they were not worried. Even if the Demon Supreme was powerful, he would not be able to do anything to Li Lingtian. Naturally, we have to go to the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower. I've cultivated the Saint Demon's quintessence now. As long as I don't reveal my true appearance, even if 9 Demon Venerable is in front of me, he won't be able to recognize me. Li Lingtian nodded. Since he was already here, he would go and take a look. Moreover, it was not easy to get out of this demon suppression sect. Then let's rest here for a few days. You're tired. Shun Mayer sized up the cave. It wasn't a small cave, and the few of them could live separately. After that, they began to tidy up the cave. The 4 girls each prepared their own residence. It was convenient for Little White and Xianyuan Yingying. They found a small karst cave and tidied it up. On the other hand, Shun Mei and Tang Zimeng had to tidy themselves up properly. After all, they were not living alone. With Li Lingtian by their side, they had to be prepared. Soon, the 4 ladies were done tidying up. Li Lingtian arrived at the cave that Shun Mei and Tang Zimeng had tidied up. He sat cross-legged on the blanket and began meditating. After all, he had been chased by the 9 demon venerables after escaping from the cold demon city and was seriously injured. After resting for a while and cultivating the Saint Demon quintessence, he did not rest at all. Now that he had found a slightly safer place, he naturally needed to rest first. Shun Mei and Tang Zimeng were also meditating on the blanket. After 2 hours, Li Lingtian opened his eyes again. Big Brother Lingtian, you should sleep first. Meng Meng and Sister Mei will accompany you. When Tang Zimeng saw that Li Lingtian had finished his cultivation, she slowly stopped and gently removed his clothes before putting them aside. She removed her outer garment and leaned against Li Lingtian. Shun Mei did the same. She removed her light shirt and leaned on Li Lingtian's other side. The 3 of them lay on the blanket to rest. The 2 girls knew that Li Lingtian had been too tired during this period of time. He needed a good night's sleep to regain his energy. She did not pester Li Lingtian but hugged Li Lingtian's arms to sleep. The night was quiet and the 3 of them slept soundly. Shun Mei and Tang Zimeng were easily satisfied. They were happy as long as they were in Li Lingtian's arms. Li Lingtian and the rest spent the next few days in the cave. Although they could not cultivate, they could regulate their breathing. This was because they were in the demon suppression secret. There was no spirit chi but only demonic chi. The fresh air in the cave was also provided by Li Lingtian's anti-devil spiritual array. Otherwise, there would not even be fresh air in the cave. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Cece, cece. Roar, roar, roar. In the dark night of demon suppression, sounds of air being torn apart could be heard from time to time, as well as the roars of demonic beasts. Originally, there were very few experts who set foot in the demon suppression secret. Now, countless demon and human experts had arrived. After Li Lingtian left the cave, he wore a relaxed expression. With a swipe of his hand, a silver mask covered half of his face, leaving only his eyes and mouth exposed. He looked elegant, and there was an additional sense of mystery compared to before. After all, under this mask, no one could see his true appearance. In addition, the aura on his body was strange. As long as he did not use any cultivation technique, no one would be able to tell whether he was a human or a demon. In fact, there was no difference between demons and humans. On the contrary, demon men were better looking than humans. It was just that some humans demonized demons. However, there were still countless demons who were no different from magical beasts, tall and mighty. Li Lingshan's body was no longer delicate and pretty, but more devilish. Nothing else had changed. The only thing that made him depressed was the wind-lightning god slaying slash on his back. He could not refine this wind-lightning god slaying slash, nor could he put it into his storage bag. Now, she could only carry it on her back. In fact, there were very few such decorations. Previously, Demon Venerable 9 did not notice the weapon on Li Lingshan's back. Even if he saw Li Lingtian now, he would not know that Li Lingtian was his enemy. Naturally, Li Lingtian did not know that after the 9 Demon Venerable was injured, he had entered the depths of the demon-suppressing secrets and headed straight for the demonic tower. However, the situation was not looking good. After all, he was injured by Li Lingshan's 9 skies stars. It would not be easy for him to recover so quickly. Furthermore, he had been injured by traceless spacetime and his wound had not healed yet. For half a month, Li Lingtian held the jade slip in his hand as he flew in one direction. This jade slip was naturally obtained from the storage bag of the 7th Heaven Martial Monarch Realm expert he had killed. The jade slip contained the secret route to suppress the demons and could directly reach the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. After flying for half a month, they actually arrived at a sea of fog. There was no demonic chi or spiritual chi in this sea of fog. It was like a blank space, but Li Lingtian did not dare to be careless. The fog sea was not a sea area. It was just that the forest and the mountains were covered in thick fog, forming an endless fog sea. In such a place, it was easy to lose one's direction. Even if he had the route in the jade slip, it would not be so easy to find the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. Moreover, in the fog sea, the hidden demonic beasts and experts could come out at any time to launch a sneak attack. He had planned to call Shun Mei and the others out, but it seemed impossible now. If they came out, he would have to use all his energy to protect them. Roar! At that moment, a loud roar shook the sky. Li Lingshan's eardrums were almost ruptured. The ground was shaking continuously. There were also 2 demon experts fighting there. It was obvious that 2 demon 8th-layered heaven experts were surrounding a powerful demonic beast. Li Lingshan's heart skipped a beat. His body flashed and his aura was submerged in the sea of fog. It was impossible to spot his movements without careful observation. Soon, they arrived at a place not far from the battle. Li Lingtian found a secluded place to hide. 7th rank, 9th grade, blood-eyed magical beast. Li Lingtian looked at the tall demonic beast in the distance and was horrified. A level 7 or 9 demonic beast was as powerful as a 9th-level martial emperor. It was even stronger than a 9th-level martial emperor. I recommend a fantasy masterpiece, Celestial Devil. The 9th manager's product is definitely a high-quality one. In Marquis Jiang's residence, the 4th-generation descendant, Ning Xiaochuan, was killed in a single palm strike while fighting over a beautiful silver metal courtesan in a brothel. When he was sent to the cemetery to be buried, he was resurrected and climbed out of the coffin because of the arrival of a visitor from outer space. Fate changed. A drop of divine water could manifest a world of all races. With a wave of the demonic sword, it cut through the 3,000 prosperous universes. When the gods and devils reached the sky, they would become the supreme beings of the world for 3 days. Chapter 5:14. True demon god destroying palm, 1 degree V7. The eyes of the blood-eyed demonic beast were the size of lanterns. Its eyes carried a light that could devour the soul of a powerful being. If a powerful being was not careful, they would sink into the blood-eyed demonic beast's eyes. Li Lingtian watched as the two 8th Heaven Martial Emperor demons surrounded and attacked the blood-eyed demonic beast. He began to calculate in his heart. This blood-eyed demonic beast was of no use to him at all. Tisk. Updated on B0x 0VL. Calm. Just as Li Lingtian was about to leave quietly, his mind flickered and his body flashed. He could no longer hide himself. The blood-eyed demonic beast's eyes emitted a substantial light that bombarded the spot where Li Lingtian was hiding. Li Lingtian had the eye of the divine soul as well. Furthermore, it was many times more powerful than the blood-eyed demonic beast's blood eye. However, he did not expect the blood-eyed demonic beast to see through his hiding place. Li Lingtian managed to dodge the blood-eyed demonic beast's attack, but his figure was exposed. Naturally, the two level 8 Martial Emperor demons had noticed his presence. They did not expect a powerhouse to be hiding beside them all this time. They immediately thought that Li Lingtian was a hunter. You guys continue, I'm leaving. Li Lingtian did not want to continue pestering the two of them when he saw their reaction. He then turned to leave. You want to leave? It's too late now. The slightly fat Mo said coldly. His voice was cold, and his eyes revealed a vicious expression. He had completely given up on the blood-eyed demonic beast. In a flash, he appeared in front of Li Lingtian and blocked his path. Boom! Roar! The blood-eyed demonic beast roared loudly and engaged in a fierce battle with the slimmer Mo. One of them was a level 7 or level 9 magical beast, while the other was a devil race at the 8th heaven of the martial monarch realm. Although there was a difference of one realm between the two, there would not be a clear winner for the time being. What's wrong? If I want to leave, you have to stop me? Do you want to die? Li Lingtian's expression darkened when he saw someone trying to block his way. He glared coldly at the slightly plump Asmodean. He actually gave up on a grade 9 magical beast to deal with him. Wasn't he looking at him as a pushover? You're courting death. The slightly plump Asmodean was not afraid when he heard Li Lingtian's words. On the contrary, he even dared to insult him. How could he tolerate such a thing? How could a 1st Heaven Martial Emperor oppose an 8th Heaven Martial Emperor? A punch was thrown out. The fist shadow was heavy with demonic chi, and the space was torn apart in front of this punch. The force of the fist headed straight for Li Lingtian, and the overwhelming pressure of the demonic chi pressed down on Li Lingtian. Experts were used to suppressing those who were weaker than them with pressure. Experts with lower cultivation were completely passive in front of the pressure of experts with higher cultivation. They could only use a little of their strength, and could not even move their fingers. For example, an 8th Heaven Martial Emperor who wanted to attack a 5th Heaven Martial Emperor would be crushed by his pressure. Every realm was a different level. A level 8 martial artist could directly suppress a level 7 martial artist with pressure. In front of pressure, he could completely suppress the other party's aura and confidence. He could even use pressure to suppress the other party. The slightly plump Asmodean did not take Li Lingtian seriously when he saw that he was only a 1st Heaven Martial Emperor. Otherwise, he would not have punched Li Lingtian with such ease. Furthermore, he had used his pressure behind his fist. You're courting death. Li Lingtian was slightly angered. Anyone who dared to underestimate him was courting death. He didn't make any unnecessary movements and also struck out with his palm. True demon god destroying palm. Li Lingtian shouted softly as he met the attack with his palm. The true devil chi enveloped his body, and his expression was cold. Space was eroded by the true devil chi, and wherever it passed, space was pierced through. The slightly fatter Asmodean was initially overjoyed when he saw Li Lingshan's casual palm strike. However, he suddenly realized that something was amiss because Li Lingshan's attack was unparalleled and destructive. Moreover, the purity of that demonic qi was tens of thousands of times higher than his. The two were completely different worlds. Bang! With a dull thud, the slightly plump Asmodean was flung away. By the time his body landed on the ground, Li Lingshan's true demon god-destroying palm had already destroyed the slightly plump Asmodean. The power of true devil qi was incomparable to any fiend race. In addition to the heaven-grade divine power on the Saint Demon quintessence, its power was comparable to a taboo technique. Even if he was only a first heaven martial emperor, the qi of true demon and the powerful skills in the Saint Demon true record were enough to wipe out the 8th heaven martial emperor devil race. Roar! True devil qi. The blood-eyed demonic beast in the distance could sense Li Lingshan's terror as well. Its eyes were filled with fear as it roared indignantly. Although it was a rank 7, rank 9, it could not have been killed so easily when it was fighting an 8th heaven martial monarch realm expert. The young man in front of him had easily killed a level 8 expert with a single palm strike. The slimmer Asmodean cried out in alarm. His eyes were filled with despair as he looked fearfully at Li Lingtian and his fallen companion on the ground. Die! Li Lingtian looked at the slimmer Asmodean and uttered one word coldly. True demon god-destroying palm. Li Lingtian flipped his hand and the demonic qi in the air condensed. The demonic qi formed a huge palm print in an instant and the palm print blasted toward the slightly thinner Asmodean. The true demon god-destroying palm was a top-notch heaven-grade divine power. Under this attack, the air trembled and the ground collapsed uneasily. In an instant, the pitch-black palm print pierced through 200 meters of space and arrived in front of the slightly thinner demon. Limitless Demon Dao Light. When the slightly thinner Mo saw such terrifying true devil qi and heaven-grade divine arts, they even had the heart to die. However, he was unwilling to give up. He circulated the demonic qi in his body, and a beam of demonic qi shot toward Li Lingtian, hoping to block Li Lingshan's palm print. As long as he could block it, he would have a chance to escape. Rumble! With a shocking explosion, the huge palm print mercilessly crushed down, not giving the slightly thinner demon any chance at all. Even if he used all his strength, he would not be able to withstand the power of the true demon god perishing palm. The true demon god perishing palm was a skill on the Saint Demon true record. Ordinary trash heaven-ranked divine powers would naturally not be recorded. Such a heaven-grade divine power was definitely an existence similar to the forbidden art of the Saint Demon true understanding. Pft! Spitting out a mouthful of black blood, the slightly thinner Mo fell down, his eyes filled with fear and unwillingness. In front of the true devil qi and the true devil god-destroying palm, he could only accept it. Stop. If you want to leave, then be like them. Li Lingshan's expression did not change even after he had killed 2 level 8 martial emperor infernals. It was as if he had just eaten a meal. Since the internals cultivation method was so powerful, he had already cultivated it himself. Naturally, he could accept the power of the demonic cultivation method. After finishing off the 2 demons, he looked at the blood-eyed magical beast that was about to escape. With a cold shout, he looked at the blood-eyed demonic beast with a cold gaze. During this period of time, bring me to the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower. Once we reach the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower, you can leave. After Li Lingtian kept the 2 infernal storage pouches, he walked toward the blood-eyed demonic beast step by step. The blood-eyed demonic beast's massive body was trembling non-stop. Fear could no longer be used to describe this seemingly weak human in front of him. It was a deep fear. The blood-eyed magical beast was also a magical beast of the 7th step and 9th rank. It was very intelligent, but it could not speak. However, it understood how terrifying the young man before it was. 2 level 8 demons were easily killed. He had no hope of reaching level 7 or level 9. Noticing Li Lingtian's arrival, he quickly nodded. In a flash, Li Lingtian leaped up and landed on the blood-eyed demonic beast's body. He then sat on it comfortably. Roar! The blood-eyed magical beast instinctively resisted. It was a magical beast of the 7th step and 9th rank. Within a radius of 2,000 miles, it was like an overlord. It had never been afraid of anyone. Now that someone was riding on it, it was naturally an insult. Not convinced. If you continue to cause trouble for this lord will make you disappear forever. Li Lingtian said coldly from the blood-eyed demonic beast's body. His voice was as cold as hell. The blood-eyed demonic beast seemed to have entered an icy abyss, and its body began to tremble. He didn't dare to be unconvinced anymore. He only hoped that this powerful pervert would be released after reaching the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. Roar! With a roar, the blood-eyed demonic beast did not resist this time. Instead, it quickly dashed out. The blood-eyed demonic beast was the overlord of this place, so it naturally knew the direction of the heaven-reaching demonic tower. It was also extremely familiar with this place, so it naturally wouldn't get lost. Li Lingtian sat on the blood-eyed demonic beast with a faint smile on his face. However, no one could see his smile because he was wearing a mask. One could only see his eyes and the smile on the corner of his mouth. One could feel his calmness. With a 7th step 9th grade magical beast, ordinary low-level magical beasts and demons would simply retreat. Some of the experts were extremely curious when they saw that there was an expert on the back of the blood-eyed magical beast. They knew how terrifying the blood-eyed magical beast was. If it could use a blood-eyed magical beast of the 7th step and 9th rank as a mount, then it was not something they could provoke. After running for half a month, the blood-eyed demonic beast brought Li Lingtian out of the fog sea and into a forest that looked like a paradise. Li Lingtian had no idea how big the forest was. However, the blood-eyed demonic beast did not stop. It only occasionally hunted low-level demonic beasts for a feast. At other times, it would bring Li Lingtian through the forest. Roar! After another 3 days, the blood-eyed magical beast stopped and growled. It raised its head and looked into the distance, its eyes filled with fear and dread. It was obvious that there was a terrifying existence in front of it that even it did not dare to go forward with its strength of level 7 and level 9. Have we arrived? Li Lingtian asked when he saw the blood-eyed demonic beast stop. This place was no different from a human's residence. Moreover, the spiritual chi here was rich. Roar! Roar! The blood-eyed demonic beast looked at the sun in the sky and growled twice, continuously gesturing. Li Lingtian left the blood-eyed demonic beast and watched the beast's gestures. 2 days ahead and well reached the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower? When Li Lingtian thought of the blood-eyed demonic beast's gestures, he took out the jade slip with a look of understanding on his face. Roar! The blood-eyed demonic beast was stunned. It didn't expect the human in front of it to know its gestures so easily. It was instantly shocked. Although it could not speak, it possessed a high level of intelligence. It was worried that Li Lingtian would not understand its gestures. However, he did not expect this young man to understand it so easily. No wonder he was so powerful. This chapter was for updates. It also asked for monthly votes and recommendation vote. More importantly, it asked for book reviews. In the future, Falling Flowers would add updates based on the additional book reviews, monthly votes, and recommendation votes. Chapter 5:15 A Strange Feeling 1. You Go Back. Li Lingtian did not make things difficult for the blood-eyed demonic beast. It had worked hard to bring him here during this period of time, even if it did not contribute much. Since it was something that even the blood-eyed magical beast of the 7th step and 9th rank was afraid of, it would not be of much help even if it went alone. It would be easier for him to go alone. This is a reward for your good fortune. Updated on B0x. 0VL. Calm. After pondering for a moment, he took out a jade bottle and flicked out a pill. The Great Cyclic Pellet was a 7th-tier Great Cyclic Pellet. Although it was a medicinal pill for humans, it was also useful for demonic beasts. After all, he was refining a 7th-tier Great Cyclic Pellet, not some trash medicinal pill. Roar! The blood-eyed demonic beast grabbed the pill excitedly. Naturally, it did not think that Li Lingtian wanted to harm it. The young man before it was extremely terrifying, and it would be a piece of cake for him to kill it. With a low growl, he turned around and ran away. Li Lingtian also looked into the distance. A 2-day journey was equivalent to a distance of tens of millions of miles. This distance was nothing to his cultivation base. Anyway, he had been here for so long, so he was not in a hurry to spend the next 2 days. He would stay here for 2 days, which was a good time to rest. He would leave after he was fully rested. His figure flashed, and he began to look for caves nearby. In such a dangerous place, only caves were safer. This was also an instinctive habit of humans. After half an hour, they finally found a good cave. The cave was on a cliff. The cave on the precipice was 100 meters above the ground. Li Lingtian entered the cave in a flash. The entire cave was a stone cave. It was relatively dry inside, and was suitable for cultivation and rest. He activated the divine dragon ring with his soul consciousness, and Shun Mei and the others appeared in front of him. The spiritual energy here is so dense. Husband, have we left the demon suppression secrets? Shun Mei asked as soon as she came out of the cave. The spiritual energy in this cave was quite dense, even comparable to the forbidden area of the Xianyuan family. The demon suppression secrets were filled with demonic qi. If there was spiritual qi, it meant that they had already left the demon suppression secret. No, we have already reached the deepest part of the demon suppression secret. We will reach the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower in 2 days. Li Lingtian explained the situation of the place before he went to the cave entrance to set up a formation and restriction spell. In just a moment, the cave entrance was blocked. An illusion array had hidden the cave. As long as one did not look carefully, it was impossible to find a cave in this place. Big brother Lingtian, you should rest first. Well, clean up. On the other hand, Xianyuan Yingying was well behaved. Li Lingtian was stunned by her behavior and felt a little uncomfortable. Since when was this girl so well behaved? However, he did not say anything. After all, it was a good thing that Xianyuan Yingying was obedient. It was already a blessing for him that she did not cause trouble for him. Yeah, you should rest first. It's definitely very dangerous to go into the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower. There won't be any chance to rest inside. Tang Zimeng pulled Li Lingtian to a rock and sat down. Following that, she followed Shun Mei and the rest to tidy up the cave. It was normal for a warrior to survive in the wild. It was also very easy to tidy up the cave. Soon, the cave was completely new. There were colorful cloth strips everywhere, dividing the cave into a few small rooms. In fact, it was just a disguise. With the cultivation of a martial artist, he could naturally see through this cloth with his divine sense. However, the girls were not afraid of him going to take a look. Besides, Li Lingtian would not go anyway. Instead, he added 2 formations to Xianyuan Yingying and Little White's room. This way, he couldn't use his spiritual awareness to spy on them. Li Lingtian and the others stayed in the cave for a total of 7 days. The group was extremely happy during these 7 days. Although Xianyuan Yingying and Little White could not get too close to Li Lingtian, they were still very intimate. In such a dangerous place, they could only cultivate in the divine dragon ring. After adapting to the outside world for a few days, Li Lingtian returned to the divine dragon ring and headed to the demonic tower. Although he did not leave the cave during these few days, He could see a few experts rushing in the direction of the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. In his divine consciousness, he discovered that the few powerhouses were all at the 8th or 9th level of the Martial Emperor realm. This was not surprising. After all, those who dared to come to this place must be super powerhouses. Silk. A soft sound was heard as Li Lingtian tore apart the cave's restriction and quickly left the cave. However, he had set up the cave before he left. After all, this cave was not far from the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. Perhaps he could come here to rest when the time came. His body flashed, and he was suspended in the air. His body shot into the distance like a sharp arrow. As a martial grandmaster, he could fly in the MAS of First Heaven Martial Emperor. He was no different from a bird. He could fly freely in the air. Even standing in the air was a piece of cake. After all, a Martial Emperor powerhouse's true origin was powerful. It was extremely easy for him to float in the air. A day later, Li Lingshan's face was filled with surprise. Ever since he entered Yuzhou, he had felt a kind of attraction. Although it was not clear, he had a little feeling in his heart. He thought it was because he had cultivated the true saint-demon understanding. However, after passing through the fog sea, this kind of attraction would appear from time to time. Now he was only a day away from the heaven-reaching demon tower. This feeling was getting stronger and stronger, as if someone or something was summoning him. This feeling was definitely not due to cultivating the true saint-demon record. However, he didn't understand the reason and couldn't say it at all. What exactly happened? Li Lingtian looked confused, but he did not resist the summons at all. Sighing, his figure flashed, and he no longer cared about it. Since it was summoning, at least it was beneficial to him. He also wanted to see what was summoning him. The sound disappeared, and the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower was still as silent as before. The sound disappeared in the silence, as if it had never appeared. P.S. Requires recommendation votes and reviews. See the number of updates. Chapter 516, Heavenly Devil Tower. Chapter 516, Heavenly Devil Tower. Continue. Li Lingtian exhaled a breath of cold air as his face revealed a shocked expression. He looked at a huge building 10,000 miles away. It was a pitch-black tower-shaped building. The existence of this huge building could be seen from 10,000 miles away. A shocking power was emitted from the black tower. The area within 10,000 miles was enveloped by this power. Updated on B0X 0VL Com Heavenly Devil Tower. Li Lingtian exclaimed as he looked at the black tower that towered into the clouds. From a distance, it could be seen that this heavenly demon tower was 100 miles in circumference. It was unknown how tall it was, but it towered into the clouds. The outside was tower-shaped, but there were no windows, giving people a terrifying feeling. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the air, traces of dense demonic chi floated, but this demonic chi never left the 10,000 miles radius. It was circulating within the 10,000 miles radius. Li Lingshan's heart trembled as he looked at the demonic tower. It was a visual and mental shock. It was unknown who had built this demonic tower. It actually had such a powerful pressure. Just this building alone was not something that humans could build. Humph! At this moment, a cold snort sounded. Li Lingtian did not even need to look to see that a powerhouse had arrived. It was a 9th firmament Martial Emperor human powerhouse. When they saw him at the first heaven of the Martial Emperor realm, they were naturally extremely disdainful. His figure flashed as he quickly flew towards the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. A distance of 5,000 kilometers was originally only half an hour for a Martial Emperor powerhouse. If he used teleportation, it would only take a moment. However, Li Lingshan's expression changed drastically after he entered the world of demonic chi. That was because in this demonic chi world, Within 10,000 miles of the demonic tower, there was endless pressure. Even with his martial emperor cultivation, it was extremely difficult for him to fly. Furthermore, the deeper they went, the stronger the pressure became. Li Lingtian landed within 5,000 miles. Devil pressure. Li Lingtian let out a low gasp as he circulated his demonic chi and his body flashed. Although he could not fly, he was able to run close to the ground. Although his speed was slower than flying, it was countless times faster than walking. Li Lingtian's face was pale and powerless when he was 1,000 miles away from the demonic tower. With his first firmament martial emperor cultivation base, he could no longer withstand the pressure of the demonic might here. Moreover, there were a few super experts not far in front of him. Although they were both martial monarch realm experts, they were still at the 8th or 9th firmament of the martial monarch realm. It was extremely difficult for them to walk. Only a middle-aged man was walking freely under the pressure of the demonic might, as if he was taking a stroll. Martial Saint! Li Lingtian exclaimed in his heart. He did not expect to see another warrior sage powerhouse. Fortunately, this warrior sage powerhouse was human. True devil chi. Li Lingtian conjured a hand seal with one hand and strengthened the demonic chi around him. He assimilated the boundless demonic might and formed his own power to resist the pressure of the demonic might. After using the true demon chi, his body was much more relaxed. However, compared to a martial saint powerhouse, it was still not enough. Moreover, he could not show off too much at this time to avoid being noticed. Pft! An 8th-level martial emperor devil spat out a mouthful of blood under the pressure of the devil power. Facing the pressure of the devil might, every expert's face turned pale. Those who could not withstand the pressure of the devil might could only be ruthlessly crushed. After the expert who was suppressed by the demonic might spat out a mouthful of blood, his body began to transform. In the end, he could not withstand the pressure of the demonic might and was crushed to death. Li Lingtian was shocked. A level 8 martial emperor was crushed to death by the demonic might. The demonic might was indeed powerful. Along the way, Li Lingtian was already 5 kilometers away from the demonic tower. His strength had been elevated to its peak. Moreover, he saw many experts die along the way. They were all directly crushed to death by the demonic might. Pft! After using true devil chi 3 times in a row to strengthen it, he finally passed through the area of heavy pressure. Caught off guard, Li Lingtian escaped from the area of heavy pressure and came to a pressure-free space. Immediately, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He also arrived at the bottom of the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower and stopped 500 meters away from the Demon Tower. After getting closer, the size of the demonic tower could not be seen at all. It was like entering a mountain and not being able to see the true face of the mountain. After Li Lingtian had passed through the pressure of the demonic might, many powerhouses noticed Li Lingtian's presence and were shocked. He did not expect that a young man at the first heaven of the martial emperor realm could actually pass through the pressure of the demonic might. There were a total of 21 people present. There were 11 supreme powerhouses at the peak of the 9th heaven martial emperor realm and 1 person whom Li Lingtian knew, 9 demon venerable. There were 9 human powerhouses. 8 of them were at the peak of the 9th firmament martial emperor realm, and 1 of them was a martial saint powerhouse. He was also the middle-aged man whom Li Lingtian had seen earlier. Everyone present was at the peak of 9th heaven martial emperor realm, and there were 2 martial saints among them. However, Li Lingtian was a first heaven martial emperor. Moreover, no one could see clearly whether this silver-masked youth was a human or a demon. More importantly, the place where this silver-masked youth stood was very strange. It was neither on the side of the demons nor the side of the humans. Instead, it stood alone. Immediately, it formed a 3-legged situation. However, this 3-legged confrontation was a little strange. On one side, the humans were not as powerful as the demons. On the other side, there was a first heaven martial emperor whose power could be ignored. On the other side were powerful demon powerhouses. Li Lingtian groaned inwardly because anyone here had the ability to kill him. Most of the other 8th or 9th firmament martial emperors had fallen under the pressure of the demonic might. Those who could come here were all peak powerhouses. On the other hand, he was at the first heaven of the martial emperor realm. Moreover, he was at the ordinary first heaven of the martial emperor realm. He had not reached the peak. Yunhao, are there only these 2 of you? The 9 demon venerable looked at the human tribe's strength with a mocking expression. He had been infuriated by Li Lingtian recently. Although he knew that the human tribe's powerhouses might come again, he decided to vent his anger first. I've long heard of the 9 demon venerable's great name. 400 years ago, I fought the divine wind battle with the 10 great martial saints. I didn't expect that it would appear again. Am still famous. A while ago, the 9 demon venerable's reputation was like the sun at noon. He actually fought with a human junior. I admire the 9 demon venerable's strength. Martial Saint Yunhao, a hermit expert of the Azure continent, had also come here to stop the devil experts from obtaining the treasures of the Heaven Ascension Devil Tower. However, before he came back, he heard about the incident in the cold demon city. It was a shock. A human at the first heaven of the martial emperor realm was surrounded and killed by 9 demon venerable and 9 ninth heaven martial emperor realm demons. 9 martial emperors were instantly killed by that human at the first heaven of the martial emperor realm, and even 9 demon venerable was injured. After destroying the demon sealing god array blueprint, 9 demon venerable chased after that first heaven martial emperor, and there was no news of him after that. However, what happened that day had shocked countless experts of the Serenity Plains and the Azure continent. The people from both sides did not come for long. When they saw that 9 demon venerable had arrived, Martial Saint Yunhao was curious. Was that martial emperor killed by 9 demon venerable, or did he escape? When he heard 9 demon venerable mocking the human race, he was instantly furious. He thought of 9 demon venerable's matter and said it loudly. He looked like he was flattering him, but in 9 demon venerable's ears, it was like a loud slap to his face. What Martial Saint Yunhao said was something he was ashamed of. He had been beaten half to death 400 years ago, and this time, he had just come out and was injured by a martial monarch realm expert. He had even killed 9 of his subordinate. Just thinking about it was infuriating. If I catch him, I'll definitely extract his soul and refine it. Why don't we have a big battle now so that we don't have to waste our time? 9 demon venerable's face was filled with rage. The shocking demonic chi around his body soared into the sky. It instantly matched the demonic chi around the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower, causing his cultivation to become even stronger. At this moment, he had the right time, the right place, and the right people. It was the best time to kill Yunhao. The other 9th-level martial emperor realm powerhouses of the devil race also unleashed their demonic chi. A battle was about to break out. For a moment, the entire atmosphere was extremely strange and oppressive. The human experts also circulated their true essence, and the pressure continued to collide out, causing the air to tremble. Ha 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 ha. I see. I didn't expect that little fellow to be so good. He was actually able to escape from the hands of the famous 9 demon venerable. This is his glory, haha. Martial Saint Yunhao's expression changed. If they really fought, the human race would definitely die here. Even if he could escape, he would be seriously injured. However, when he thought about the arrival of the human race's powerhouses, he was not afraid at all. The battle between Martial Emperor and Martial Saint was not something that could be decided in a short period of time. It was naturally not a problem to stall for time. Judging from 9 demon venerable's words, he could tell that the first Heaven Martial Emperor had escaped. It was not easy for him to escape from the furious 9-demon venerable while being seriously injured. God-refining demon array. 9-demon venerable was extremely furious. He could not hold it in any longer. In terms of intelligence, demons had never been a match for humans. The main reason was that demons were easily angered and lost their rationality in anger. He did not expect to be mocked by the other party again. With a wave of his hand, 11 ninth-level martial Emperor realm demons flashed and formed a formation. Although the experts were not together, it was still very easy for them to use a simple joint formation. Demon-slaying heavenly god formation. Yunho saw that the other party was about to attack and did not dare to be careless. He also understood that the other party wanted to take advantage of the weakness of the human race to kill the human race. He did not dare to be careless. He also had the people around him cast the array formation. This way, even if they were not the other party's match, they could at least buy some time. In an instant, 2 huge formations were formed. A powerful and shocking pressure formed a halo, and the halo quickly became stronger in the air. Yun Hao and 9-demon venerable also floated up, looking at each other coldly. They completely ignored Li Lingtian, who was below. A first firmament martial emperor must have used some kind of treasure to be able to enter. So what if he could enter? He would just be courting death. Moreover, both sides were focused on each other, so it was normal for them to ignore Li Lingtian. Chapter 517 Intimidation 1. Chapter 517 Intimidation 1. Humph. A cold snort sounded from the 2 formation clusters. The sound was extremely disharmonious. The originally oppressive atmosphere was instantly broken. Everyone looked at the person who made the sound, their faces filled with confusion. It was Li Lingtian who snorted. His eyes were cold as he stared at the human and infernal tribes formation. No one could see the expression on his face as he was wearing a mask. Updated on B0X. 0VL, calm, you're courting death. 9-demon venerable was slightly angry. Originally, the aura of the demons had already reached its limit, and a great battle was about to break out. However, he did not expect that this balance would be instantly broken by a cold snort. Although he was curious about the silver-masked powerhouse in front of him, he did not take a first-level martial emperor seriously. With a wave of his hand, a huge wave of black devil chi blasted toward Li Lingtian. The space trembled, and a powerful destructive pressure followed. This was the usual move of the strong against the weak. Marshal Saint Yun Hao and the others were also confused, but they were more delighted. However, whether it was the first heaven or the 9th heaven, those who could pass through the pressure of the demonic might and come to the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower were not simple. At the very least, this first heaven youth was not an enemy for the time being. Because the demons attacking him could, firstly, exhaust the strength of the demons. Secondly, they wanted to see the ability of this silver-masked youth. Thirdly, the enemy of an enemy was a friend. If he was not a friend, he would not immediately become an opponent. Humph! Li Lingtian snorted again with disdain. As he watched the terrifying black devil's aura approach, Li Lingtian flipped his hand and struck out with his palm. Marshal Saint Yun Hao and the others were stunned by this palm strike. This was because the silver-masked young man had also unleashed his demonic chi. The terrifying demonic chi formed a palm print that slapped towards the black demonic chi. Boom! With a dull thud, the black demon chi was dispersed by Li Lingtian's casual true demon god-slaying palm. The terrifying true demon chi was directed at the 9-demon venerables. Seeing his attack being defeated, 9-demon venerable was extremely shocked. Although he did not use his full strength, with the power of the pressure, this attack would even injure a 5th heaven martial emperor. He had never expected that not only would the other party receive it, but he would also break his attack first. The destructive attack was now smashing towards him. A light shield appeared and covered his entire body. Deng deng deng. The black light shield trembled, and Nine Demon Venerable could not help but take 3 steps back. His expression was extremely ugly. Although he had only taken 3 steps back, it was no different from failure. He had attacked first, and the other party had only counterattacked. It had also been a casual attack, but he had been defeated with a casual palm. How could he not be shocked? He was not the only one. Marshal St. Yuan Hao and the others, as well as the 9th-level Martial Emperor realm of the demon race, were all shocked. Shoo! They all exhaled a breath of cold air. They did not expect a 1st-level Martial Emperor, Tian, to be as insignificant as an ant in front of them. He had actually defeated the 9 Demon Venerable so easily. Behave yourself, Li Lingtian said coldly. After striking out with his palm, he did not show any intention of attacking. Instead, he placed his hands behind his back and the god-destroying Tempest Slash was already in Long Da's hands. Long Da was hiding in the distance, so he did not need Li Lingtian at all. It seemed like an easy attack, but he knew that he was not a match for this 9 Demon Venerable. The difference between the two was like heaven and earth. He knew he should stop while he was ahead. The other party did not dare to make a move rashly and suppressed the other party with one move. The expression on Marshal St. Yunha's face changed several times. Although Li Lingtian and the 9 Demon Venerables seemed to be at odds, Li Lingtian had unleashed his demonic technique. Without a doubt, Li Lingtian was a formidable opponent as well. After all, he was a powerful demon. Humph! 9 Demon Venerable was startled. He wanted to attack, but his expression changed drastically. He had just discovered that the demonic chi that this silver-masked young man was using was extremely pure. It was a terrifying true demonic chi. True devil chi. Even he did not dare to act rashly. If he was not careful, he would be destroyed in front of true devil chi. The true devil chi was undoubtedly a supreme existence in the devil race. It was like the demonic power of a small demonic beast against the dragon chi of a dragon. The true devil chi was something only members of the royal family of the devil race could possess. The mysterious young man in front of them had a mysterious identity and was unfathomable. For a moment, they did not dare to act rashly. At the very least, this young man in front of him was a demon expert. He could not have internal strife now. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, the 11 Ninth Heaven Martial Emperor demons dispersed. At this moment, it was impossible for him to kill Marshal St. Yuan Hao and the other humans. After all, he had just done something stupid. He should not have provoked this 1st Heaven Martial Emperor. He was also extremely depressed in his heart. In just over a month, he had encountered 2 such experts. He had suffered a loss. Could it be that the world had really gone crazy? He also felt unlucky for himself. He had encountered the 1st Heaven twice. The first time, he was injured and lost face. This time, he suffered a loss and lost face. 9 Demon Venerable is really amazing, haha. Marshal St. Yunhao saw that the demon race's formation had been removed and ordered the human experts behind him to remove the formation as well. She revealed a playful smile as she looked at 9 Demon Venerable's bitter face. Although he did not say it out loud, everyone knew that the 9 Demon Venerable had been defeated by a 1st Heaven Martial Emperor twice. It was really depressing and pitiful for the 9 Demon Venerable. Naturally, Li Lingtian did not care about the dogfight. Although the human tribe needed to unite at this time, he did not have the need to do so. There were no good people in the human tribe either. When it came to killing and snatching treasures, humans were even more shameful than the internals. He closed his eyes slightly and rested in front of the 20 or so super expert. This made everyone furious, but they didn't dare to show it. Li Lingtian could sense the summoning from the demonic tower, but it would only open after a certain period of time. It was obvious that it was not the time to do so, and it would take some time. Swoosh! The sound of air being torn apart rang out as a human Ninth Heaven Martial Emperor arrived at the bottom of the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower. After observing the situation before him, he stood behind Marshal Saint Yunhao and looked at Li Lingtian curiously. However, he did not say anything. Swoosh! Another sound was heard. Marshal Saint Yunhao, who was smiling, had a change in expression. It was a Ninth Heaven Martial Emperor from the demon race. Previously, the human race had gained a Ninth Heaven Martial Emperor, which had shortened the gap between them and the demons. However, now that the demons had one more, the gap was back to the beginning. As time passed, the demonic chi emitted by the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower became denser and denser. The purity of this demonic chi almost made Nine Demon Venerable exclaim in surprise, because this demonic chi was almost the same as true demonic chi. Although it could not compare to true demonic chi, it was not much weaker. It seemed that the Heaven Ascension Demon Tower was about to open. Marshal Saint Yunhao and Nine Demon Venerable looked expectant as they looked into the distance. They were obviously waiting for their experts to arrive. The more experts they had, the more confident they would be. "Ninth brother, you're really fast." A loud and clear voice rang out. The voice was like thunder rolling over. As soon as the voice was heard, a tall old man descended in front of the demonic tower. The old man was covered in terrifying demonic chi, and he carried an explosive Li Lingtian with him. He gave off a domineering aura that was unmatched. Seven Demon Venerable Yen Feng. Marshal Saint Yunhao's calm expression changed when he saw the old man. He didn't expect that his people wouldn't come, but a demon venerable. If the other party attacked now, all of his people would die. Even he wouldn't be able to escape. The Ninth Heaven Martial Emperors behind him were also extremely shocked. They did not need to think to know what it meant for the other party to have an additional martial saint powerhouse. "Yunhao, let's settle the score from 100 years ago." The seven demon venerables Yen Feng looked at Marshal Saint Yunhao coldly. The demonic energy in his body soared into the sky, and he looked like he was about to launch an attack. However, his eyes were fixed on the silver-masked youth who was standing alone. This youth was neither on the demon race's side nor the human race's side. It was really hard to tell if he was an enemy or a friend. "Seventh brother, don't do anything now. We have important matters to attend to." Nine Demon Venerable was stunned when he saw Seven Demon Venerable Yen Feng looking at Li Lingtian. If they were outside, he would not have stopped them. He would have been more than happy for Yen Feng to teach this young man a lesson. However, they had more important matters to attend to now. If this young man was too powerful and became their opponent, the gains would not make up for the losses. "Ninth brother, what's wrong?" When the seven demon venerables heard the nine demon venerables' words, they were stunned. According to their cultivation, the nine demon venerables would not dare to provoke him even if they were beaten to death. The two of them were both demons, but their strength was far apart. The nine demon venerables were only at the first sky of the martial saint realm, but the seven demon venerables were at the great circle of the first sky of the martial saint realm. They were only one step away from the second sky of the martial saint realm. Although their realms were the same, their abilities were not on the same level. Now, Nine Demon Venerable was obviously reminding him not to touch this young man. He was even more curious. What was a young First Heaven Martial Emperor? Was there something scary about him? Following that, the two of them kept moving their mouths, but there was no sound at all. It was obvious that they were transmitting their voices. Although the experts present couldn't hear them, they understood what they were talking about. They were most likely talking about the silver-masked young man. "Haha, looks like I'm not late." At this moment, a loud laughter was heard. At the same time, a figure strangely landed not far from Marshal St. Yunhao. Li Lingtian was shocked. He did not know what secret technique this powerhouse had used to ignore the pressure and arrive in an instant. Brother Ming Luo, long time no see. Marshal St. Yunhao greeted the middle-aged man in front of him with a happy expression on his face. His side had one more Marshal Saint, but he could now compete with the other party in terms of Marshal Saint. Similarly, Marshal Saint Ming Luo was also at the peak of the first heaven Marshal Saint realm. She was not much different from the 7 demon venerables. I came from Xianzhou, much further than you, but fortunately am not late. Marshal Saint Ming Luo chuckled as she sized up the situation before her. She had an idea of what was going on, but she was extremely curious when she saw Li Lingtian. He turned to Marshal St. Yunhao with a questioning look. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.